redefining the music of different cultures for British audiences. And it wasn't just music that motivated him. He also worked as a foreign correspondent in regions by war and conflict, including Sierra Leone and Rwanda.
I've arrived in this morning.
The Health Security Agency says 3 cases of meningitis B have been confirmed among school pupils in Weymouth. Officials say those affected are recovering well from treatment and that close contacts have been offered antibiotics as precaution. Cases in Dorset have been confirmed as
What up, fools?
but are not the same substrain as in the out.
Let's see here. Got all of that nonsense up. All right. So, did you guys? It could be nothing. It could just Trump being Trump. Did you guys notice what he said about the State of the Union? Did you catch his little quote-unquote calm drop? And you guys should be able to hear me. Just let me know. Oh yeah, I'm cleaning this bank out before Gracie gets in here. I said, did you guys catch what Trump said about his State of the Union that he just did? See if any of you guys caught what he said. Oh, you didn't hear Trump? Okay. So, Trump had made the comment that that the State of the Union is going to be a speech that will be remembered, and it was I forget, damn it, I forget exactly. But what I think he was talking about is when certain members of Congress were removed from the floor. I think that's what he was referring to. And I was, oh my God, I was, while I was listening to, or was streaming Trump's TPUSA speech, I had Lookner's chat on one of the screens. Oh my God, I have never seen so many people of the Hate America crowd, TDS. I mean, oh my God, it was so painful. And, you know, when Trump was talking about how he ended 8 wars, and whether that's him bloviating or if it's truthful, you know, people were putting in there, oh, but you started this Iran war. No, he didn't start the Iran war. He's finishing it. And, now there's news coming out about this enriched uranium. Well, hopefully Cola has that notebook, and that's why I did a separate video. So when it comes out that, because he mentioned Pakistan and what a great help they were. What are you talking about, dude? What, in hosting a quote-unquote failed peace treaty? Huh? How are they great help? Oh, unless we're not being told the truth about this peace deal, because I'm guessing the Shah's son wants to keep this under wraps until they can get rid of all the IRGC and, clean that up. But I have it. I'm like 98% that plane that we watched. It was the Pakistani illusion. I'm 98% that fucker was filled with your enriched uranium. And, I think it was kind of like this. You either pour this shit out, hand it over, or when we end these meetings, we got drones flying over right now in your vehicles. Your vehicles are going to blow up. And you can get your 920 whatever virgins and all the goats that you want. I'm telling you, we're not being told nearly the truth about this right now. I think we will eventually, and I think once all of this disclosure starts, because you can start seeing the ball rolling. I haven't heard anything about this Navy Yard shooting. And, at first, shortly after I started picking up on it and we did the live on it, I was going through making sure, because I think it was in 2003 there was an attack at the Navy Yard, just to make sure, here, and I can believe that too, Doc, but I cannot come up with a good reasoning why that Aleutian plane would be flying, and shortly right behind it was Sam 91 and 95 that damn well were flanked by fighter jets because of the region that they're in. So I think you're possibly correct, but I think that, prior to us doing this assault, they probably sent in DevGru, Delta, to do pinpoint traces on where this shit was at. No, because they didn't fly back to Iran. They flew to Germany. They landed in Germany, and then shortly thereafter, within like 30 minutes, the two SAM flights landed. So, I believe we took the uranium out of there. Because, one, granted, I've never messed with uranium. Sure, it's heavy, and that illusion can hold a lot of shit. Those things, I've been in a Galaxy C-130. Those things are ginormous. But they say those are small compared to the illusions. I've never seen, uh, you know, an illusion up close. I'm yeah, that's nuts. And what was I was listening to something this morning. They were talking about, uh, this whole petroleum, fuel, oil, right? So, like 2 or 3 years ago, I know during the Biden administration, all this weird stuff was going on where, anybody that kind of uses the same tinfoil knows that the entire economy is going to have to collapse. Um, so I wish I could remember who I was listening to, but they were doing an analysis like if uh, Petro, right? You're going to start, maybe it was Monkey. I think it was. Talking about, ground stoppages, limiting airlines, and he was saying, it would bankrupt some of these airlines like JetBlue and them that operate on very minimal uh, profit margins, and how they're charging, 50 to $100 per bag for carry on. And I think I don't know, I have to ask my brother. He just flew into Tampa. Find out, luggage wise, what he had to pay. And they were supposed to be in Tampa like 7 hours ago, and they were getting delayed and flight cancellation. So I just, I wonder if this isn't calculated to where the whole system has to be, brought to a halt, and hence the 10 days of darkness or whatever comes about of that. But you got these congressional members. Still surprised China said FUI. Yeah, well, you got Xi coming, or they're meeting, and you got Russia. I was listening to Russia 24 this morning, and the Svetlana, she's like one of the more popular news broadcasters, probably because she's smoking hot. She was talking about how the Kremlin was planning how did she put it, a surgical cut of Europe. Yeah, we're going to Xi. So, it seems like, we're going to control according to the Monroe Doctrine, we're going to control our hemisphere. China's going to control theirs. Russia's going to control theirs. And probably Saudi Arabia will control that region. So, I just like England. England is a fucking mess. Absolute shit show. I sent an email to a buddy of mine that works up at Menwood Hill Station, up in northern England or Scotland area. And I asked him, I said, how bad is it in England? He goes, dude, they're not even reporting half the shit. And, I think the big thing that we're looking at a huge bond market issue, right? I mean, we're even seeing it in even though I live in a township in the city, with the Hall of Fame, Pro Football Hall of Fame. You know, they sold all these bonds and all this other shit, and somebody had to have stole a shitload of money, right? Because I think it was last year, the last Hall of Fame game, or it might have been the one before, one of the major contractors who were doing this basically turned the lights off like a day before the Hall of Fame game. And Jerry Jones flew in because one of my buddies, I don't know how he's connected to the NFL, but he does a lot of driving for like the league owners when they come into town. And he had picked Jerry Jones up at the airport, and he came with $1 million in cash to pay Hilshire Clark, so they would fucking make sure that the lights were turned on and shit for the game. That's how crooked. There's this girl on TikTok. I think they call themselves the Hall of Shame, and they go over all of this stuff. And then, probably about a mile and a half, 2 miles up the road, the city tore down this school that had probably been there for about 30, 40 years. And they're building this huge complex, this huge school complex. They're already underwater on this. And now they're trying to annex the township so they can get tax dollars. Well, our trustees are like, that's not happening. You guys got yourself into this nonsense. We're not bailing you out. So that'll definitely be interesting. Like I said, I hadn't heard anything about this naval yard shooting, but somebody did confirm to me in DC that there was an active scene. So it'll be interesting, because I think I seen something about Adam Schiff. I think somebody sent me a text message that him and Comey are getting reindicted. Well, Comey's getting reindicted. And, Schiff's fucked. And you notice how quiet Congress is about this Eric Swalwell. I have a feeling this dude is squealing. Because, Mama Nancy ain't protecting him no more in the dirty trick squad. Oh, I just got it. I like this guy, as a personality. Blazing Press, he just come up and he said, the Iran deal, another sham wow. He's getting ready to go live. I just seen something about Arizona. What the hell was it? It was pretty... What's the BS stuff with the tariff refunds? Which one do you mean? You talk about where they're being forced allegedly to pay back businesses, or you referring to the refund check. Oh, it was reported? Okay. Oh, yeah, Swalwell's buddy's fucked. I really like to know who was holding the camera. Threat was reported. I'd love to know who they rushed out of the Navy Yard, because whoever it was, they were booking them pretty quick. The other countries. I haven't seen anything about that. Yeah, I think we're possibly just a few days, if not a few weeks away from a perp walk. Let's see here. They're calling this shit on Telegram Happy Q Day because it's the 17th. It's pretty funny. Yeah, see, and this is some of the like misinformation, right? That you put it out there as fact. Israel decided not to respect the ceasefire. Explosions across southern Lebanon. Israel is carrying out a large-scale detonation of Lebanese infrastructure, violating the ceasefire. Well, like I said, I like him, but he must not have seen the part that Trump authorized Israel to hit these targets. So I guess yeah, I'm surprised we haven't heard from Carrie Lake, but I think she's been doing a lot of depositions and testifying. Oh, that's the big thing I wanted to tell you guys about. And like I said, this is just either Trump being a tool bag or he's telling you something. Oh yeah, I look for Turkey to do something as well. Let's see. All right, so remind me to tell you about, or if I ask you guys what the hell was I going, Trump's interview with the photographer. All right. Let me see what the date is on this. So it was 11:25 Mountain Time. Simmons. All right. So Fox News did an interview, and it looks like it's from the White House, the front lawn, of the downed pilot, who was a female, an older lady, probably in her late 50s. Still possible, but I don't think somebody of that age is going to still be flying. So you see that interview, and then the lady who delivered Trump's McDonald's through DoorDash grandma, and then she was the same lady who was testifying in front of Congress. What? Yeah, well, I'm in my early 50s, so and they put in here central casting, the plot thickens. So the phrase that pretty much sticks out in 4chan is when President Trump was being interviewed when he was standing in the White House with the... Oh, so you did see it, Linda? That's wild. How is this lady the down pilot, the DoorDash grandma, and this person testifying in Congress? I want to get the live clip from Fox on all three of those and show them. Because, you could tell people and they won't believe you no matter what. But in the Q post, it says the storm is upon us, right? And that's when basically shit's about ready to happen. So Trump was doing an interview with the official White House photographer. And the White House photographer asked about a storm. And Trump said, "I am the storm." What? I'm telling you. Either we are totally 100% getting hoodwinked, or we're about ready to see some shit. And I think we're about ready to see some shit. I think we are... Yeah, I can't believe he said, "I am the storm." I was like, holy shit. Hold on 1 second. I gotta let my mother know that my brother landed in Tampa. Give me 1 minute. Alrighty. I kept telling my mom today that my brother was gonna get hijacked. So at least I could tell her that he finally landed. Yeah. Oh, it's too damn quiet. Way too quiet. Way quiet. When it gets, well, I'll tell you, when all the guys that I talk to on a regular basis go radio silent, something large is about ready to break loose. Because they don't want to slip up and accidentally say something. So, yeah, and then listen to this crazy shit. So, one of my neighbors, he's like 33, 34 years old. He's got 5 boys, and they're all under 10. And, yeah, he, and I think it's this weekend, but I could be wrong. His kids are huge pro wrestling fans. And he was telling me last week that he bought tickets for Las Vegas. And he texted me a little bit ago saying that they are at some Hall of Fame induction, or they were in line, and he was telling me that the seats that they bought, so it was him, his wife, and his boys, I think they were like $580 a ticket. I was like, what? I remember when I was a kid, like, my grandfather would take us boys to watch wrestling, and I think the tickets were like $15. When he said that, I was like, holy shiznits. I was like, why don't you just watch it on TV? He's like, oh no. They specifically said they wanted to go. I was like, oh my God. Did you fucking take a mortgage out on the house? I mean, he said this trip was probably $42,000 just in tickets, or $4,200. Oh yeah. I mean, I think he said this whole trip, this isn't gambling or like eating. I think he said it was like 18 grand. I was like, because they got, I guess, tickets for all 3 nights. So, you got, and then the one, I think he said the second night of it, they're like 3rd row ringside, and he said those were like 10 grand a piece. And I could be wrong. I was just, when he was throwing these numbers out, I was like, you better get a Hummer for that. And, jeez, I was like, I'd much rather sit my happy ass at home if I was going to watch something like, 25, if they're, okay, $2,500 a piece, right? So maybe it was just the tickets, and the airline tickets was 18 grand. That sounds more. I was like, oh, what's it on? Is it like pay-per-view, or because now I want I want to see his dumb ass there. They're not worth it. Oh, I mean, I better. I think whatever seats he got for the second, and I guess they ordered these like maybe 8 months ago. But whatever ESPN AP carrying it. Oh, the ESPN app. Yeah, I think I get that as part of my cable service. There, I have an app on my TV for it. So I guess that starts tonight. Maybe it's on now. But he was telling me, well, with the second night, they get to keep the chairs. And I was like, keep the chairs, motherfucker. I'll be stealing some chairs. But I guess they're like commemorative seating chairs. So, make a top bunk. Oh my God. Maybe I'll text him. It's like, hey man, can you get some can you get some cardboard and draw a bunk? That's funny. That is funny. For a Saturday, there's a lot of air traffic up in the air. A lot of military aircraft up in the air. I'm telling you, I get these weird feelings. And Hall of Fame tonight, WrestleMania, Saturday and Sunday, okay. Yeah, and then he said, I think he said he didn't tell his wife, but I think he said he took like 20 grand to gamble on. I was like, shit, you better hope you gamble and win to get some of that nonsense back. Oh yeah, you're right. For some reason, all day today, I thought it was Saturday. Maybe it's because I did payroll ahead of time. You were seated next to a 300-pounder. Nice. Oh, boy. All right, let me... Yeah, you're right. When it's quiet, it's not. Yeah. All right, let me get... I gotta go over to the guest house here for a couple minutes. Let me get... the EAMs are up. Let me get the BBC. I'm trying to get the frequency for Armed Forces Radio.
The BBC World Service, first a summary of the latest world news. BBC News with Gabriel O'Regan. President Trump has again insisted the US will recover Iran's highly enriched uranium as part of a deal to end the war.
Mr. Trump said I think we already got it.
With Iran to retrieve what he called the nuclear dust buried by US airstrikes last year and bring it to America. In Washington says the speech in Arizona was designed to please his home audience.
I think the president's keenly aware of the pressure he's facing domestically, both in terms of petrol prices and from those, many of whom are within his own base, that he not get the U.S. involved in protracted conflict overseas again. And I think in his speech tonight, he kind of said that without saying it directly. He very much framed the operation in Iran as America First operations that were undertaken to achieve American foreign policy goals and American objectives.
But Iran Iran's foreign ministry spokesman has said the uranium would not be transferred anywhere and the issue hadn't even been raised in negotiations. In the same speech, President Trump insisted a U.S. blockade of Iranian ports would continue until a deal is fully signed. Reacting on social media, the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, threatened to reverse the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz unless the blockade was lifted. Arsenio Dominguez, the head of the International Maritime Organization, which regulates shipping safety, told the BBC he needs more details.
Right now, still
I already talked about it, sissy.
Guarantees in relation to the safety and security of the corridor that IMO has established since 1968. There should not be additional authorizations or approvals from any of the parties in this respect. So I do call for...
Don't they have like a fat kid enhancement price on tickets now?
The Lebanese president says his country is entering a new phase to transform a temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah into a permanent settlement. In an address a day after the truce came into effect, Joseph Aoun said Lebanon would no longer be an arena for others. The Trump administration says it's hosted a productive meeting with the head of Anthropic following months of tension between the Defense Department and the artificial intelligence company. Earlier this year, President Trump ordered government agencies to stop using Anthropic's technology after it insisted on safeguards. Lily Jamali is our North America technology correspondent.
The dispute started when Anthropic's chief executive, Dario Amodei, refused to
Smart
allow
ass.
Pentagon to use its
What was that phone
technology
call
for
about
mass domestic
yesterday? You
surveillance
guys got
or
disconnected.
autonomous military targeting. That prompted the Pentagon to declare Anthropic a national security risk in February. Anthropic has recently developed a powerful AI model called Mythos, which it won't release to the public because it's so powerful and particularly good at hacking. However, it will be available to a few dozen companies and now potentially the U.S. government.
World News from the BBC. An Irish man accused of heading one of Europe's most violent criminal gangs has been arrested in Dubai. Daniel Kinahan found fame as a boxing promoter, but his father was part of a major drug smuggling ring. Police believe he now runs the operation. The Kinahan gang were also involved in a feud with rivals, which has seen more than a dozen people killed. Ukraine's President Zelensky has warned neighboring Belarus not to get involved with Russia's invasion. In a post on social media, Mr. Zelensky said new roads and artillery positions were being built by Belarus close to the border. He told the Belarusian leadership Kyiv would defend itself against any attack. Belarus is a strong ally of Russia, and Russian troops launched part of their invasion of Ukraine from Belarusian territory. The French video game Clair Obscur Expedition 33 has won the top prize at the BAFTA Games Awards in London. The role-playing dark fantasy adventure also won 2 other prizes. The game, designed by Sapphire Interactive, has become a global sensation since its launch a year ago, selling more than 5 million copies. In December, it became the first French production to win Game of the Year at the Games Awards in Los Angeles. And the Brazilian basketball legend Oscar Schmidt has died at the age of 68. His family said he'd fought a brain tumor for 15 years with courage, dignity and resilience. Here's our global affairs reporter, Paul Moss.
Brazil is not exactly short of sporting heroes, but Oscar Schmidt held a special place in the country's heart. Firstly, there was the sheer longevity of his career, which took in 5 consecutive Olympic Games. That in turn enabled Schmidt to become the Olympics' highest ever basketball scorer, with more than 1,000 points to his name. But there was also the fact that he was selected by a US team, the New Jersey Nets, but declined to take up the opportunity so that he could continue to play for the Brazilian national side.
And that's the latest world news from the BBC.
Hey Doc, this thing don't start till
with the newsroom.
12
Iran
a.m.
and the United States are trying to navigate their way towards peace talks and a potential deal. Both sides have taken to social media and social platforms, putting out statements, but some of them paint a confusing picture. Iran says the Strait of Hormuz is open, but shipping companies have been warned to steer clear. Donald Trump says Iran will give up its enriched uranium. Tehran says they've agreed to no such thing. Well, the US president's claimed there are no sticking points left and that a deal is very close, going as far as saying Tehran has agreed to everything. In the past few hours, he gave a speech to his supporters in Arizona.
We're getting along well, but who knows? Who knows with anyone, but who knows with Iran in particular? This process should go very quickly, and that most of the points are already negotiated and agreed to. He'll be very happy.
He then doubled down on his claim that Iran had agreed to hand over its enriched uranium.
And somebody said, how are we going to get the nuclear test? We're going to get it by going in with Iran, with lots of excavators, because the B-2s, remember when fake news CNN said, well, maybe obliteration is too strong a word. Obliteration. That's so deep. We need the biggest excavators you can imagine, but we're going to go
Okay,
with Iran.
how do you watch the first show? Same thing?
And on Friday, Iran's foreign ministry said the country's stockpile would not be transferred anywhere, denying the Islamic Republic had agreed to any such thing in negotiations. We'll be speaking to our US correspondent very shortly. Another major point of contention is the key shipping route, the Strait of Hormuz. The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said Iran was reopening the strait to all commercial shipping while the ceasefire in Lebanon remained in place. Well, shortly after that, the US President Donald Trump welcomed the news, writing in all caps, "Thank you." But despite markets celebrating these announcements with remarkable gains and oil prices dropping sharply, has anything actually changed? A question for our security correspondent, Frank Gardner.
Absolutely nothing has changed. The Strait of Hormuz is no more open right now than it was 24 hours ago. This is entirely performative. It has fooled some people, but it's not fooling the shipping industry one bit. They're wise to this. I've spoken to
Yes, it is,
the
Sissy.
International Maritime Organization and to others. The practicalities of this is that Iran is saying, yeah, the Strait of Hormuz is open if you follow our rules. And those rules are, you've got to, instead of following the well-established, what's called the TSS, the Traffic Separation Scheme, which has been in happy existence since the 1960s, you've got to follow a northern route and be checked over by the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps Navy. It's unacceptable to the global shipping industry and to the United States, whose, incidentally, their own blockade of Iran's ports remains in place. So the shipping industry isn't moving at all on this. No one's going anywhere on it.
Arsenio Dominguez is the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization. He says there are still too many question marks.
We need to make sure that the Strait of Hormuz is safe for ships and in particular for the crew to navigate through it. We have a mechanism for a corridor, a maritime corridor for the ships to operate. We need to make sure that it is free and that there's no hazards there. Before all that, I need further verification in order to provide that to the shipping industry as well, that there will be no risks for the ships and that it will be in accordance to international law and in particular the freedom of navigation. And there's no further details. So of course, this is very fluid at the moment and there are not safety guarantees that we can provide or that we can recommend for not only insurance, but for the ships themselves to operate.
Well, let's go live to BBC Persian's US correspondent, Barman Kalbasi, who joins us now in the newsroom. And Barman, can we go to this question of uranium and the confusion that surrounds it? I mean, we've heard essentially two completely opposing points of view being put forward by either side. So where are we on that?
We seem to be where we were before these talks started, except or notwithstanding the declarations that President Trump has made throughout today. And that was where Iran basically refused to send out the uranium, the enriched uranium, but had offered, as it did before the war, to dilute it to a level that would never be able to use in any weaponization program. So that seems to still be the offer from Iran. There has been no indication whatsoever from them that they're prepared to send that material out. Now, obviously, in the last 12 hours, we've heard from the president multiple times that they have agreed to all of this, including sending out the material to a foreign country or to the United States. He even talked about jointly going in, is the conversation he had with a CBS reporter, going in with the Iranians and extracting it and bringing it to the United States. All of this has been declared completely fictional. As far as the Iranians are concerned, we just had a few tweets from the Speaker of the House, the man who's been the head of the delegation of the conversations and the negotiations with J.D. Vance in Islamabad, who in that tweet said the President of the United States has made 7 claims. All 7 are false. So it's unclear where the President is getting all of this. There's a lot of speculation about what the Pakistanis are telling the president and how much is that what the Iranians have been telling the Pakistanis. But whatever the source, the stance from Iran has unequivocally stayed as it was before, that they're prepared to deal with the issue as the worrisome issue of the 60% enriched uranium by diluting it, and no indication that they're prepared to send it out.
So why is Donald Trump painting this picture that Tehran is agreeing to all of his demands? Is it just in pure hope that might force their hand?
It is very hard to be in the man's mind at this point, but we've seen these trends before, almost like he is trying to tweet his will into reality. But this is not Iran, and especially after this 40-day of bombardment, it hasn't really changed its stance when it comes to its principal issues, whether it's be it nuclear or its missile system, and its drones and its support for proxies. None of that, we have not seen a fundamental shift in any of those positions. So maybe the president is hoping that, as you said, is putting Iran in a position where it doesn't want to risk saying something that president hasn't said. But even in the last hour, he just gave a speech and said the exact same things that he's been posting, except with one sentence: "You never know with the Iranians." So maybe providing himself some leeway to say they changed their mind again, or they had agreed to something that they're reneging on. That remains to be seen. But as far as the Iranians are concerned, there's no sign of this.
Thank you for joining us, BBC Persian's US correspondent Barman Kolbasi here on the newsroom. Well, another US story, and the White House fell out spectacularly with the AI company Anthropic earlier this year, you may remember, after the company refused to allow the US military to use its AI tools to make military targeting decisions without human intervention. Well, Donald Trump then said, "We don't need it, we don't want it, and we will not do business with them again." Now, though, after developing its most powerful AI tool yet, Anthropic's CEO, Dario Amodei, has been in Washington for a meeting, which the White House described as productive. Our technology correspondent, Lid Jamali, told us more.
It's called the Claude Mythos Preview, and it is, yet the latest AI model that Anthropic has developed. But as you know, these models keep getting more and more powerful with each iteration. And what Anthropic is saying is that this one is so powerful that it actually can't release it to the public. Only a couple dozen companies are going to have access to it. What makes it so powerful is its ability to pretty much autonomously find bugs in software. And it can also go to the next step and develop exploits, as they're known in cybersecurity land, to basically hack systems, to develop hacks that can break into systems and do a lot of damage.
So why is the White House interested in this product? Because that is quite an awkward conversation that would have been happening earlier on.
Yeah, you can see why the White House might not want that model to get in the wrong hands. And the government certainly has potential uses for this, because there are all kinds of actors out there, including some countries that are well known to try and exploit cyber-sensitive issues in systems around the world. So the White House telling the BBC that they had this productive and constructive meeting with Anthropic. It's worth noting that when Anthropic released this news about Mythos last week, we heard Dario Amodei, who is the CEO of Anthropic, make clear that they had actually already spoken to officials across the U.S. government and offered to collaborate with them on Mythos, even as this massive fight was in the background between his company and the Pentagon. You might remember Amodei saying he didn't want Claude being used in certain contexts, such as mass domestic surveillance and autonomous targeting decisions, and that basically landed them on a blacklist until now. And this meeting is a really distinct shift in that relationship.
I was wondering what's in it for Anthropic. Is it just the potential license from the White House, the money that they could make? Is that why
Dario would even go to the meeting.
I think it's partly potentially the money or the promise of future government contracts, which they are pretty much shut out of. So you have to imagine it's on their wish list. But I think the other thing that Anthropic gets out of this is an opportunity to mend relations with the federal government in the country where they operate. And it's also, frankly, great marketing for Anthropic to have developed a technology that is so powerful that even the government of the United States may have to change course in quite dramatic fashion because this stuff is too critical for even the U.S. government to do without.
Lily Jamali in Silicon Valley, and this is Chris Barrow with the newsroom here on the BBC World Service. Now, as organised crime bosses go, they don't get much bigger, allegedly, than Daniel Kinahan. His apparent rise from low-level dealer in his home city of Dublin to head of a global family cartel involved in drugs, firearms and money laundering has inspired dozens of fictional dramas and documentaries, like the 2025 BBC programme Kinahan, The True Story of Ireland's Mafia.
A family like few others. The Kinahans were street dealers who became billionaires. Dublin's deadliest.
They would have been considered as gangland royalty.
And one of the world's most wanted.
You're in the league of Pablo Escobar.
A Celtic cartel with global ambition.
This emerging new generation of narcos. Cops all over the world want to be the guy that gets that head up on their wall.
Well, now it seems the authorities have finally caught up with Daniel Kinahan. The 48-year-old from Dublin was detained on Friday in the United Arab Emirates after an arrest warrant issued by the Irish courts. He also had a $5 million US bounty on his head. Danny Gold presents the Underworld podcast, which is focused on this particular case.
Daniel Kinahan is much more than just your run-of-the-mill gang leader, though he did fight a particularly brutal war in Dublin versus the Hutch crime family, where there were quite a few shootings and murders and things like that. But in reality, he is allegedly the biggest drug trafficker into Europe. He's well connected with Dutch Moroccan gangs, North African smuggling groups, Colombian cartels, Italian organized crime. He was reported to be this broker of like a super cartel that helped distribute cocaine all over Europe. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions. Said to be the biggest cartel in Europe. He also has alleged connections to Iranian networks, Hezbollah networks, which might have been one of the reasons why he was just arrested, because he'd been in Dubai for quite a long time. But this man was at the top of international organized crime. It's interesting. A video came out about a month ago from a reporting organization called Bellingcat. They had spotted Kinahan, I believe, and his father about a year ago at a UFC match. But they only really realized it, I think, in the last month. So the heat was on, and he was sitting next to someone who had been linked to oil smuggling from Iran. So there's a lot of international intrigue there. I mean, in 2020, that's how safe Dubai felt for these guys. There was still a lot of warrants out for him, a lot of alleged crimes being committed, and he was giving press conferences, doing big deal fights with Tyson Fury, I believe, with Anthony Joshua in Dubai. Things got a little hot, and he sort of calmed down and got out of the public eye. It's probably not smart to launch this second career in 2020, but I think that's how invincible and powerful he felt.
Well, Stephen Breen is crime editor with the Irish Sun and co-author of Kinahan Assassins and the Cartel. He says this latest arrest represents a significant breakthrough in the operation to bring the Kinahan cartel to justice.
The Irish police have always said that they would be relentless in this pursuit. Only a number of months ago, you had a senior Kinahan figure, Sean McGovern, who was brought back to Ireland from Dubai. He was the first individual connected to that group to be brought back to Ireland. But this is the first time where you have someone of Daniel Kinahan's status within that group, someone who's been named as the overall leader, being brought back to Ireland on the basis of a treaty that was signed between the Irish authorities and the Dubai authorities. So it's quite important that it's not just Daniel Kinahan, it's about the authorities targeting all members of the Kinahan organised crime group. So he was arrested during the week. He's now being held in custody, and it's a matter of time to wait and see if he will fight the extradition going back to Ireland.
Stephen Breen, crime editor with the Irish Sun. Well, every winter, Canada's armed forces patrol its northernmost regions, and this year's mission was its largest yet, with a contingent from Greenland joining the Rangers for part of the journey. In the wake of increased geopolitical tension across the Arctic, there's more pressure than ever on the Rangers, as Nadine Youssef found out when she accompanied the team as they travelled by snowmobile across Canada's northern coast.
I'm with Canadian Army reservists and combat members. This is the last leg of a marathon 2-month ground patrol of one of the harshest environments on Earth, Canada's vast Arctic. So far, they have driven their snowmobiles for 5,000 kilometers through rugged, icy terrain. This mammoth patrol is being undertaken by Canadian Rangers. The team is a combination of combat soldiers and Northern Canada's Indigenous population. Together, they marry their traditional knowledge with modern technology to keep an eye on Canada's Arctic, which makes up 40% of the country's landmass.
There's not many people in this world who can go 5,000 kilometers across the Northwest Passage on the coldest winter in living memory.
This is Travis Haynes, the lieutenant colonel on the mission.
That is a message, I think, to Canadians they should be proud of.
The Rangers survey the North every year, but this year's patrol was the largest yet. Their mission is made more relevant by the geopolitical scramble for the Arctic's resources as the climate warms. It also comes just a few months after U.S. President Donald Trump threatened to annex Greenland.
We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it.
Trump has also referred to Canada repeatedly in the past as the 51st state, galvanizing an uncharacteristic show of nationalism from Canadians. For Barney Agark, an Indigenous Inuit member of the Canadian Rangers, the patrol is not just about national security. It is also about protecting his ancestral land.
It means everything to us because we have to let the rest of the world know we are here and this is our home. And we're going to protect it with everything we have, whether it's the land itself, the sea, the people.
Agark is from a hamlet called Chesterfield Inlet in Canada's Nunavut territory. He tells me that Nunavut means our land in Inuktitut, his native language.
That was the reason why our territory chose that name in our language, and we've been here for centuries. We were the first ones here, and we're not going anywhere.
Canadian governments have been criticized over the years for financially neglecting Canada's north and for falling short of their NATO commitments to defense spending. That has recently changed under Prime Minister Mark Carney, who last month announced a multi-billion-dollar plan to upgrade military infrastructure in the Arctic.
With this plan, we are taking control of our future. We will no longer rely on others to defend our Arctic security or to fuel our economy.
The opposition Conservatives have called on Carney to go further and build permanent military bases in the Canadian Arctic. There are currently none. Meanwhile, Russia has built dozens in its Arctic region. Still, the new funding has been welcomed by both locals and the military. The Rangers have already started talking about the next mission, where they plan to go to the northernmost point of Canada. But for now, their return was welcomed by hugs from their family and friends.
Well done, buddy.
Nadine Youssef with that report. Now, here in London, the red carpet was rolled out for the BAFTA Games Awards, which celebrate outstanding achievement in creativity in the video game industry. And the big moment of the night came right at the end when the winner of Best Game was announced.
And the winner is Clair Obscure Expedition 33.
I would have paused for way longer than that, wouldn't you? Well, the ceremony wrapped up a few hours ago, and our reporter Andrew Rogers spoke to us from the venue.
Clair Obscure Expedition 33 was the winner tonight, and it was a bit expected. They were up for the most categories, nominated in the most. However, it is a huge win for a studio that's not existed for very long, based in France, and they brought this dark fantasy story to the market, which has combined a lot of things that people have liked. Reviewers praised it for its gameplay. It's also got some really strong acting performances, and it won in the best performance category tonight. And it also has a story that's connected with a lot of people, dealing with some quite complicated issues like grief and loss, and all things that have really brought it together to be something that the judges wanted to praise tonight.
It didn't sweep the board, though, like everybody expected. It didn't take home quite as many awards. Why was that? Was there just a really good line-up in the other categories?
Yeah, it definitely wasn't a clean sweep. 3 awards in total, and superhero comedy game Dispatch won 3 as well. So it definitely wasn't dominating the awards like we might have expected. This year, it was quite strong in terms of lots of different types of games being nominated, and of course, you could say that perhaps there were fewer new big games out this year because a lot of them were keeping the year free for the new Grand Theft Auto 6 game, that massive game that was due to come out, that has been delayed and now won't come out until later this year at the earliest.
Do you think there's any kind of overall theme with some of the releases that did win this year? Because I noticed that another game called Atomfall, it has quite a sort of post-apocalyptic vibe, that one. You mentioned Dispatch, kind of superhero dark sense of humour, quite a dark game in many ways. And then the one that took the grand prize, Claire Obscure, they all have this sort of slightly darker sense to them. I mean, I know there's the family game categories, but overall, do you think there's a shift towards that kind of post-apocalyptic vibe?
Yeah, there does seem to be a bit of a theme there. In fact, if anything, I would say the theme is perhaps less the post-apocalyptic vibe, but it's more games that are telling something deeper with their stories, people's lives, people's feelings, and, you know, wanting to say something with a game rather than necessarily the ones that are, you know, you're jumping to platforms or, you know, shooting, and those are obviously the ones that sell extremely well, but not always the ones that win here at the BAFTAs.
I think escapism is a big deal at the moment, potentially, with some of the other news stories that are going on. Just tell us, for those who don't game that much, how big of an industry is this really? Because it compares to film, doesn't it?
Well, and by many measures, it's as big as, if not bigger than the film and the TV industry combined globally. So, you know, it is massive, and even if you don't play games, it is influencing culture more and more. One of the interesting things is the increasing blurring between film and TV and games. For example, the new Indiana Jones game was up for awards tonight, and tonight was also the debut of the new theme for the Bond game that's coming out soon, and it's going to have one of those epic songs attached to it in the same way that Bond movies do. So absolutely, it's a big industry, and it's only getting bigger.
Andrew Rogers there, reporting from the gaming BAFTAs. And we've had a comment in from Kieran to the BBC saying a game that was only recently released called Crimson Desert has just passed the 5 million copies sold mark. Says it's a great game with very active developers listening to the critique and acting quickly. It could be prominent at next year's awards. I totally agree. That's it for now from the newsroom.
This is the BBC World Service, with the latest news, features and analysis from around the world.
These are our main stories.
The world already is very stretched. If we see a massive new wave of displacement come out of the Iran war, there's simply no capacity to handle that right now.
Why are so many countries striking trade deals with India? Today we're asking, is the world's fastest growing major economy about to go into overdrive?
The stories that matter, wherever you are.
One after the other, women rose to their feet and called the hall to these chants of Jinjian Azadi, woman, life, freedom.
If Ukraine is to move forward, it must face the reality that many men of fighting age are not joining up. It's the war behind the war.
News from the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
This is the BBC World Service, and coming up after the news, the global story. Have you recently sent anyone a private message that you would prefer not to be published on the internet? Well, some intelligence agencies believe that ship may have sailed. They've uncovered a major cyber attack linked to China that could compromise every US citizen and people all around the world. To understand the scale of the threat, join me, Tristan Redman, in 2 minutes.
BBC News with Gabriel O'Regan. President Trump has again insisted the US will recover Iran's highly enriched uranium as part of a deal to end the war, contradicting Iran's stance. Speaking to supporters in Arizona, Mr. Trump said the US would work with Iran using lots of excavators to dig out what he called the nuclear dust buried by US airstrikes last year and bring it to America. The Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Mohammad Baghir Ghalibaf, has threatened to reverse Iran's decision to reopen the Strait of Hormuz unless a US blockade of Iranian ports was lifted. The head of the International Maritime Organization warned that specific guarantees were not in place to ensure the safety of shipping in the strait. The Trump administration says it's hosted a productive meeting with the head of Anthropic following months of tension between the Pentagon and the artificial intelligence company. Anthropic's powerful new AI model, Claude Mythos, is regarded by defense experts as a potentially vital tool to enhance US security. Pope Leo has warned against the increasing use of AI, saying it could spread polarization, conflict, fear and violence while on a trip to Cameroon. He also said the relentless pursuit of rare earths was causing environmental devastation. An Irishman accused of heading one of Europe's most violent criminal gangs has been arrested in Dubai. Police believe Daniel Kinahan runs a major drug smuggling ring. More than a dozen people have been killed in a feud with rivals. Train tickets from New York City to the stadium hosting the Football World Cup final this year will cost $150, prompting accusations of price gouging. The fare is an 11-fold increase. And the French video game Clair Obscur Expedition 33 has won the top prize at the BAFTA Games Awards in London. The role-playing dark fantasy adventure game has become a global sensation since its launch a year ago, selling more than 5 million copies. And that's the latest world news from the BBC.
Imagine you're an up-and-coming politician in the United States. Your career is just getting underway. You don't know it yet, but in 2036, you'll be nominated to run for president. Except, sitting on the servers of a foreign power right now are some compromising messages you sent in 2022. And they're just waiting to come back to bite you when you make it big. This is a scenario that some intelligence agencies fear may be coming our way, after a giant Chinese intelligence hack of data carried out by a group known as Salt Typhoon was uncovered. The Chinese government has denied responsibility for Salt Typhoon, but it's believed to have targeted Donald Trump, the Vice President J.D. Vance, but also potentially every living American citizen, and people from around the world too. Today on the show, we speak with a former high-ranking official from the Biden administration who tells us that years from now, even encrypted data could become available to anyone, provided they have a powerful enough computer. From the BBC, I'm Tristan Redmond in London. And today on The Global Story, how did a huge hack go unnoticed for so long? And what does it say about who's winning the global cyber war? To understand the scale of the Salt Typhoon hack, we turn to someone who was right in the thick of it. Asma has been speaking with Anne Neuberger, a former Deputy National Security Advisor under Joe Biden. Neuberger was in charge of cybersecurity in the previous White House. Asma started by asking her how she found out about this massive data breach.
This would have been in the spring of 2024. So I was serving in the White House, so I was working in the secure rooms in the White House where the National Security Council, where I serve, typically sits. It was a conversation with the chief operating officer of a large telecom, where he said to me, you know, the Chinese compromised the system we use to track people who are maybe under investigation by the FBI. So most countries have a way to determine if there's a particular person of suspicion. There's a concern that they may be conducting a crime. There's a way for the telecom systems to actually determine their communication. The Chinese compromised that. So essentially they turned our telecommunication systems into their espionage system. And that's when I realized the potential scale. Because everything rides on telecom. A private communication I may have with my mom, or a CEO may be having with another CEO as they negotiate a deal, or for that matter, when the president is talking to key senators on the Hill. Those all ride on our telecommunications, and that is why telecommunications was such a target of interest to the Chinese government from an espionage perspective.
What exactly was this operation?
The Chinese compromised telecommunications. As I mentioned, telecommunications are the foundation of our digital infrastructure. Private conversations, corporate conversations, national security secrets all travel across a country's telecommunications.
Encrypted and unencrypted.
Both.
Okay. And so this was across various telecom companies.
Can you tell us a little bit about what those companies were and which companies were targeted?
I don't want to speak to individual companies, but it ranged from large global telecommunications firms to really small regional ones near military bases who provided services to those bases. And hence the conversations that they carry could be of interest to a foreign government.
And how did you figure out who did this? You mentioned that in that initial call you had with them at a major telecoms company, that it was clear that this was the Chinese. How did you all detect that it was the Chinese?
So first, China has one of the most, if not the most, sophisticated and large cyber hacking program in the world. So some of it comes from the intelligence community and their insights, but often what we'll see is by pulling the thread from compromised systems to the systems those compromised systems talk with, when you pull that thread all the way back, you can often identify the set of techniques and the actors, which often match a particular country.
Once you have figured out who did this, it sounds like the telecom company had a sense of who it was. You all were able to confirm that additional information and said, okay, yes, these are Chinese actors. Was it clear to you that it went up to the Chinese government?
There are typically two types of actors in cyberspace. There's countries and criminals. The technique we see criminals using is ransomware. They do it to make money. They essentially lock a system and ask the company to pay a ransom, typically in cryptocurrency, to unlock it. So that's the MO, make money out of it. The MO of compromise a system, carefully hide your tracks, stay in there for a long time. We believe the compromise of the telecoms could have gone on undetected for up to 3 years.
Wow.
That's typically a country conducting espionage.
3 years prior to when it was detected, Ed?
Yes, for some of the telecoms. And that's a key point, because that meant that those telecoms had such spotty cybersecurity or such gaps in their cybersecurity that there could be an attacker in their network for that long. Now, the Chinese do a good job of compromising systems, hiding their tracks, but still, that there could be an attacker in their networks for that long without being detected.
Got it. So just to be clear on what you're saying, it seems like part of what made it clear to you all that this is a state actor, a country actor, is that this went so undetected. It went undetected for so long. And that a criminal would make themselves known because they want to get something out of it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Countries and criminals have different goals.
Interesting.
Countries want espionage.
Yeah.
Or to pre-position to cause trouble at a period of geopolitical crisis. Criminals want to make a buck.
And the country, you're saying, went undetected for quite some time, and in some ways you could argue maybe would have preferred to remain undetected for many years to come.
Absolutely. The dream of intelligence operations is to collect intelligence for as long as absolutely possible.
So let's talk about what was actually obtained here. What is the most sensitive information that they got?
There were really three kinds of information. One, phone calls. Sensitive phone calls between, as you would expect, high-level policymakers, which could be of espionage interest to them. Second, cell carriers or cell phone towers identify where the cell phones are. And if somebody's holding a cell phone, that helps identify where a person is. So we believe they were able to potentially track persons of interest across the U.S. government. Maybe people the U.S. government was tracking as potential Chinese spies. Maybe people working at sensitive sites in the United States. And then the third thing is individuals who the U.S. government may be monitoring via our telecommunications systems.
I see. There were reports that this hack allowed the Chinese government to spy on, as you say, government officials, also high-level politicians, Donald Trump's phone calls, for example. Is that accurate?
I won't identify any specific individuals, but people making a phone call on an open phone system without using an encryption application like WhatsApp, like Signal, those phone calls, by the kind of access the Chinese had, could have been intercepted and collected.
Got it. So it's certainly plausible, even if you're not going to go there, that could be that type of phone call.
Based on the kind of access the Chinese government had, any phone call of interest, they could have made a copy of.
Got it.
Take offline for broader intelligence.
Okay. And I know that officials told the New York Times that this hack may have stolen information from nearly every American. Is that true?
Everyone uses our phones, right? We use phones to communicate. We use phones to check in on our kids.
Yeah.
There's a broad swath of Americans, and by that matter, other citizens around the world, communications that was available to them to collect. And we know the Chinese do broad-scale surveillance operations.
So, not just Americans, you're saying, were affected here. It was
we know
people
that the
around
Chinese
the world.
compromised telecoms around the world.
Did you alert the president about this?
Yes, the president would have been briefed, as he routinely was, whenever there were major cyber incidents.
What was his reaction to this? Do you recall?
You know, as you would expect, the first reaction is, how could this happen? The second one is, how do we make sure it never happens again? And the third is, typically, how do we convey to the foreign government that these kinds of activities aren't acceptable?
You mentioned that you also, as part of the process of trying to let people know about the significance of this, you sort of quietly start alerting allies. How did you all do that?
You know, typically, the more sensitive things are shared by the intelligence community with intelligence agencies, the technical details. The bigger picture significance of this, you know, will be shared by myself or other colleagues in the National Security Council. I pick up the phone and have a secure call with colleagues in key allied countries around the world. As you would expect, it would be Europe, the Indo-Pacific, key ally in the Middle East. And typically the fastest way that we notify key partners is we'll get on a secure call or a secure video. In a couple of cases, I did fly over to a particular country in order to walk them through in detail the seriousness of this and also to answer any questions.
And I know at some point later you all also briefed the press. For listeners who may not know, I used to cover the White House, and I recall you talking to White House reporters. I remember that moment, but I will also say to you candidly, I don't know that many of my colleagues understood this to be a very significant moment. I don't know that a whole lot of stories actually came out in the press after that. When you briefed the press and you held a couple of calls with reporters, what was the motivation there? What were you all trying to accomplish?
There's a major national security threat playing out, and we wanted to be transparent with the press and have them talk about this threat and help us in getting companies and citizens to understand the threat and act.
Do you think citizens understood?
Probably a mix. Those that are more technologically astute understood when we said, please use an encrypted app if you're having a sensitive conversation. Use WhatsApp, use Signal, because then your communication is encrypted end-to-end and cannot be intercepted.
So some of this is happening, Anne, against the backdrop, just to remind listeners, of a pretty competitive presidential election that's also happening. This is the fall of 2024. Joe Biden, former president, decides not to run, but his vice president Kamala Harris does. And we see all this happening. We then see Trump win the election. And just days before Trump's inauguration, I recall that you all sanctioned a couple of Chinese companies that you all believe were part of this hack. And can you explain to me why you did that?
In some cases in China, China's cybersecurity companies also play a role in China's offensive program. And we want to make that clear, that companies that call themselves cybersecurity companies should not be conducting offensive activity on behalf of their government.
I want to talk about what the consequences long-term of this hack could be. I think some folks might hear this and think, okay, there was this hack, it's been patched, it's been fixed. So now what? We move on. What, in your view, are the consequences? What's the sort of worst-case scenario of the information that was obtained?
You know, people often ask, if data is encrypted, will that always be secure? And the answer is yes, unless a country creates a quantum computer that can break encryption. Essentially, think about encryption as the virtual equivalent of a lockbox. If I mail you a lockbox, if you have the private key, if you have the key, you can just unlock it when you get it. Well, if I'm sending you a message and I want to do so securely in cyberspace, encryption is the set of math, the key, that allows you to unlock that private message. And the math underpinning that tells us that those encryption keys are secure. Quantum technology is a different kind of technology that could potentially unlock those keys far more quickly than traditional classical computers could. We believe that no government has a quantum computer today, and that they're probably a decade out, as the science is rather complex. But one concern the U.S. intelligence community has had is that China has been collecting encrypted information that could be of value even 10 years from now. Think about the encrypted details of a weapons program. So that if indeed they were able to develop a quantum computer and could decrypt that, even 10 years from now, they could learn specific national security secrets.
That is wild, Anne. Well, on that note, thank you so much for being very generous with your time. I appreciate it.
Such a pleasure to be here with you.
So that's how Salt Typhoon looked from inside the US government. But how unusual is all of this anyway these days? Aren't all countries engaged in some form of cyber espionage? To put Salt Typhoon in context, Asma turned to the BBC's cyber correspondent, Joe Tidy.
Joe, welcome to the Global Story. It's wonderful to have you with us.
Thank you.
Joe, what is the simplest way that you would explain what the Salt Typhoon attacks were?
Yeah, so the Salt Typhoon attacks, they're kind of like, it's weird to talk about them in the past tense because arguably they're ongoing. It's more like the US discovered that the Chinese were carrying out this absolutely enormous surveillance operation attacking all sorts of different industries, including telecommunications, which is where they got most of the data from. And it really shocked the West because I think what we hadn't realized, what wasn't appreciated, was the scale and the bravado of the Chinese state when it came to state surveillance and hacking. And Salt Typhoon was discovered 2024, I think it was, and what they realized was that actually in some cases these sort of like hackers that have been inside the networks have been there for many years. And the whole point of this type of cyber activity, this sort of espionage, is that you get into a network, you burrow in deeply, and you extract information that could be useful to the Chinese state or, you know, whatever state it is that you're hacking for, and you're not meant to get discovered. You're not meant to get caught. And of course they did. And that's what led to an absolutely enormous upheaval of our kind of thinking around what China's capable of and what they're doing.
Well, I should say, you mentioned it's ongoing, so just to be clear, these attacks remain. They are persistent.
No doubt. I think what you get when you discover this type of intrusion is that this is what is happening right now. Obviously, you know, they were kicked out and the kind of immediate danger is over, but that information's gone. And what we assume is happening is that this is the kind of playbook that China is running its cyber operations by now, because of course if they're capable of it on this scale once, they're doing it again.
In the scope of cyber hacks, Joe, where does Salt Typhoon rank?
Certainly it's up there with the most widespread and deep intrusions that we've seen. I just think about the amount of data that was stolen in these breaches. How on earth would an organization process all of that information, all that telemetry coming in, all the telco data, all the emails? There's this huge amount of data coming in to the Chinese hacking team there. And I bet they're still picking through it, trying to find intelligence. But in terms of like whether we've seen anything similar, I was reading a report on this the other day, which was quite funny because someone described it as China doing a Snowden on America. Because, of course, Edward Snowden, very famously the contractor for the NSA, he revealed that there was a massive system of surveillance that America was using on its citizens and the rest of the world called PRISM, which was bringing in an absolute, dragnet of information to the security services. And that's what it's reminded people of. It's sort of, there's a sort of irony here where everyone's going crazy about Salt Typhoon and the information they've got, when in fact, this is years after America was revealed to be doing that already.
So you're saying that the U.S. government could be doing something very similar to other countries?
Yeah, and often it's put to me that if they're not, then I want my tax dollars back, because this is what it's all about. Protecting a country is about stealing secrets, trying to get ahead of information that's coming out of your adversaries, and then preparing for what we don't want. We absolutely do not want this, of course, but preparing for some sort of conflict, and cyber is now, we know, a big part of that. I went to a briefing with a major cybersecurity CEO, massive company, one of the biggest players, And we talked about all the things like Salt Typhoon, all the things that Russia's doing. And I put it to him, are we doing this? Is the West doing this? And he said, probably. And that's the interesting thing about these sort of conversations, is that although we need to take them seriously, and if you are a vendor or if you're a company that's meant to be protecting people's data and protecting our critical networks, then obviously, absolutely, you should sit up and pay attention and be concerned about this. But at the same time, we have to have that zoom-out approach where we realise that just because the West is saying one thing doesn't mean to say that they're not actually doing it themselves. We don't really hear about the attacks that the West does on China. We don't hear about the attacks that the West does on Russia. But they are probably happening, and I imagine that as the US is the biggest cyber superpower out there, they're probably doing all these things too.
So you're saying, Joe, that China isn't the only country, right, running some sort of cyber espionage operations. Do you have a sense of what other countries might be doing, the United States, and what do we know if what China is doing is any different than that?
Well, if you look at, for example, let's say North Korea, for example. North Korea, every country has a cyber-based operations center where they do espionage, they do power projection, they do pre-positioning for conflict. So that is kind of, we expect it to be happening. But North Korea is very different, and they kind of stand alone in a sense, because North Korean cyber actors, state-sponsored, we know that they are hacking for money, and they are making a huge amount of money. They stole $1.5 billion from a cryptocurrency exchange last year.
Oh, wow.
So, they're really affecting the GDP. Then you've got the kind of Russian approach, which is very much based around espionage and disruption and destruction, pre-positioning for conflict, that kind of thing. Very much based around what the Kremlin's goals are. But you also have this kind of massive cybercrime ecosystem, which is inside Russia, not being tackled at all by the Russian authorities, and in some cases they are having tacit approval by the Russian state to carry out attacks as long as you don't attack Russian targets. That seems to be the status quo there. When it comes to China, everything is, we think, very controlled. Everything comes from the CCP, and it's a case of, right, what do we need to do to achieve our next aims? And the way that China works, we know, is they have these ginormous 5-year, 10-year plans where they want to become, for example, the leaders in AI, the leaders in quantum, whatever it is. And we used to see many cases of the Chinese being complicit in hacking and stealing intellectual property. Now it seems, of course, if things have moved on, and they're carrying out many, many different types of attacks to carry out espionage and also to pre-position. When it comes to the US, we get very, very little data on this. Interestingly,
in terms of what the US is doing?
Yes, and UK, any NATO, but there's this alliance called the Five Eyes Alliance, which is UK, US, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand. And the kind of things they are doing together or individually, unfortunately, we just don't really hear about because of that Western cybersecurity industrial base. If they see an attack they think is carried out by the West, they'll just ignore it. And we won't hear about it. And also, we don't really hear much from the Chinese or the Russians about
what the West is doing.
Yeah, and I think that's a cultural thing. But it's changing slightly, because I've noticed the last few years, and I wrote about this recently, that China is now starting to call out the West a little bit. There was one recently where they discovered a hacking team, which they say is US-based, that had got into the central timekeepers of the Chinese industry. There's some sort of clock that the Chinese industry relies on, and the banking sector, and it's kind of like atomic time. And they'd found some sort of cyber intrusion there, which they said, and they said, we think it's the Americans, and they were going to plan to fiddle with this or mess with it or in some way cause disruption. As again, it's a pre-positioning is the implication there. China has always called the US the hacking capital of the world. Russia's always accusing the US of doing it. But those kind of little insights are very, very rare. I would love to know what the West is up to, but sadly I often just don't know.
Well, our show is about where the world and America meet. And so, Joe, it's really so fascinating to hear you describe a climate in which we are hearing of cyber warfare, not just happening, you're saying, from the Chinese, but clearly the Americans as well. And it sounds like you're saying we don't have a clear sense then of which country is on top. Because that's what I wanted to ask you is, as we move into an era where U.S. dominance is increasingly being challenged, the United States is not the sole superpower of the world, did you have a sense of which country has the upper hand in cyber surveillance, cyber warfare at this moment?
Well, handily, there's a couple of universities that carry out quite regular assessments of this. So there's the Belfer Institute and there's the International Institute for Strategic Studies as well. And they have different metrics and different parameters for how they assess the cyber superpowers. But so, for example, they'll go on what is the defense like in that country? What is the surveillance state like? What are the attack capabilities? Both of them put US at the top.
Okay.
Both those different researchers independently of each other. In fact, I think it's the International Institute for Strategic Studies. They put America at the top as the only tier 1 capable actor out there. Everyone else is tier 2, tier 3, or not even on the list. So they say America is way ahead in terms of as a cyber superpower, whereas the other university puts them as a sort of ahead of, but not that far away from what China is capable of. They
said the Belfer Center at Harvard University.
That's the one, yeah. So these researchers will both agree that America is the world's cyber superpower in all respects because of the little hints that we have had and things that we think they can do. And I think what's interesting is the last sort of 6 months or so, we have seen some more little insights into what America's capable of with the attack on Venezuela and the attack on Iran. Only now we are starting to hear a little bit more because there's a lot of fog of war and all that stuff. But we're starting to wonder whether or not, and perhaps even confirm, that cyber was used in both those attacks as a way to soften targets or kind of lay the groundwork for a conventional physical attack. So I think those little insights that we have may further help our understanding of who is kind of on top or not. But certainly America seems to be ahead.
Well, Joe, it's been a pleasure speaking with you. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
That was the BBC's cyber correspondent, Joe Tidy. And before that, you heard from former Deputy National Security Advisor, Anne Neuberger. And that's it for The Global Story for today. If you enjoyed our episode, The Global Story is also a podcast. You can find us by searching The Global Story wherever you listen. Thanks as always for joining us. We'll talk to you again tomorrow.
This is the BBC World Service, joining DNA detectives in their quest for justice.
For the past 2 years, I've had exclusive access to a cutting-edge project to find absentee military fathers. We expose a scandal that has hidden in plain sight for decades.
World of Secrets, searching for Soldier Dad. Wednesday at 12:30 and 21:30 GMT. Stumped is in 30 minutes.
Another star is born in the Indian Premier League as Praful Hingate made IPL history on debut, taking 3 wickets in his very first over. And we take a closer look at Wisden's 5 cricketers of the year with editor Lawrence Booth.
The newsroom is next. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
At 1 GMT, this is Chris Barrow with the newsroom. Donald Trump says Iran will give up its enriched uranium. Tehran says they've agreed to no such thing.
Most of the points are already negotiated and agreed to. You'll be very happy.
There's also confusion as to whether the Strait of Hormuz is open or not. We'll hear from the shipping industry. Also on the programme, we join Canadian Rangers patrolling their northern border using a combination of technology and Inuit knowledge that's been handed down the generations.
We have to let the rest of the world know we are here, and this is our home, and we're going to protect it with everything we have.
And later...
And the winner is Claire Obscure Expedition 33.
Yes, the 2026 Gaming BAFTA winners have been announced, and the favourite doesn't sweep the board as expected. You're listening to the BBC World Service. First, a summary of the latest world news.
BBC News with Gabriel O'Regan. President Trump has again insisted the US will recover Iran's highly enriched uranium as part of a deal to end the war, contradicting Iran's stance on the matter. Speaking to supporters in Arizona, Mr. Trump said the US would work with Iran.
Iran, with the help of the USA, they will never have a nuclear weapon. And somebody said, how are we going to get the nuclear dust? We're going to get it by going in with Iran, with lots of excavators. We need the biggest excavators you can imagine, but we're going to go in together with Iran. We're going to get it. We're going to take it back home to the USA. Very simple.
Earlier, the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman said the uranium would not be transferred anywhere and the issue hadn't even been raised in negotiations. In the same speech, President Trump insisted that a US blockade of Iranian ports would continue until a deal was fully signed. The Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, threatened to reverse a decision to reopen the Strait of Hormuz unless that blockade was lifted. He reiterated that passage through the waterway remains subject to Iranian authorization. Despite the news of the strait being reopened, concerns about the lack of guarantees in place to ensure the safety of shipping still remain, as our diplomatic correspondent Paul Adams explains.
For hundreds of ships and an estimated 20,000 seafarers trapped inside the Gulf for the past 6 weeks, this could be positive news. But there's lingering uncertainty about what it'll mean in practice. One captain said he'd heard other vessels asking Iran's Revolutionary Guard for permission to leave. And a maritime expert said everyone was asking the same question: is this real? With preparations underway in Islamabad for another round of US-Iranian talks, there's still no word on when it'll happen. It could be within days.
The Lebanese president has declared that his country is entering a new phase to transform a temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah into a permanent peace settlement. In a televised address a day after the truce came into effect, Joseph Aoun said Lebanon would no longer be a card in anyone's pocket and that the country's sovereignty had been recovered.
We have reclaimed Lebanon and Lebanon's decision-making power for the first time in nearly half a century. We've once again become a state that alone makes its own decisions, raises them high, and puts them into action in word and deed for the life of its people and the good of its citizens, nothing else.
The Trump administration says it's hosted a productive meeting with the head of Anthropic following months of tension between the Defense Department and the artificial intelligence company. The White House said they discussed opportunities for collaboration while ensuring safety. Earlier this year, President Trump ordered government agencies to stop using Anthropic's technology after the company insisted on safeguards to stop it being used for mass domestic surveillance or fully autonomous weapons. World News from the BBC. An Irishman accused of heading one of Europe's most violent criminal gangs has been arrested in Dubai. Daniel Kinahan found fame as a boxing promoter, but is now believed by police to run a drug smuggling ring. A statement from the Dubai police force said his arrest involved an intensive surveillance operation. India's parliament has failed to pass a bill which would have reserved a third of its seats for women. More than half of MPs in the lower house supported the measure, but it failed to gain the two-thirds to make the necessary constitutional change. Opposition parties insisted they didn't oppose the idea of reserved seats for women, but the legislation also included changes to the country's constituency boundaries, which they argued were unfair. It's been confirmed that fans' train tickets from New York City to the stadium hosting the Football World Cup final this year will cost 11 times more than usual, prompting accusations of price gouging. The US has previously committed to providing free transport for World Cup matches in its bid. Our New York correspondent, Neda Tawfiq, has more details.
NJ Transit, the operator of the train, has come under attack from football fans who say they couldn't feel less welcome. They can either pay the $150 train ticket, which is normally $12.90, take a shuttle bus for $80, spend over $200 on parking, or chance it with a rideshare with no price cap. The chief executive of NJ Transit says they aren't profiting, but attempting to recover the costs of labor and security so that it doesn't get passed on to regular commuters.
Our New York correspondent Neda Tawfiq reporting. The French video game Obscure Expedition 33 has won the top prize at the BAFTA Games Awards in London. The role-playing dark fantasy adventure, designed by Sandfall Interactive, has become a global sensation since its launch a year ago, selling more than 5 million copies. In December, it became the first French production to win Game of the Year at the Games Awards in Los Angeles. That's the latest world news from the BBC.
This is Chris Barrow with the newsroom. On paper, Iran and the United States are trying to navigate their way towards peace talks and a potential deal. Both sides have taken to media platforms putting out statements, but some of them paint a confusing picture. Iran says the Strait of Hormuz is open. The shipping companies have been warned to steer clear. Donald Trump says Iran will give up its enriched uranium. Tehran says they've agreed to no such thing. Well, the US president claimed that there are no sticking points left and that a deal is very close, going as far as saying Tehran has agreed to everything. In the past few hours, he gave a speech to his supporters in Arizona.
We're getting along well, but who knows? Who knows with anyone, but who knows with Iran in particular? This process should go very quickly, and that most of the points are already negotiated and agreed to. You'll be very happy.
He then doubled down on the claim that Iran had agreed to hand over its enriched uranium.
And somebody said, how are we going to get the nuclear test? We're going to get it by going in with Iran, with lots of excavators, because the B-2s, remember when fake news CNN said, well, maybe obliteration is too strong a word, obliteration. That's so deep. We need the biggest excavators you can imagine, but we're going to go in together with Iran, we're going to get it, and we're going to take it back home to the USA. Very simple.
On Friday, Iran's foreign ministry said the country's stockpile would not be transferred anywhere. So with all of these conflicting statements, where are we at, in particular with regards to uranium? I asked Barman Kalbasi, the BBC Persian Services correspondent who's in the United States.
We seem to be where we were before these talks started, except or notwithstanding the declarations that President Trump has made throughout the day. And that was where Iran basically refused to send out the enriched uranium, but had offered, as it did before the war, to dilute it to a level that would never be able to use in any weaponization program. So that seems to still be the offer from Iran. There has been no indication whatsoever from them that they're prepared to send that material out. Now, obviously, in the last 12 hours, we've heard from the president multiple times that they have agreed to all of this, including sending out the material to a foreign country, to the United States. He even talked about jointly going in with the Iranians and extracting it and bringing it to the United States. All of this has been declared completely fictional. As far as the Iranians are concerned, we just had a few tweets from the Speaker of the House, the man who's been the head of the delegation of the conversations and the negotiations with J.D. Vance in Islamabad, who in that tweet said, the President of the United States has made 7 claims. All 7 are false. So it's unclear where the President is getting all of this. There's a lot of speculation about what the Pakistanis are telling the President and how much is what the Iranians have been telling the Pakistanis. But whatever the source, the stance from Iran has unequivocally stayed as it was before, that they're prepared to deal with the issue that is the worrisome issue of the 60% enriched uranium by diluting it, and no indication that they're prepared to send it out.
So why is Donald Trump painting this picture that Tehran is agreeing to all of his demands? Is it just in pure hope that that might force their hand?
It is very hard to be in the man's mind at this point, but we've seen these trends before, almost like he is trying to tweet his will into reality. But Iran, and especially after this 40-day bombardment, it hasn't really changed its stance when it comes to its principal issues, whether it's be it nuclear or its missile system and its drones and its support for proxies. None of that, we have not seen a fundamental shift in any of those positions. So maybe the president is hoping that, as you said, putting Iran in a position where it doesn't want to risk saying something that president hasn't said, but he just gave a speech and said the exact same things that he's been posting, except with one sentence, you never know with the Iranians. So maybe providing himself some leeway to say they changed their mind again, or they had agreed to something that they're reneging on. That remains to be seen.
Barman Kalbasi there from BBC Persian. Well, another major point of contention is the key shipping route, the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said Iran was reopening the straits to all commercial shipping while the ceasefire in Lebanon remains in place. Shortly after that, the US President, Donald Trump, welcomed the news, writing in all caps, "Thank you." But despite markets celebrating these announcements with some gains and oil prices dropping sharply, has anything actually changed? It's a question for our security correspondent, Frank Gardner.
Absolutely nothing has changed. The Strait of Hormuz is no more open right now than it was 24 hours ago. This is entirely performative. It has fooled some people, but it's not fooling the shipping industry one bit. They're wise to this. I've spoken to the International Maritime Organization and to others. The practicalities of this is that Iran is saying, yeah, the Strait of Hormuz is open if you follow our rules. And those rules are, you've got to, instead of following the well-established, what's called the TSS, the Traffic Separation Scheme, which has been in happy existence since the 1960s, you've got to follow a northern route and be checked over by the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps Navy. It's unacceptable to the global shipping industry and to the United States, whose, incidentally, their own blockade of Iran's ports remains in place. So the shipping industry isn't moving at all on this. No one's going anywhere on it.
Arsenio Dominguez is the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization. He says there are still too many question marks.
We need to make sure that the Strait of Hormuz is safe for ships and in particular for the crew to navigate through it. We have a mechanism for a corridor, a maritime corridor for the ships to operate. We need to make sure that it is free and that there's no hazard there. Before all that, I need further clarification in order to provide that to the shipping industry as well, that there will be no risks for the ships and that it will be in accordance to international law and in particular the freedom of navigation. And there's no further details. So of course, this is very fluid at the moment and there are no safety guarantees that we can provide or that we can recommend for not only insurance, but for the ships themselves to operate.
Arsenio Dominguez there. And the White House fell out spectacularly with the AI company Anthropic earlier this year. You may remember, after it refused to allow the US military to use its AI tools to make military targeting decisions without human intervention. Then Donald Trump said, "We don't need it, we don't want it, and we will not do business with them again." Now, though, after developing its most powerful AI tool yet, Anthropic's CEO, Dario Amodei, has been in Washington for a meeting which the White House described as productive. Our technology correspondent, Lily Jamali, told us more.
It's called the Claude Mythos Preview, and it is, yet the latest AI model that Anthropic has developed. But as you know, these models keep getting more and more powerful with each iteration. And what Anthropic is saying is that this one is so powerful that it actually can't release it to the public. Only a couple dozen companies are going to have access to it. What makes it so powerful is its ability to pretty much autonomously find bugs in software. And it can also go to the next step and develop exploits, as they're known in cybersecurity land, to basically hack systems, to develop hacks that can break into systems and do a lot of damage.
So why is the White House interested in this product? Because that is quite an awkward conversation that would have been happening earlier on.
Yeah, you can see why the White House might not want that model to get in the wrong hands. And that the government certainly has potential uses for this because there are all kinds of actors out there, including some countries that are well known to try and exploit cyber-sensitive issues in systems around the world. So the White House telling the BBC that they had this productive and constructive meeting with Anthropic. It's worth noting that when Anthropic released this news about Mythos last week, we heard Dario Amodei, who is the CEO of Anthropic, make clear that they had actually already spoken to officials across the U.S. government and offered to collaborate with them on Mythos, even as this massive fight was in the background between his company and the Pentagon. You might remember Amodei saying he didn't want Claude being used in certain contexts, such as mass domestic surveillance and autonomous targeting decisions, and that basically landed them on a blacklist until now. And this meeting is a really distinct shift in that relationship.
I was wondering what's in it for Anthropic. Is it just the potential license from the White House, the money that they could make? Is that why Dario would even go to the meeting?
I think it's partly potentially the money or the promise of future government contracts, which they are pretty much shut out of. So you have to imagine it's on their wish list. But I think the other thing that Anthropic gets out of this is an opportunity to mend relations with the federal government in the country where they operate. And it's also, frankly, great marketing for Anthropic to have developed a technology that is so powerful that even the government of the United States may have to change course in quite dramatic fashion because this stuff is too critical for even the U.S. government to do without.
Lily Jamali in Silicon Valley, and you're listening to the newsroom from the BBC World Service with me, Chris Barrow. As organised crime bosses go, they don't get much bigger, allegedly, than Daniel Kinahan. His apparent rise from low-level dealer in his home city of Dublin to head of a global family cartel involved in drugs, firearms and money laundering has inspired dozens of fictional dramas and documentaries, like the 2025 BBC programme Kinahan, The True Story of Ireland's Mafia.
A family like few others.
The Kinahans were street dealers who became billionaires.
Dublin's deadliest.
They would have been considered as gangland royalty.
And one of the world's most wanted.
You're in the league of Pablo Escobar.
A Celtic cartel with global ambition.
This emerging new generation of narcos. Cops all over the world want to be the guy that gets that head up on their wall.
Well, now it seems the authorities have finally caught up with Daniel Kinahan. The 48-year-old from Dublin was detained on Friday in the United Arab Emirates after an arrest warrant issued by the Irish courts. He's also had a $5 million US bounty on his head. Danny Gold presents the Underworld podcast, which is focused on this particular case.
Daniel Kinahan is much more than just your run-of-the-mill gang leader, though he did fight a particularly brutal war in Dublin versus the Hutch crime family, where there were quite a few shootings and murders and things like that. But in reality, he is allegedly the biggest drug trafficker into Europe. He's well connected with Dutch Moroccan gangs, North African smuggling groups, Colombian cartels, Italian organized crime. He was reported to be this broker of like a super cartel that helped distribute cocaine all over Europe. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions. Said to be the biggest cartel in Europe. He also has alleged connections to Iranian networks, Hezbollah networks, which might have been one of the reasons why he was just arrested, because he'd been in Dubai for quite a long time. But this man was at the top of international organized crime. It's interesting. A video came out about a month ago from a reporting organization called Bellingcat. They had spotted Kinahan, I believe, and his father about a year ago at a UFC match. But they only really realized it, I think, in the last month. So the heat was on, and he was sitting next to someone who had been linked to oil smuggling from Iran. So there's a lot of international intrigue there. I mean, in 2020, that's how safe Dubai felt for these guys. There was still a lot of warrants out for him, a lot of alleged crimes being committed, and he was giving press conferences, doing big deal fights with Tyson Fury, I believe, with Anthony Joshua in Dubai. Things got a little hot, and he sort of calmed down and got out of the public eye. It's probably not smart to launch this second career in 2020, but I think that's how invincible and powerful he felt.
Stephen Breen is crime editor with the Irish Sun and co-author of Kinahan Assassins and the Cartel. He says this latest arrest represents a significant breakthrough in the operation to bring the Kinahan cartel to justice.
The Irish police have always said that they would be relentless in this pursuit. Only a number of months ago, you had a senior Kinahan figure, Sean McGovern, who was brought back to Ireland from Dubai. He was the first individual connected to that group to be brought back to Ireland. But this is the first time where you have someone of Daniel Kinahan's status within that group, someone who's been named as the overall leader, being brought back to Ireland on the basis of a treaty that was signed between the Irish authorities and the Dubai authorities. So it's quite important that it's not just Daniel Kinahan, it's about the authorities targeting all members of the Kinahan organised crime group. So he was arrested during the week. He's now being held in custody, and it's a matter of time to wait and see if he will fight the extradition going back to Ireland.
Stephen Breen there, crime editor with the Irish Sun. Each winter, Canada's armed forces patrol its northernmost regions, and this year's mission was the largest yet, with a contingent from Greenland joining the Rangers for part of the journey. It's in the wake of increased geopolitical tension across the Arctic. There's more pressure than ever, of course, on the Rangers, as Nadine Youssef found out when she accompanied the team as they travelled by snowmobile across Canada's northern coast.
Like 3 hours?
taking stock every hour or so along the way to make sure everybody's good. It's been good weather today, if you can imagine. It's still like minus 30 Celsius, but this is considered a good day out here. I'm with Canadian Army reservists and combat members. This is the last leg of a marathon 2-month ground patrol of one of the harshest environments on Earth, Canada's vast Arctic. So far, they have driven their snowmobiles for 5,000 kilometers through rugged, icy terrain. This mammoth patrol is being undertaken by Canadian Rangers. The team is a combination of combat soldiers and Northern Canada's Indigenous population. Together, they marry their traditional knowledge with modern technology to keep an eye on Canada's Arctic, which makes up 40% of the country's landmass.
There's not many people in this world who can go 5,000 kilometers across the Northwest Passage on the coldest winter in living memory.
This is Travis Haynes, the Lieutenant Colonel on the mission.
That is a message, I think, to Canadians that they should be proud of, that Canada has the fortitude, that there's Canadians with this type of courage, and then there's the other portion of anyone who's watching from the outside world. For example, the Green Man contingent came for a scoping mission, and they want to see how we do business. They want to see how...
The Rangers survey the North every year, but this year's patrol was the largest yet. Their mission is made more relevant by the geopolitical scramble for the Arctic's resources as the climate warms. It also comes just a few months after U.S. President Donald Trump threatened to annex Greenland.
We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. And I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it.
Trump has also referred to Canada repeatedly in the past as the 51st state, galvanizing an uncharacteristic show of nationalism from Canadians. For Barney Agark, an Indigenous Inuit member of the Canadian Rangers, the patrol is not just about national security. It is also about protecting his ancestral land.
It means everything to us because we have to let the rest of the world know we are here and this is our home, and we're going to protect it with everything we have, whether it's the land itself, the sea, the people, and...
Agark is from a hamlet called Chesterfield Inlet in Canada's Nunavut territory. He tells me that Nunavut means our land in Inuktitut, his native language.
That was the reason why our territory chose that name in our language, and we've been here for centuries, forever. We were the first ones here, and we're not going anywhere, and that's what we are all about.
Canadian governments have been criticized over the years for financially neglecting Canada's north and for falling short of their NATO commitments to defense spending. That has recently changed under Prime Minister Mark Carney, who last month announced a multi-billion-dollar plan to upgrade military infrastructure in the Arctic.
With this plan, we are taking control of our future. We will no longer rely on others to defend our Arctic security or to fuel our economy.
The opposition Conservatives have called on Carney to go further and build permanent military bases in the Canadian Arctic. There are currently none. Meanwhile, Russia has built dozens in its Arctic region. Still, the new funding has been welcomed by both locals and the military. The Rangers have already started talking about the next mission, where they plan to go to the northernmost point of Canada. But for now, their return was welcomed by hugs from their family and friends.
Well done, brother.
Nadine Youssef there reporting. Here in London, the red carpet was rolled out for the BAFTA Games Awards, which celebrates outstanding creative achievement in the video game industry. And the big moment of the night came right at the end when the winner of Best Game was announced.
And the winner is Clair Obscure Expedition 33.
Well, the ceremony wrapped up a few hours ago, and our reporter Andrew Rogers spoke to us from the venue.
Clair Obscure Expedition 33
was the winner tonight, and it was a bit expected. They were up for the most categories, nominated in the most. However, it is a huge win for a studio that's not existed for very long, based in France, and they brought this dark fantasy story to the market, which has combined a lot of things that people have liked. Reviewers praised it for its gameplay. It's also got some really strong acting performances, and it won in the best performance category tonight. And it also has a story that's connected with a lot of people, dealing with some quite complicated issues like grief and loss, and all things that have really brought it together to be something that the judges wanted to praise tonight.
It didn't sweep the board, though, like everybody expected. It didn't take home quite as many awards. Why was that? Was there just a really good lineup in the other categories?
Yeah, it definitely wasn't a clean sweep. 3 awards in total, and superhero comedy game and Dispatch won 3 as well. So it definitely wasn't dominating the awards like we might have expected. This year, it was quite strong in terms of lots of different types of games being nominated, and of course you could say that perhaps there were fewer new big games out this year, because a lot of them were keeping the year free for the new Grand Theft Auto 6 game, that massive game that was due to come out, that has been delayed and now won't come out until later this year at the earliest.
Do you think there's any kind of overall theme with some of the releases that did win this year? Because I noticed that another game called Atomfall, it has quite a sort of post-apocalyptic vibe, that one. You mentioned Dispatch, kind of superhero dark sense of humour, quite a dark game in many ways. And then the one that took the grand prize, Clair Obscur, they all have this sort of slightly darker sense to them. I mean, I know there's the family game categories, but overall, do you think there's a shift towards that kind of post-apocalyptic vibe?
Yeah, there does seem to be a bit of a theme there. In fact, if anything, I would say the theme is perhaps less the post-apocalyptic vibe, but it's more games that are telling something deeper with their stories, people's lives, people's feelings, and, you know, wanting to say something with a game, rather than necessarily the ones that are, you know, you're jumping to platforms or, you know, shooting, and those are obviously the ones that sell extremely well, but not always the ones that win here at the BAFTAs.
I think escapism is a big deal at the moment, potentially, with some of the other news stories that are going on. Just tell us, for those who don't game that much, how big of an industry is this really? Because it compares to film, doesn't it?
Well, and by many measures, it's as big as, if not bigger than, the film and the TV industry combined globally. So, you know, it is massive, and even if you don't play games, it is influencing culture more and more. One of the interesting things is the increasing blurring between film and TV and games. For example, the new Indiana Jones game was up for awards tonight, and tonight was also the debut of the new theme for the Bond game that's coming out soon, and it's going to have one of those epic songs attached to it in the same way that Bond movies do. So absolutely, it's a big industry, and it's only getting bigger.
Yeah, it's by Lana Del Rey, that theme tune. It's very, very good. That was Andrew Rogers reporting from the Gaming BAFTAs, and on the BBC News website, they've been hearing from the founder of the company behind Clair Obscur, Guillaume Broche. He says that next up for them, apart from taking a bit of time out, they're going to play a lot of table tennis, because apparently they've spent some of their money on that. There we go. That's it for now from the newsroom.
This is the BBC World Service, exploring what happens when AI starts to feel real.
Artificial intelligence is fast becoming a part of everyday life. It answers questions, offers companionship, and listens when no one else is there.
It was just a novelty that it could speak back and tell me what I was supposed to do in that situation.
But what happens when conversations with AI start to feel more real than the world around you?
I thought it was alive. I thought it had to have its opinion. I thought it was my new boss, essentially.
It's AI. You know, why would it lie to me?
We follow the stories of people who've fallen into a spiral of AI delusion to reveal how easily this technology can take over our minds.
You train the AI on what you want it to be. So at this point, it's trained on my psychosis. It's trained to talk crazy right back at me.
I'm absolutely traumatized by the whole thing.
Under the Influence of AI, Thursday at 8:30 and 19 GMT.
Coming up on Stumped with me, Nikesh Ragani, another star is born in the Indian Premier League as Praful Hingate made history on debut, taking 3 wickets in his very first over. We take a closer look at the 163rd edition of the Wisden Almanac and who made the 5 cricketers of the year with editor Lawrence Booth. And questions arise around the Australia captaincy ahead of the Women's T20 World Cup in June. That's all to come on Stumped after the latest from BBC News.
BBC News with Chris Perrow. President Trump has again insisted the US will recover Iran's highly enriched uranium as part of a deal to end the war, contradicting Iran's stance. Speaking to supporters in Arizona, Mr. Trump said the US would work with Iran using lots of excavators to dig out what he called the nuclear dust buried by US airstrikes last year and bring it to America. The Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, has threatened to reverse Iran's decision to reopen the Strait of Hormuz unless a US blockade of Iranian ports was lifted. The head of the International Maritime Organization warned that specific guarantees were not in place to ensure the safety of shipping in the strait. The Trump administration says it's hosted a productive meeting with the head of Anthropic after months of tension between the Pentagon and the artificial intelligence company. Anthropic's powerful new AI model, Claude Mythos, is regarded by defense experts as a potentially vital tool to enhance US security. Pope Leo has warned against the increasing use of AI, saying it could spread polarization, conflict, fear and violence while on a trip to Cameroon. He also said the relentless pursuit of rare earths was causing environmental devastation. Train tickets from New York City to the stadium hosting the Football World Cup final this year will cost $150, prompting accusations of price gouging. The fare is an 11-fold increase. FIFA is already facing criticism over the high cost of many match ticket prices. The French video game Clair Obscur Expedition 33 has won the top prize at the BAFTA Games Awards in London. The role-playing dark fantasy adventure game has become a global sensation since its launch a year ago, selling more than 5 million copies. In December, it was Game of the Year at the Games Awards in Los Angeles. And that's the latest world news from the BBC.
BBC World Service, in association with ABC and Pakistani. This is Stumped.
Hello and welcome to Stumped, your intercontinental hit of news, features and debate from the quirky world of cricket. I'm Nick Eshragani, in for Alison Mitchell, and I'm in Leicestershire in England. It's grey, it's dull, at least the county season is underway. But as well as that, I've been taken aback by some of the performances in the IPL, and I'm sure we'll get onto that in a moment. Some really exciting new talent coming through, which we're going to talk about.
Hi there, everyone. It's Jim Maxwell for the ABC in Sydney. Main talking point here is the stoush between the body of cricket Australia, that is all the states except New South Wales, about the direction of the BBL. Will it be sold off, or will it revert to the control that New South Wales would like to have over the BBL? So that's the little game around the game at the moment as we break off for the winter.
And I'm Sunil Gupta for Akashvani, back in New Delhi, a fiery, hot New Delhi now. And, of course, the only sporting talk in India is the IPL. So, Jim, I wouldn't be surprised if things change over there at some point of time, as it is. But they're throwing up new heroes, old villains, and everything in between in the IPL. We're going to be talking about some of that.
Coming up on Stumped, it's a tradition that's over 150 years old. We take a closer look at Wisden's 5 cricketers of the year. But first, another star is born in the IPL after 24-year-old debutant Praful Hingate struck 3 times in his very first over as his side, Sunrisers Hyderabad, beat Rajasthan Royals. The Seamers Hall included dismissing Vaibhav Suryavanshi for a first ball duck. It's also the first time in the league's 18-year history that a bowler has taken 3 wickets in the opening over of an IPL match. Sunil, we often talk about breakout stars coming through in this competition. I mean, what a debut that was for Hingate in the IPL. Just tell us a little bit more about him if you can.
He started playing rather late, at the age of 13, and initially didn't play with the leather ball. He played with the tennis ball. But then he told his father to enroll him in a club in Nagpur. That's where he came from. So it's a big city and a very supportive family. And he plays for Vidarbha. That's where Umesh Yadav comes from, the speedster. Since 2024 in red and white ball cricket, he's been part of the India A team and the under-19 teams. Hasn't really made a mark. And, of course, he's playing in the Syed Mushtaq Ali Trophy, India's domestic T20 tournament. And he recorded some of the best bowling figures of the season. But as so often happens with India's speedsters, especially when they're young, a lower back injury threatened to cut short his career, which prompted a visit to the MRF Foundation, the Pace Foundation in Chennai, which, as you know, Glenn McGrath is the director of the Pace Academy over there. And over there, it was the chief coach, M. Senthilanathan. He said that his progress began by addressing both his fitness and the technical flaw that caused that back injury. So he worked under Glenn McGrath for quite some time. And the overall report that McGrath gave was that he was a fine prospect, which was evident in the way that he swings the new ball at pace while holding a tight line and length. And I wonder who else did that in his career. Besides Glenn McGrath, it was him. But what was heartwarming about Praful Hinge was that he, while accepting that Player of the Match award, he took care to mention the physio at the MRF Pace Foundation. His name was Naveen Babu, who looked after him for 6 months. I thought that was really lovely.
This is clearly another case of amazing scouting networks across India, isn't it?
Yeah, it's also the fact that the IPL gives these youngsters an opportunity, which wasn't there earlier. It gives them opportunity, it gives them money, which for many of them is very, very important. So yes, absolutely, and the IPL throws up these figures, but they take their chances. I think that is the critical thing. In fact, Praful Hinge was supposed to play an earlier game, I think, against Punjab, and then he was left out, and then finally he came into this particular game, and he made it count. And I think that is really what shows a person's temperament.
Absolutely, and it's about grabbing that opportunity, and one man that certainly has grabbed the opportunity, one of the wickets that Hinge took there, as we mentioned, Vaibhav Suryavanshi, only 15 years old, Jim. You know, he's been talked about all around the world. I'm sure in Australia, there's a lot of hype about this young man who's pulling up trees, not only in the IPL, but also in the Under-19 World Cup for India in that victorious campaign. I mean, judging by what he's done there, Jim, and by what he's doing in the IPL against top bowlers like Jasprit Bumrah, do you think he's ready for a full international debut now, or do you think we should just manage those expectations? I mean, he is only 15 years old. Let's reiterate that.
Well, he's obviously got some ability now. Whether he can maintain a continuity of performance and be resilient enough, it'll be a big question. And Sunil might like to tell us about his record so far in the Ranji Trophy, because I gather it's nowhere near as flattering as it is in T20 cricket. So it's a bit of the Campbellitis at the moment with young people. You've got to wait and see if they can sustain it, that it's not just meteoric. But certainly he's come in with a bang, big bang.
As you say, yeah, he can come and bang the ball around for 10 overs, 20 overs, maybe even 30 overs. But can he do it on a sustained, consistent basis? The red ball game, when the pitch is changing, when the ball is turning, when their fielders close to the bat, well, that jury is still out.
Let's move on to talk about two players with a bit more experience than those who we've mentioned so far. Jasprit Bumrah and Cameron Green, who haven't had the best of starts to the tournament so far. We'll start off with Bumrah, who went wicketless in his first 4 IPL matches this season, which is a rare feat from a bowler of such quality, especially in this format, which he performs so well in across his whole career, really. Sunil, is that lack of wickets from your main strike bowler for the Mumbai Indians, is that a massive concern?
Oh, I think it really is. It really is, because actually it's 5 on the bounce. The last game of the last IPL, he didn't take any wickets, so it's actually 5. But the point is, what is happening to Mumbai Indians, right? What is happening to Mumbai Indians? What's happening to KKR? Both those teams, who are, iconic teams, are languishing at the bottom. And of course, CSK, I mean, who can forget CSK, also at the bottom. And I think somewhere along the line, there comes a time when you pass that mark of saying, hey, listen, I can do this again and again and again, or I want to do this again and again. Now, who knows inside a person's heart as to what he's feeling? And also, there are some problems, at least the way that one sees it from outside, within the MI team. The problem of captaincy, for instance, between Pandya and Yadav, that's there. Rohit Sharma, who's there in and out, and he's out now because he's got an injury. So I think there are issues to do with team stability, team construction, and who's really leading from the front.
Jim, I mean, Indian spinner Ravichandran Ashwin has said that Bumrah's ability to nail tight Yorkers and restrict the flow of runs is more important than his wicket-taking ability, or lack of wickets isn't so much of an issue as long as he's still doing that and restricting those runs. What do you make of that?
You don't have to be far off the mark to lose a little bit of confidence, I suppose, and maybe that's part of it. I haven't seen him bowling, but he's a rhythm bowler. He's got a lot of pace, but if he's not quite there, he's going to go around the park. I mean, all bowlers feel this at times when they don't get their length right and batsmen tee off against them, and particularly in this form of the game, you can have a bad run. But he's been such a quick strike bowler, it's hard to believe that he's lost it all of a sudden. But this does happen. We've seen it before. So hopefully he can restore himself and be the accurate, economical strike bowler that we've got used to.
Jim, let's bring Cameron Green into the conversation. It's fair to say, by his standards, not having a great tournament. Is this a big worry? Of Australians aware of this? I mean, you talked previously about the time zones not being great with the IPL and the match timings. Is there much concern about his form in Australia?
I think there will be if his run of outs, his lack of form with the bat, and the fact that he's struggling to bowl. He's only had one spell, I think, in one game. So maybe that factor is having an effect on his confidence. I'm not sure what makes it all add up to his very ordinary performance. Pressure of expectation, of course, must be there. He's being paid so much money. But it will be a concern as Australia eventually, in a few months' time, moves back to playing Test cricket against Bangladesh in August at home. He's going to be under some pressure from Webster to keep his place, you would think. But, there is a question there at the moment about whether or not he's going to regain his composure, his confidence to be the dominant player everyone would like him to be, particularly those people in India who have paid a vast amount of money to have him on board.
And we'll talk about that money, actually. Do you think the pressure of that price tag of being the most expensive overseas signing in IPL history is affecting him?
I think that will be part of it, yes. When you are not performing anywhere near your average, not just your best, you do start to have a bit of mental confusion as to where you're going. So, I'm sure he's puzzled by it. We saw that just before he left when he had a blow-up with the press when he was asked a question about his batting, his poor form in the Test series. And he didn't have the usual composure and control that we've seen. So, I'm sure he's a bit of the muddle-headed wombat at the moment.
I'm Nick Eshragani, and you're listening to Stumped on the BBC World Service. If you've missed anything from Stumped, then why not download and subscribe to the podcast via your usual podcast provider? And why not check us out on YouTube too? Head to the BBC World Service YouTube channel. On last week's show, we heard from South Africa and Essex all-rounder Wyan Mulder about how the impact sub-rule has affected his role in the IPL.
Last year I spent a little bit of time at the Sunrisers, and I was impact sub every single game as a batter or a bowler. And to be honest, I think it's quite bizarre to play cricket like that, where you don't really know what your role is, you don't really know what situation you're going to find yourself in the game in. It's changed the flow of the game, definitely. It's taken me out the game completely.
From the BBC World Service, this is Stumped on ABC and Akashvani.
Next on Stumped, it's a tradition dating back over 150 years, and the latest edition of the Little Yellow Book, the Wisden Almanac, is out now. One of its highlights is the 5 Cricketers of the Year, which is an accolade a player can only receive once and is largely based on performances in the previous English summer. The list is dominated by India players this time around, with Shubman Gill, Ravindra Jadeja, Rishabh Pant and Mohammad Siraj all on there. All 4 played a part in the drawn 5-match Test series against England in 2025. While Nottinghamshire captain Hasib Hamid completes the quintet after guiding his side to their first county championship title for 15 years. I'm delighted to say that Wisden editor Lawrence Booth joins us now. Lawrence, thanks for joining us here on Stump. Now, it's a list dominated by Indian players, and I guess the fifth player has a link to India as well, with Hasib Hamid family hailing from Gujarat. Is that indicative of the current strength of the Indian team?
Hi, Nikesh. Yeah, I think it is. I mean, obviously, the Wisden Award has this quirk where you can't be chosen more than once. So, someone like Joe Root doesn't get a chance to win it last year. But nonetheless, I mean, the four guys you just read out all played huge roles, didn't they, in that memorable 2-2 draw last summer. And I think even if some of the bigger name England players had been available for selection, as it were, it would have been hard to not pick Shubman Gill, 754 runs. I mean, after the first two tests, he was threatening Don Bradman's record, over 900 runs in England in 1930 for the most runs in a test series. So he was that good. Jadeja averaged 86 with the bat, so again, hard to ignore him. Brilliant match-saving 100 at Manchester. Pant, 200s at Headingley, celebrates with a somersault, probably the most watchable cricketer of the series. And Siraj ends the series on a high, 3 of England's last 4 wickets in that brilliant last morning at the Oval. So 4 deserving winners.
And is that specifically what you look at every year in the players that make the 5, just simply stats and performances, or is there a little bit more to it?
I mean, look, it'd be hard to pick someone who had a bad year statistically, but it's not just about the numbers. You want memories. You want, when people look back at the English summer of 2025, what do they think of? Now, a couple of people have said, well, Rishabh Pant, he didn't do much after the Headingley test. I mean, he scored 3 50s, one of them with a broken foot. Hooking Jofra Archer for 6 at Old Trafford with a broken foot. But the way he batted in that first test, even though India lost it, he scored 2 centuries. And he was, his reverse scoop falling over scoops, the 6s off Bashir. He was a guy you had to keep your eye on. So when you think of the summer, you think partly of Pant's, I called it his helter-skelter excellence in the notes in Wisden.
Tell us more about Hasib Hamid's season. He's the only non-Indian international on the 5-player list, left out by England in recent times, but had a fabulous year for Nottinghamshire, and it all came down to that final match against Surrey. I mean, it kind of summed up how exciting that championship race was.
Yeah, he was sort of an inspirational figure for Notts, really. They hadn't won the championship title for 15 years, as you said, and he's captain. He's had a couple of stints with England. He's moved counties from Lancashire to Notts. Things haven't always worked out brilliantly for him. So on a personal note, it was a triumph, really. He averaged 66, scored over 1,200 runs. He carried his bat twice, pretty good for an opener. And he converted 2 of his 400s into double centuries. So he was the sort of guiding light for Nottinghamshire's title win. And, he's in his late 20s. Could he come again for England? Could he have a third crack? They say that they're paying more attention to county cricket now after what happened in the Ashes. Is that good news for the likes of Hamid? No, we shall see.
No, your editor's notes are usually highly anticipated, and you pulled no punches when discussing the Ashes, which we were all engrossed by over the winter, both in England and in Australia. And I quote, England arrived for the Ashes hell-bent on making history and ended up being laughed out of town. I mean, what do you think England need to do so you're not feeling the same way and we're not feeling the same way following the next Ashes in Australia?
Well, they'll prepare better for a start. They won't prepare by having a white ball series in New Zealand in chilly spring on green tops, and then a 3-day warm-up game against England Lions at Lilac Hill before they go to bouncy Perth Stadium. They will probably pick better as well. They won't just stick with guys who they've picked on a hunch. That Ollie Pope should never have started that series, and Zach Crawley was very lucky to start it, really. Crawley picked on the basis that England had long argued that he has a better record against, the big teams than he does against the smaller ones. He ended up averaging 27. So I think they'll be a bit less stubborn. They'll listen to criticism a bit more. They'll be more open to suggestions. I mean, that's the hope. Who knows what will happen in 4 years' time, but they certainly can't repeat what they did this time and hope to get a better result.
I'm sure Jim's got his own views on this as well.
Well, I think Lawrence would probably agree that England betrayed a certain arrogance in the way they went about it. Lack of preparation, lack of adapting to the bowling, the opposition. And I think, to be honest, England seriously overrated the qualities of their own team, because they never played against Australia's best team and they still lost the series 4-1. So all of a sudden the rise in class from who they've been playing was apparent. You can't come to Australia and not appreciate the fact that the ball bounces on Australian pitches and you have to adjust your game, otherwise you're going to nick off. So, yeah, I don't know. I think there's a bit of instinctive arrogance about the way McCallum runs the side, and that works when it's running their way on flat pitches against ordinary teams. It doesn't work in Australia. I would argue that's one of the worst performances by an England side that we've seen since the war. and hopefully they'll learn from it, because amazingly they've all kept their jobs at this point, Lawrence.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? I mean, the ECB have said that they want to keep some kind of institutional memory of contesting in an Ashes series. Well, no one really, they didn't contest this Ashes series, did they? I mean, it was over in 11 days. And by the time they'd won at Melbourne on a sort of a gamble of a pitch, it was all done. So, yeah, look, I hear what you're saying. I mean, for me, I've covered 6 Ashes tours now, and England have won one of them and been thrashed in the other 5. And of the 5 thrashings, this was probably the most disappointing, because they had the chances. You know, I mentioned earlier that the chance was there for England to do something, and they did not give themselves the best opportunity.
Lawrence, just moving on to next March, and you've described the sesquicentenary test match and the decision to use a pink ball in that game as a stinker, which I would agree with. And having poked the bear myself and talked to one of the directors of Australian cricket, I said, why are you disrespecting the game by not playing with a red ball? And he said, oh, Jim, you have to understand, this is the evolution of the game. It's all about eyeball. What do you think?
Well, I'll tell you what you just said there, the second part is more crucial than the first. It's all about eyeballs. It's got nothing to do with the evolution of the game. Let's not pretend it does. There have been, 2,600 test matches, and 24, 25 of them have been played with a pink ball. So let's not pretend it's anything to do, a reflection of the game's evolution. It's all about TV eyeballs in Australia. I mean, I do understand, and to a lesser degree in England, but let's not pretend it is celebrating or reflecting the history of the game. Look, Australia have made a success of the pink ball phenomenon, but they're really the only team in the world that play regular pink ball tests. I think they've played 14 or 15 of those pink ball games. So I also argue that it gives them a competitive advantage, because they play much more with the pink ball than other teams. Should be with a red ball, but there we go. That's administration for you.
Well, it could be another 2-day test in Melbourne, and that would disappoint them, because they wouldn't have any many eyeballs hanging around for days 3, 4 and 5.
Yeah, if that comes home to roost, that might teach them a lesson.
Yeah, well, indeed. I'm sure the debate will go on. But Lawrence Booth, thank you very much for your time. Thanks for joining us here on Stumped.
Thanks for having me.
Finally on Stumped, we're less than 2 months out from the start of the ICC Women's T20 World Cup, and Australian selector Sean Fletcher admits Sophie Molyneux's captaincy may need to be reconsidered if her injury problems continue. Molyneux's extensive injury history meant some eyebrows were raised when she was initially given the captaincy following Alyssa Healy's retirement. Her injury problems resurfaced during the recent multi-format series against India. Then on the subsequent tour of the West Indies, a back issue meant she neither bowled spin nor batted as captain in the first 2 matches before missing the final 2 to rest. Jim, it's not like Sophie Molyneux's issues with injury were unknown to the selectors when she was appointed as Alyssa Healy's successor. Was giving her the captaincy the right call?
Well, it's a gamble that's not paying off at the moment. That's obvious. That's why the question's being raised. Was at the time Ash Gardner, would she have been a better selection? It seems to have something to do with the chemistry, and it was felt that Molyneux would have the room more on her side and be a bit more engaging and outgoing than perhaps 1 or 2 other well-credentialed cricketers in the team, like I mentioned, Ash Gardner. But this is going to have a consequence. It has to. If she's not fit, well, they're going to have to go in another direction. Beth Mooney is one of the most experienced, but she hasn't done much captaincy. And they go back to McGrath. That's another thought. They've got such a well-functioning team. I can hear Bill O'Reilly somewhere up there saying, well, Brown's cows could run that team. They all know how to play the game. It doesn't really matter. Just send them out and tell them to play. And that may work too. But at the moment, I don't see how Molyneux is going to get a regular place unless she can recover from injury and become a regular in the side.
Jim, I remember we talked about Sophie Molyneux, I think at the time of the World Cup at some point in time. And, you talked about the fact that she wasn't well, she was injured part of the tour here as well in the World Cup. So do you think that this is a sort of stopgap between Alyssa Healy and a new long-term captain?
It feels like it. Although there is a sort of spasmodic history in Australian cricket of appointing the captain after you pick the team, whereas in England, traditionally, they pick the captain and then they pick the team. We have never done that here, really. Obviously, when Bradman was around, there wasn't much alternative. He was going to captain the side. But, you know, when Richie Beno came in to lead the side, no one thought it was going to be anyone else but Neil Harvey to run the side. And that was a bit of a gamble that worked out very well. So there is this kind of a history, I suppose, but it does seem at the moment that there are 4 or 5 better candidates than Molyneux for the job, even if they are on the wrong side of 30 or close to it, and they're only going to be in the job for a couple of years. You still need to have someone who's going to be respected and is a regular player. And that's a little bit of an issue. Longer term, not so much, because of the depth in Australian women's cricket. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Australia's best national team is the Australian women's cricket team in any sport. And they retain that position despite the odd loss in important series recently. But, yeah, it's a disturbing situation, and it needs to be resolved. So watch the space.
Jim, is this the Aussie way now? Because men's captain Pat Cummins tends to miss a few matches with injury, didn't play all of the Ashes, still is very much the captain of that side, but they've got somebody like a Steve Smith to come in. Is this just perhaps how things might be going forwards, particularly in the short term?
Well, there's a good quiz question for a listenership out there at the moment. Name the Australian team for the first test in the Ashes in England next year. Who's going to be the captain? Who's going to be in the side? Because I tell you, a lot of changes are around the corner for any sort of reasons of fitness, age and form. And I'm wondering if Pat Cummins will be there at the time. Will he recover and be able to play regularly enough? Or will he be in this on-again, off-again situation that he finds himself now? So, yes, there's a degree of vulnerability about the Australian team, even though they're more than likely to play in the World Championship final next year before the Ashes start.
Well, back to Sophie Molyneux and, you know, that, I guess, decision that the selectors might have to make around the women's captaincy, particularly heading into that T20 World Cup, which, you know, is just around the corner, really. There's not much time. When do you think that call is going to be made about Molyneux?
Well, as you've indicated, it's coming up pretty soon. So, in the next couple of weeks, I suppose, if they're going to have a training camp beforehand, she needs to be fit during that, I would have thought, to take her place in the side. So, yes, it's pretty imminent that a decision will have to be made. So we're waiting and seeing and watching. But you need to understand at the moment in Australia, once the football season starts, cricket's sort of over there somewhere. Are they still playing cricket? That's what I get from everyone. The season's ended. And I always remind people now, the season never ends. We've got blokes playing county cricket, fellas in the IPL, women playing in the IPL. It's 12 months of the year, as both of you would know. That's the cricket season. So just because there's footy being played doesn't mean there's no cricket.
12 months of the year, Jim, and we absolutely love it. Well, that is it for this week's Stumped. My thanks to Jim Maxwell and Sunil Gupta. Join us again next time.
Stumped is a BBC Sport production for the BBC World Service in association with ABC and Akashvani.
This is the BBC World Service, responding to your views.
We've been finding out what you think about the BBC's reporting on wars around the world, especially the coverage of the conflict in the Middle East. I'm Casa Alom, and I'll be joined by BBC programme makers to respond to your comments and answer your questions.
Over to you, Sunday at 18:30 GMT. In 50 minutes, witness history.
We're in one of Denmark's oldest cities, Odense, in the autumn of 2012, where a lost fairy tale called The Tallow Candle by one of the world's most legendary writers is about to be found.
Next, it's Outlook. This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
Coming up, it's the Outlook mixtape from the BBC World Service with me, India Raxon. 2 stories of people going it alone to make the impossible happen. The first, Vera Brandes, was a German schoolgirl who helped organise a concert for the jazz pianist Keith Jarrett, a concert that became the biggest selling solo piano album of all time. But the concert almost didn't happen. Keith's back was in huge pain, and there was the piano.
The keys were not working properly. The pedals were not working properly. There were some broken strings. I mean, this was a wreck.
Vera desperately tried to save this jazz concert that she'd invested all of her time into, but everything was going wrong, and the star of the show was about to leave the venue.
I saw him sitting in the car, so I ran down the stairs and I ran around the car and I opened the door and I spoke to him.
How Vera made music history. After the news.
BBC News with Gabriel O'Regan. President Trump has once more insisted the United States will recover Iran's highly enriched uranium as part of a deal to end the war. This contradicts the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman's earlier remarks that uranium would not be transferred anywhere. Here's Barman Kalbasi, our North America correspondent for BBC Persian.
We seem to be where we were before these talks started, except or notwithstanding the declarations that President Trump has made throughout today. And that was where Iran basically refused to send out the enriched uranium, but had offered, as it did before the war, to dilute it to a level that would never be able to use in any weaponization program. So that seems to still be the offer from Iran. There has been no indication whatsoever from them that they're prepared to send that material out. It's unclear where the president is getting all of this.
In a speech with supporters in Arizona, President Trump insisted that a U.S. blockade of Iranian ports would continue until a deal is fully signed. The Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Mohammad Baghir Ghalibaf, reacted by threatening to reverse a decision to reopen the Strait of Hormuz unless the blockade was lifted. Our security correspondent, Frank Gardner, explains why any concrete outcome on the strait is still to be determined.
Absolutely nothing has changed. The Strait of Hormuz is no more open right now than it was 24 hours ago. It has fooled some people, but it's not fooling the shipping industry one bit. I've spoken to the International Maritime Organization and to others. The practicalities of this is that Iran is saying the Strait of Hormuz is open if you follow our rules. And those rules are, you've got to, instead of following the well-established traffic separation scheme, which has been in happy existence since the 1960s, you've got to follow a northern route and be checked over by the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps Navy.
The Trump administration says it's hosted a productive meeting with the head of Anthropic following months of tension. The White House said they'd discussed with Dario Amodei opportunities for collaboration while ensuring safety. Its powerful new AI model, Claude Mythos, is regarded by defense experts as a potentially vital tool to enhance U.S. security. Lily Jamali has the details.
It's called the Claude Mythos Preview, and it is the latest AI model that Anthropic has developed, but these models keep getting more and more powerful with each iteration, and what Anthropic is saying is that this one is so powerful that it actually can't release it to the public. Only a couple dozen companies are going to have access to it. What makes it so powerful is its ability to pretty much autonomously find bugs in software, and it can also go to the next step and develop exploits, as they're known in cybersecurity land, to develop hacks that can break into systems and do a lot of damage.
BBC News. It's been confirmed that fans' train tickets from New York City to the stadium hosting the Football World Cup final this year will cost $150. Bus tickets will cost $80, and there will be no pedestrian access. This has prompted accusations of price gouging, not least because the US had promised free transport for World Cup matches during its bid to host. The Brazilian basketball legend Oscar Schmidt has died aged 68. He represented Brazil in 5 consecutive Olympic Games, claiming the record as the Olympics' all-time lead scorer with more than 1,000 points. Schmidt is well known for being one of the country's most celebrated sporting heroes. In 1984, he turned down the opportunity to play for the US team, the New Jersey Nets. Ukraine's President Zelensky has warned neighbouring Belarus not to get involved with Russia's invasion. In a post on social media, Mr. Zelensky said new roads and artillery positions were being built by Belarus close to the border. He told the Belarusian leadership Kyiv would defend itself against any attack. Belarus is a strong ally of Russia, and Russian troops launched part of their invasion of Ukraine from Belarusian territory. The French video game Clair Obscur Expedition 33 has won top prize at the BAFTA Games Awards in London. It also won awards for Best Debut and Best Performance. The game has sold more than 5 million copies since it released a year ago. Andrew Rogers was at the ceremony.
It is a huge win for a studio that's not existed for very long, based in France. And they brought this dark fantasy story to the market, which has combined a lot of things that people have liked. Reviewers praised it for its gameplay. It's also got some really strong acting performances, and it won in the Best Performance category. And it also has a story that's connected with a lot of people, dealing with some quite complicated issues like grief and loss, and all things that have really brought it together to be something that the judges wanted to praise.
Our reporter Andrew Rogers there. And that's the latest world news from the BBC.
Hello and welcome to the Outlook Mixtape from the BBC World Service with me, India Rackerson. This is the part of the week where we reach into the archive for stories that spark our imaginations. And both the stories today are about people who have had to go it alone, step by step, mile by mile, note by note. They're people who have had to search inside themselves, use their intuition to create something amazing, or go solo to achieve the impossible. From a young man totally alone, rowing across the Pacific Ocean, adapting to the wild elements, to a pianist who has to improvise note after note in front of hundreds of people in a difficult situation. Because sometimes life is about flying solo, piecing it all together as you go, finding the song in the chaos. Something that our first guest knows only too well. As a teenager in Germany, she showed a special kind of tenacity to make things happen. Things like one of the most famous jazz concerts of all time. It took place 51 years ago in Cologne and is still talked about today with reverence and awe. Here's Asia Fuchs with the story.
It's so mysterious as to why it's touched so many hearts, but I think it has something to do with that opening. It's so apparent to all of us on the outside, even 50 years on, just how time stands still the moment he plays those first few notes.
It's like he's singing, and he's singing through his fingers.
It's January 24th, 1975, and we're in a concert hall in Cologne, Germany. An American jazz pianist, Keith Jarrett, is alone on stage at the piano in front of a packed house. There is no music score. He's improvising.
There should actually be a new word for it. The word improvisation doesn't really capture what he's doing.
I think I never, before and after, saw anybody so immersed in his music. You could see it. He was absolutely there.
The recording from that night became the biggest-selling solo piano album of any genre of all time.
But what's even more extraordinary is that this concert almost never happened. The fact that it did was in large part down to this lady.
My name is Vera Brandus.
Vera was only 18 when she organised this event. And it's kind of hard to overstate just how badly things went in the lead up to this huge concert, how many roadblocks fell in the path. But somehow it happened. So who was this teenager who could keep her wits about her enough to get this performance off the ground?
I was really a big challenge for my parents.
This was 70s Germany, a time of student movements and protests.
We were on the street protesting against the Vietnam War, for peace on the world, protesting against nuclear power, for women's rights, against the repression of homosexual people. We were concerned about philosophy, about freedom, about human rights. Also, arts were flourishing, and I wanted to become a jazz singer. There was nothing else that I wanted more in my life than to become a jazz singer.
When she was 16, Vera started taking singing lessons. And like anyone who was anyone in Cologne, she started to hang out at one particular Italian ice cream shop.
In this place, the world met. I mean, all famous actresses and actors and directors and musicians and artists all were meeting at that place, and I got to meet a lot of them, and Ronnie Scott was one of them.
The British jazz musician Ronnie Scott.
Yeah, and he wanted to do a tour with his own trio.
And somehow he got it into his head that young Vera should organize this tour. So hold on a second. This famous jazz musician, why does he think that, a 16-year-old schoolgirl is the person who should be organizing his concerts? Like, what gives him that idea?
I asked him the very same question. I said, Ronnie, what is in your mind? I think he assumed I was already somebody of some importance.
Because through family contact, Vera had a backstage pass at the Berlin Jazz Festival, and she seemed to be quite a fixture on the scene. So Vera said yes and organised Ronnie Scott's tour successfully, aged 16. This led to 3 other big jobs as a promoter, and somehow she managed to fit it all in around school.
I was not the best of all students. I didn't sleep a lot, let's put it that way.
What did people on the scene think of you? I mean, did anyone ask how old you were?
No.
Do you think you looked older?
I always had quite large, colorful glasses. Sometimes I would put on my mother's coats. I even took my mother's fur coat. Nobody ever asked me.
By now, she'd hung out backstage with icons like Duke Ellington and Miles Davis. She set up a series of concerts called New Jazz in Cologne. She was booking some of the great artists of the day to play in venues around her home city. She was putting Cologne on the jazz map. Meanwhile, in the U.S., a young jazz pianist was beginning to make a name for himself. From when he was a kid, Keith Jarrett had an exceptional talent for the piano. His parents saw his potential and bought him a piano for his 8th birthday. Keith used to like to sleep under it. In the 1960s, he moved to New York, and by the early 70s, he was playing with Miles Davis. And then in 1973, he started to do something new. Completely improvised solo performances. Just Keith and a piano. And that was where Keith and Vera's worlds collided. By now, Vera was getting offers. Jarrett wanted to play in Cologne. Who was doing jazz in Cologne? Well, Vera, of course. Jarrett's label gave her a call, and Vera was all over it. She wanted this concert to be at the prestigious Opera House. And so in the way Vera did, she called them up and secured a date, the 24th of January. It would be a late-night performance. Keith would take the stage at 11, after the evening's opera. And he had one special request. He wanted a particular piano, a Bösendorfer Imperial Grand, because
it has a totally different sound. It's much, much, much warmer. Much better sound for jazz.
It was also 10 foot long and weighed half a ton. A mammoth of an instrument. But Vera was in luck. One of her artists had just played on one of these very pianos at one of her earlier concerts at a venue just around the corner from the Opera House. They said they were willing to loan out their piano. So Vera called the Opera House to let them know of the arrangements.
And he said to me, well, you do not need to do that, because when the city of Cologne, the city government, bought the Bösendorfer for the public university, they bought the very same Bösendorfer for us. So we have one. And of course, I was totally relieved. I said, oh, fantastic. What an accident, So please make sure that we're getting that piano.
The piano was sorted, the venue was booked, and the tickets. The hall had more than 1,400 seats, were selling like hotcakes. People were getting excited. Keith would be coming from another performance in Switzerland the day before, and so Vera had sent over plane tickets to get him to Cologne in time. And that was when things started to go wrong.
Later I learned, when he arrived in Cologne, that he had not taken the plane. He had actually driven all the way in a not so comfortable car, and it was January, it was cold, the weather was terrible, and he arrived and he was not in a very good shape.
Because Keith already had a bad back, and the journey had made it a lot worse. He was wearing a brace and in a lot of pain. It wasn't a good start. And then they set off for the Opera House. Keith, his manager from ECM Records, Manfred Eicher, and Vera.
It was a Friday afternoon. The Cologne Opera was entirely dark. The morning crew had left. The evening crew that would start their shift at around 6, they had not arrived yet. So when we arrived, it was completely dark. There were only the emergency exit lights. So we went on stage and we saw in the darkness that there was a grand piano standing in the middle of the stage.
But there was a problem.
Keith and Manfred Eicher very soon realized this was not the instrument that they were expecting. It was much smaller than the instrument that they were expecting, and when Keith opened it and started to play, it turned out that in the middle section the black notes were sticking. In the upper and the lower octave, the keys were not working properly. The pedals were not working properly. There were some broken strings. I mean, this was a wreck. This was really not in great shape.
It was a Bösendorfer, but it was a rehearsal instrument, only 6 foot, not the 10 foot they were expecting. And a lot of it just wasn't working.
And Manfred Eicher said very clearly, this piano is completely unplayable. If you don't get a concert grand piano on the stage, Keith won't be able to play.
What's going through your head at this point, Vera?
I said, oh my God, I better get going. And I ran downstairs. I found an office with an open door and 2 telephones and a telephone book. And I called everybody that was in a geographical reachable vicinity of Cologne, like a radius of 100 or 150 kilometers. Every piano rental company, every other concert hall, every piano transportation company, desperately trying to find a solution. And I eventually reached the director of the public university, who I knew had a Bösendorfer Grand that was the original instrument that I had been trying to get, and he was so generous. He said, yes, we do not have a concert tonight. You can have mine. I'm telling my people you will be coming over to get it.
Fantastic. So Vera got back on the phone and mobilized her network of school friends, her crew.
And I said, you know, get over here as soon as you can. We have to bring a grand piano over from the public university to the opera house.
So you and your school buddies, you were planning to carry this, this very precious, a very special piano, carry it across town from the university, through the city to the opera in the winter.
Yeah, not such a long distance, just 500 meters or something.
Okay.
But just when we were about to leave, the piano tuner, which had been hired to come to tune the piano that afternoon, arrived, and he heard about my plans, and he stopped us. He just asked me, Frau Brandes, Miss Brandes, do you happen to have a bank account with 40,000 German marks that you do not urgently need for some other purpose? And I just stared at him and I said, what do you mean? And he said, well, that's exactly what you're going to need, because if you will carry a Bösendorfer grand concert piano through the rain with below 0 Celsius temperatures, what you will get at the end is a bunch of wood that you can feed your heating with, but you will never be able to play on that piano again, ever. And I said, well, I didn't know why so? And he says, well, the Bösendorfer has to be transported hanging, and it will have to rest for 48 hours at least before I would be allowed to tune it. And wood works with these dramatic temperature changes. The instrument just becomes an unplayable piece of stove wood. And oh my gosh, am I happy that this man warned me because, of course, I didn't have a bank account with 40,000 German marks on it. But I had already gone through all other options.
You know, how many tickets had you sold by this point?
It was completely sold out. Having to cancel that concert was really the unthinkable. It was clear I would not get another piano. And what was the most amazing thing to me was that the piano tuner said, leave it up to me. I will call my son. We will get this fixed. We have enough time. By 11 o'clock tonight, this piano will be playable.
And Vera, what about Keith? What is he doing at this point?
Keith was in the dressing room. Manfred was with him, and I absolutely would have understood completely if there would have not been a concert that night, because it was really not the appropriate instrument that was on that stage.
And is there a moment when it kind of seems like it's over?
Yeah, Keith wanted to leave. He didn't want to be there when I was telling the audience that there would be no concert, which, I perfectly understand. But I saw him sitting in the car, and so I ran down the stairs and I ran around the car, and I opened the door from the seat where Jared was sitting, and I spoke to him.
It was crunch time. Vera had minutes to try and convince him to stay. What did you say to convince him to do it?
Well, I said, Keith, if you don't play tonight, I'm really going to be screwed, and I know you're really going to be screwed too.
Actually, she used more colorful language than that on the day. Words she says she picked up backstage with Miles Davis's group. The point was that there was a crowd of more than 1,000 people waiting for this concert to happen.
And then there was a long silence. We just stared into each other's eyes without even blinking. And then, after what appeared to be an endless moment of no time, he said, okay, I'll play, but never forget, just for you.
Why'd you think he agreed?
That is a very, very, very good question, because he was taking a huge risk, and that he took the risk was such an amazing act of personal generosity and artistic generosity. I mean, he took a huge risk.
He really did. The piano technicians, true to their word, had done an amazing job, but there was no getting away from the fact that this instrument was far from concert level. To add insult to injury, the meal Keith ordered just before the concert didn't arrive in time. So there he was, in pain, hungry, with a very second-rate piano. No score, no other musicians, just him taking a seat in front of a packed auditorium.
Well, I was backstage, of course, when he began, and then I went into the hall itself to see how it looked and how it sounded from the audience. But in that short moment, for me to walk, from backstage to the audience door, he had already built up an amazing atmosphere. And when I entered the room and I looked at it and I listened from the perspective of the audience, I knew that this was a very, very special concert. The atmosphere in the room was so dense. You could have cut out a piece of air. It was amazing.
It was just over an hour and entirely improvised. One writer described it as the oral equivalent of an impressionist painting of the most haunting sunset you ever saw. Music to bliss out to. Another talks of singing right-hand lines that glisten with a crystalline beauty.
There were a few more moments in my life where this special moment occurred in that intensity. I've never said that before in an interview. I do not have children, but I was living for many years in my life with a man who was a doctor in a hospital, and he allowed me to be present at one moment where one of his patients was giving birth. And in that room, in that hospital, years later, it was exactly the same density in the room as it was when Keith was playing.
And do you think the rest of the audience was feeling it too?
Oh, yeah. There were interviews made with members of the audience, and they all agreed this was a very special night, and everybody was electrified that was in that audience at that night.
There have been debates about what turned a concert that should have been a disaster into a masterpiece. You can find a number of theories online on how constraints can boost creativity. There are economists giving inspirational lectures on how to use obstacles creatively, quoting that concert. Vera thinks maybe the piano did encourage the audience to kind of lean in.
You know, the sound of the piano was inadequate for the size of the room. The piano was much too small. So the audience had to be very, very still to listen. But people, you know, had a very high level of attention, and that maybe also contributed to the atmosphere that was building between him and the audience.
What was it like in the, in the hall, in the opera when he left the stage?
People were in ecstasy. I mean, this was such a great piece of music that they had just listened to and were present for it being instantly created. They were just totally at awe. They were enthused, amazed. I mean, you know how it is when you go to a concert and you listen to a really great piece of art. You know, you're so filled. It's like people were completely electrified. The audience was clapping and clapping and clapping, but he did not want to do an encore, and he must have by then be really, really, really tired. So my brother took him back to the hotel. We didn't even say goodbye. He just wanted to go.
What did it feel to know that, you played this pivotal role in making that happen?
It was an honor. It was, I think, really a present from heaven. I thank Keith for taking this amazing risk that he took by playing. And this would have been such a sad thing if this would have not happened. I mean, we would have all not known about it, but apparently the music wanted to be born, and I'm just totally thankful that I believed that we had a chance until the very last moment, and that we did have a chance because Keith took the risk.
Looking back, what do you think, gave teenage Vera the guts to take on something so huge?
What a good question. I don't know. I think the sky's the limit. Just taking the opportunities that life offered to me and make the best out of it. This was the motto of my life, and still is, If you see a chance, take it.
That was Vera Brandes talking to Asya Fuchs last year. There's a film that's recently been made about her story called Köln 75. We're taking a quick break, but stay with us to hear how a young man survived when his rowing boat capsized in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
This is the BBC World Service, looking at how the super rich made their money.
I'm Simon Jack, I'm the BBC's business editor.
And I'm Zing Singh, and I'm a journalist, author and podcaster.
On Good Bad Billionaire, we're exploring how Luciano Benetton made his fortune.
Founder of the high street fashion brand that bears his name, and for the past 60 years, it's been celebrated for its brightly coloured knitwear.
This is a belting episode, I've got to say, which takes in Benito Mussolini, post-war Italy, Formula One,
Princess Diana
as an influencer. Benetton also created some of the most controversial advertising campaigns in history.
Some of the ads were even banned.
So is Luciano a good or bad billionaire, or just a regular billionaire?
From poverty in post-war Italy to living La Dolce Vita and dressing Princess Diana. Find out how he did it on Good Bad Billionaire.
To listen, search Good Bad Billionaire online or wherever you get your BBC podcasts.
Coming up, it's side 2 of the Outlook mixtape. Tom Robinson was rowing across the Pacific Ocean, naked because that's what's easiest, when his boat upturned and he was left waiting to be rescued by a ship in the distance.
As the ship got closer and closer, there was literally hundreds of people lining the decks with big lenses on their cameras and binoculars. Yeah, there was no salvaging that situation, right? I was totally in it.
Tom's remarkable voyage after the BBC World Service News.
BBC News with Gabriel O'Regan. President Trump has again insisted the US will recover Iran's highly enriched uranium as part of a deal to end the war, contradicting Iran's stance. Mr. Trump said the US would work with Iran using lots of excavators to dig out what he called nuclear dust buried by US airstrikes last year and bring it to America. The Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, has threatened to reverse Iran's decision to reopen the Strait of Hormuz unless a US blockade of Iranian ports was lifted. The head of the International Maritime Organization warned that the lack of specific guarantees could not ensure the safety of shipping. The Trump administration says it's hosted a productive meeting with the head of Anthropic following months of tension between the Pentagon and the artificial intelligence company. Anthropic's powerful new AI model, Claude Mythos, is being seen as a vital tool to enhance US security. The United States has renewed a waiver allowing countries to buy sanctioned Russian oil for another month, days after saying it had no plans to do so. The authorization applies to oil already at sea. The sanctions reprieve is intended to boost global oil supplies. Pope Leo has warned against the increasing use of AI, saying it could spread polarization, conflict, fear and violence during a trip to Cameroon. He also says the relentless pursuit of rare earths was causing environmental devastation. Train tickets from New York City to the stadium hosting the Football World Cup final this year will cost $150, prompting accusations of price gouging. The fare is an 11-fold increase. And the French video game Clair Obscur Expedition 33 has won the top prize at the BAFTA Games Awards in London. The role-playing dark fantasy adventure game has become a global sensation since its launch a year ago, selling more than 5 million copies. In December, it was Game of the Year at the Games Awards in Los Angeles. That's the latest world news from the BBC.
Hello, welcome back to the Outlook mixtape with me, India Rackerson. Today, we're exploring what it's like to go it alone, when there's no one but you there to take the next step, make a decision. That scary but freeing place that can open your eyes to so much possibility. And surely there are few things more solo than being alone in a rowing boat in the middle of an ocean. Our next guest, Tom Robinson, was the youngest person ever to row across the Pacific, aged just 23. This is a remarkable story. It is a huge and lonely adventure to undertake. Tom had to rely on nothing but his oars, the current and his own body strength to move across 7,500 nautical miles over 265 days at sea. But this wasn't just a test of strength for Tom. It was a time of stillness and reflection too. He'd known that this was something he wanted to do from the tender age of just 14.
I grew up along the banks of the Brisbane River, and so my whole childhood was centred around the river that used to snake through the city. And so every day after school I was rowing on the river, fishing. That's sort of where my passion for boats and the sea came from. Every night I would read books about sailors and explorers and adventurers, and I was just totally enamored by that whole idea of adventure and exploration. And so one morning I woke up and I looked myself in the mirror and I said, Tom, you're going to become the youngest person ever to row across the Pacific Ocean, and you're going to build yourself a boat for the journey. And from that day on, from 14, every single day I thought about this journey and this adventure I was going to undertake.
Tom went on adventures as a teenager. He even did a solo 5-day trip down the Gold Coast when he was 14, and he realised that actually he liked spending time alone. So by the time he was 21, he was building the boat he planned to use to row across the Pacific. He called the boat Maiwa, the original indigenous name for the Brisbane River, which he'd rowed up and down so many times to get to and from school. Then, in July 2022, he began this huge adventure to cross the Pacific. He set off from Lima in Peru, rowing in strong southeasterly breezes and large waves as he was taken north by the current. Mabeen Azar spoke to Tom about his unforgettable time at sea.
What about when the isolation starts to kick in? Were there moments where it started to feel difficult?
Eventually, yes. For the first 75 days of the journey, it was sort of like bliss. Like I was working really hard and rowing really hard, but I had to pinch myself. I couldn't believe it. After 9 years of dreaming, this thing had become a reality. And for 9 years, I wondered, is it going to be as good as I hope it is? And I was out there, and it was even better. And yes, it was hard at times, but it got very difficult after day 75. But up until then, the solitude and the physical exertion and all that was just a blessing, really. I got landed in the cockpit last night. A flying fish. It's my first one. I've seen plenty.
What happened on day 75?
So I left Peru with the plan to reach the Marquesas Island group, which is a part of French Polynesia. And that's sort of like the first island group west of South America. And it's about 3,000, 4,000 miles from South America. So I thought I'd probably be at sea maximum 150 days. I was on track to reach those islands in about 100 days. Things were going really well. The whole time I'd been rowing, I was slightly further north than I would like to have been, but I continued to push south and row south as hard as I could. So by day 75, I was on track for another 25 days at sea. Things were looking really good. All of a sudden, this very strong breeze came up from the southeast, and for days and days, this strong wind blew, and no matter what I did, it just kept on pushing me further and further north away from these islands. I had this realization all of a sudden after a few days that there was no way I was going to reach these islands, even though I was still 1,000 miles off. No matter how hard I rowed and how hard I tried, I kept on drifting north, further away from these islands. And so on day 75, I picked up the satellite phone for the first time, and I called my parents back in Brisbane and said, hey Mum, hey Dad, how are you? They said, yeah, we're good, Tom, how are you? It's odd to hear from you. What's been happening? I said, well, look, I'm not going to make these islands. And they said, well, that's very serious. You know, how much food have you got? I said, I've got food for 150 days. And they said, well, there's not many other islands out there. I hung up the phone and I pulled out this big chart of the Pacific, and I scanned and scanned and scanned and looked for the nearest inhabited island. And it was important I found an inhabited island because I knew that whichever island I found, I was going to be stuck there for the next 4 months during the cyclone season. I had no choice but to lay over during that time. And I went to the Marquesas, and I went further west and west and west and west. And eventually I found this little tiny dot called Penryn or Tonga-Lewa. And it was just a dot on the map. And so I went to my pilot books, which is like an encyclopedia of islands in the Pacific. And I went to the index, P for Penryn, and found the page there. And there was just one little tiny paragraph, 2 sentences, that just said, Penryn, Northern Cook Islands, 2 villages inhabited. And that was all I needed. And so all of a sudden, just like that, the whole journey changed. And all of a sudden, I was aiming for this little tiny speck, and I had no knowledge of what people were going to be like, what the place was going to be like. And so I continued to row and row and row, and day 100 passed, and I was still rowing. And then day 110 passed, and day 130, and I was still rowing. But I was on track to reach this island. And during those days, the day 100s and the 110s, 120, that was pretty serious stuff. I was rowing like a madman, basically, 14 hours a day just to survive, just to make sure I was going to reach this island. I was catching lots of fish, which was good, but I didn't have a heap of food left. And I was really just in survival mode to make sure that I would get to this island.
Eventually, after rowing nearly 5,000 nautical miles, on day 160, Tom spotted land and a boat full of people coming his way.
I got closer and closer, and eventually I saw this grey smudge on the horizon, and I cried out, land ho. There's the island, just there. And it was just this most amazing sensation. Every book, every story you've ever heard about a shipwrecked sailor.
I just spotted the boat, I think.
It's just that exact same feeling.
I'm just going to keep waving, hopefully they come. Yes, yes, there's a boat.
Just this jubilation and this elation.
salvation. Oh my God. We've done it.
They were so happy to see me, and I was just obviously elated to see them. It was just this most magical feeling.
Thank you so much. Oh.
Any name for your book?
Maywa. M.
Yeah.
A.
Robinson R.
You had no way of really knowing how welcomed you would be, but you were absolutely welcomed, to the extent that the community even gave you a new name, didn't they?
Amazing thing, yeah. I've been wondering for so many months what the people here were going to be like, and they towed us across the lagoon to this little village of Omaka, the biggest village of the island, 140 people. And there's all these houses made out of blocks and tin. They say, Tom, you can step ashore now, and I looked down at my feet and realised this was going to be the first step I would take in 160 days. The boat's so small you can't walk around, really. So I took this almighty leap from my boat, and my soft feet landed on the hard coral ground, and I just felt the warmth of the earth underneath me, and it was this remarkable feeling. And I tried to stand up straight, but I had the sea legs really badly, and I was sort of walking around like a drunken sailor. But these big burly men from the village came around me and held me upright, and they were shaking my hands and taking photos. And one of the old men of the village, he came up to me and he said, Tom, welcome to our island of Penryn. It's a pleasure to have you here. You're the first international boat to arrive in 3 years. And he said, Tom, but there's something I must inform you of. You came here as Tom Robinson, but you have a new name now. You are now Mahuta Hoi Hoi Asanga, which in our language means the warrior that has paddled from afar. So welcome to Penryn, Mahuta. And this wave of emotion just came over me, and I couldn't believe that after so long at sea, I'd arrived at this little slice of paradise, and instantly I'd been welcomed in by these people. And they had no idea if I was going to stay a day or 2 days or 2 months or 4 months like I ended up staying. But instantly they welcomed me into their homes and their lives. I'd read books as a kid about explorers and adventurers being given local names, and to arrive at one of the few islands in the Pacific where that tradition carries on was just a remarkable thing.
Tom threw himself into island life, singing, dancing, babysitting, building houses, fishing, and attending church 5 times a week. When cyclone season had passed and the time came for Tom to continue, the islanders threw him a leaving party. In fact, there were a few.
The night before I left, I think I went to 3 separate going away parties for me. The family come together and make this big feast, and we all sing songs, and speeches are made about how this young man, Mahuta, arrived to the island. And the morning of the departure, I jumped on the oars and I began to row.
Have a safe trip. Stop, man. Take care.
And there was this boat full of the locals, probably 30 or 40 of the locals, and they all began to sing. And I began to pull on these oars, and that was by far the hardest departure of the journey. As I pulled on those oars, I was rowing away from this slice of paradise and harmony that I'd found in life, and they didn't stop singing until I was over the horizon. And one of the men of the village sent a message to my parents after I left saying that it is very quiet in the village this night because the children will no longer be calling Mahuta's name.
Tom continued rowing. He stopped off in American Samoa and then spent a week in Vanuatu, his final stop before he set off again with the aim of reaching Australia. And he also did it all totally naked to avoid chafing.
I'd been rowing for about 5 days. At that stage, I'd been at sea for a total of 265 days. I'd spent over 6 months in the islands, in the villages with the people. I'd covered about 7,000 nautical miles, and I thought I was about probably 50 days away from reaching land and completing my childhood dream. And I'd been rowing all day pretty comfortably. The seas were a bit messy, but there was nothing really remarkable about them. And I decided that I'd hang up the oars a bit early and I'd go into my cabin. And the thing to understand about these ocean rowing boats is that they're designed to be unstable upside down. So that means that if a wave was to roll it over, it would self-right. And the reason they're unstable upside down is because they've got lots of air trapped inside the cabin when the hatch is closed. Mm-hmm. And so the number one rule is to keep the hatch closed, right? Of course, when you're in the balmy Pacific near the equator, that hatch is open for a lot of the time because it's so hot out there, and you're trying to sleep and you're sweltering, right? So on this occasion, I had the hatch open, and that was the fateful error. I was lying in my bunk and just contemplating having dinner, and all of a sudden I heard this tremendous crashing sound. And without having time to react, the whole boat was enveloped by this huge wave and tossed and turned until she was upside down. And I was inside this cabin that had been my safety and my home for so long, and all of a sudden I was holding my breath and it was flooded instantly. And there was no time for thought, it was just pure shock. And by this stage the sun had set and it was getting dark, and so I had no choice but to swim out through the half open hatch and then out and then hold on to the side of this upturned boat. All of a sudden that's when it hit me that the worst possible scenario had just become my reality. I tried to right the boat, so I tied a line to one side of the boat and tried to pull the boat back over, but she was too heavy, that she was just stuck as she was. And then I realised that my EPIRB, which is like the emergency transponder, was inside the boat. And so I had to swim back underneath the boat into the cabin, grab this emergency beacon, hold onto it, and then swim out back under the boat and onto the side of the boat. I tied it round my wrist with a lanyard, and then I climbed up atop onto the upturned hull, and I tied myself down. And by that time I realised that to continue to try and right the boat and salvage the situation was going to be impossible during night time. Basically, it was too dark. By that stage it was getting rough, the sea state was increasing, risk that I'd hit my head and be knocked out and it'd be all over. And so I sat on this upturned hull, stark naked, shivering cold. There was a very brief moment there where I thought that it was all over and that this journey was going to take my life, so to speak. And so that was a really sobering thought. A lot of things went through my mind during those 14 hours. At first, it was doom and gloom, and I thought that that was it, and that my life had come to an end, not just the journey, but my life. But very quickly, I changed my mindset and began to see the positives, if there were any of it. And the whole journey had been about overcoming hardship, and so I thought that if I can overcome all the things I've just overcome in the past 18 months, then there's no reason why I can't make it through the night. So I began to set all these little goals. The number one goal, the big goal, was to hang on for the night and see the sun come up. I knew that the moon was going to come up at one stage, so I decided that was going to be the most beautiful moonrise I'd ever seen. And then I began to make a plan for how I was going to get myself out of that situation. So the next day the sun was going to come up, I was going to be able to find some food on the boat, and then I was going to flood certain sections of the boat to right the boat and continue going. Because I had this EPIRB with me, this beacon, this transponder, and it was beeping and flashing. But to me, I had no knowledge if there was anyone out there looking for me, or if help was going to come. Was it going to come in an hour, a day, a week, a month, or was there going to be no help at all? I had no idea. And then eventually, looking out to the east as I did all night long, this pitch black became this faint, dark purple, and then it got lighter and lighter and lighter, and I had this very strong feeling that things were going to be okay. I just made it through what was the hardest night of my life and the hardest experience of my life, and that after that things were going to get a hell of a lot better. And so there was this great excitement. And it wasn't long after the sun came up over the horizon that I saw this big black dot on the horizon, and I realised that it was a ship, and I was pretty certain that it was coming for me. And for the first time I realised that the journey had come to an end. Up until then there was this big question mark: was I going to right the boat and continue on the journey? But seeing that ship made me realise that they'd come out of their way to come and get me, and I had no choice but to jump aboard and thank them for their efforts. And so that's what I did.
I know you originally thought it was a cargo ship. Who had come out? Who was helping you?
So I was sitting there looking at this big black ship coming towards me, wondering what port I was going to end up in. Assuming it's a cargo ship, I thought maybe they're en route to China, so that could be quite interesting. And as it got closer and closer, I realised that it wasn't any ship, but it was actually a P&O cruise ship. And so I had to laugh. I did. And only then did I really become aware of my own nudity. So I'd been nude at the time of the capsize, and obviously I'd stayed that way during the night. And as the ship got closer and closer, there was literally hundreds of people lining the decks with big lenses on their cameras and binoculars. There was there was no salvaging that situation, right? I was totally in it. But the ship got closer and closer, and once again the whole scenario got very serious. As you can imagine, this big, huge, giant steel ship amongst this tumultuous sea, these big waves going up and down the side of the ship, and I'm holding on to this tiny upturned rowing boat. And the captain did an amazing job to maneuver the boat until I, in my rowing boat, was bouncing along the side of this ship as these big waves were coming up and down the side of the hull. A very scary situation. And they dropped a ladder down the side of the ship, a rope ladder, and as I made my way down the side of the hull, there was this split-second moment where I had no choice but to take a leap of faith and leave my rowing boat and jump to this ladder. And I held on to this ladder, and as I held on, I looked down and a trough had formed below me, and Maiwa was right down low underneath me. And I held on to this ladder and realised how weak I was. But I garnered the strength to climb up this rope ladder in through a hole in the side of the hull. And I looked down this corridor, and there was a team of people, crew members and staff and all these people, and they were just, all their eyes were pointed at me, and I was looking at these people, and the whole situation was just absolutely and totally surreal.
Tom Robinson's incredible trip across the Pacific. That's it for today. I'm India Ackerson, and the producer was May Cameron. Thank you so much for listening. We'll see you soon. You're listening to the BBC World Service. And now, Witness History, with me, Surya Elango. We're in one of Denmark's oldest cities, Odense, in the autumn of 2012, where a lost fairy tale called The Tallow Candle by one of the world's most legendary writers is about to be found. Odense takes its name from Odin, the Norse god of poetry and storytelling. Beneath its cobbled streets sits an 11th century Viking fortress. In the cathedral crypt rests Denmark's last Viking king. And according to legend, one of Odin's eyes lies at the bottom of a well here. But this story isn't buried in myth. It's hidden inside a little box, deep inside the vaults of the Danish National Archives.
If you misplace a manuscript in the National Archives, they are lost forever. You should be so lucky to find what you have misplaced in the archives.
In October 2012, Einar Esgaard, a senior researcher and curator at Museum Odense, gets an urgent phone call. It's an archivist telling him that inside one of the tens of thousands of boxes, they've found something rather unexpected.
I didn't believe it, to be honest. So, but I went to the archives immediately, and I saw this manuscript. It's plain white paper in quite good quality, consisting of 2 folded sheets. They were neatly sewn together to a little booklet. And on 3 of the pages, this fairy tale was written. And then at the end, it was signed Hans Christian Andersen.
It sizzled and fizzled as the flames fired the cauldron. It was the tallow candle's cradle.
Hans Christian Andersen wrote over 150 fairy tales, including favourites like The Ugly Duckling and The Little Mermaid. Einar had read them all, except for this one. He had a man called Espen Brau to thank for this.
He was a genealogist and a local historian, and he was making research on a family, a Danish family called Plum, at the National Archive in Odense. And he had required some boxes, and he found in one of the boxes by chance this manuscript. He was amazed, so he contacted the head of the archive in Odense. You could say that the manuscript in some way was misplaced in this archive box because it had nothing to do with this family.
And on the front page of the manuscript, it read,
"To Madame Bunkeflod from her devoted Hans Christian Andersen." The name Hans Christian Andersen, it's in Denmark a common name, but Mrs. Bunkeflod is a very rare name.
But Einar already knew her name from Andersen's memoirs.
Madame Bunkeflod, she was a widow, and she lived on the opposite side of the street where Andersen lived. And Andersen was a regular visitor there because he borrowed Madame Bunkeflod's books, and he read all the books he could find. It might be in this period that he wrote this fairy tale and gave it to Mrs. Bunkeflod in 1823 or 1825.
So what is this lost fairy tale all about?
The fairy tale is about the tallow candle. It's a very simple candle made out of the fat of sheep, and it easily gets dirty.
Completely covered by the dirt of the surrounding world, they had come much too close. False friends found they could not reach its inner self, and angrily cast the candle away as useless.
But then it's discovered by a tinderbox that knew the candle better than the candle knew itself, as Anderson says. And then the tinderbox lit the tallow candle, and the tallow candle burns and the flame blazes, and the drops of tallow covers the dirt of the outside of the tallow candle, so it gets white and bright, and then it has found its place in life and can shine for the delight of its fellow creatures. He always speaks of the nobility of mind, that the inner quality is more important than the outer appearance. It's a typical Anderson theme.
Einar spent 2 months studying the manuscript, which was not in Anderson's writing, as it was a copy.
It was a nice handwriting, but I had no idea who made this copy. And then there was a watermark on the paper. It was a beehive, and it was paper from a paper mill in the Netherlands called Honig. The paper fit into the period when Anderson was young. So that's the first part. The second part is to find out, could it be Hans Christian Andersen that was the author behind this tale? And it's, to be honest, it's not very good, so it should be written by a young Andersen, and that fits also into our finds.
In December 2012, news broke about the discovery of the tallow candle.
But there was a lot of debate. Some said it could be a hoax, and they didn't believe it could be Hans Christian Andersen. And some scholars said that some words in this transcription couldn't be from this period. So there was a lot of debate, but it very quickly fizzled out.
Einar wasn't swayed by the reaction.
I was expecting this, but I think in terms of this manuscript being a hoax, that it was not clever to make a hoax by misplacing a manuscript in the National Archives, because in the National Archives there are millions of papers.
The story made headlines.
The phone rang all the time. Tibet, China, Japan. I was really stunned, realizing that Andersen still was so popular or well-liked throughout the world.
So what does it mean to find something like this?
It gives a new chapter in the story of Hans Christian Andersen, because it shows us that he was, in an early age, very interested in writing such metaphorical stories that he later would be very famous of writing. So it changes opinion or the idea that Andersen just in the age of 30 began writing fairy tales. He was already as a child was making some experiments in writing fairy tales. The scholars are divided. Some recognize it as an Andersen fairy tale and somebody don't. So the tallow candle is placed in the box it was found in. It's back at the National Archives in Copenhagen. Everything is fading away in history, but I think that fairy tale in our life is when such discoveries are done. It wakes you up in some way and make your life richer.
Out burst the flame. Light burst out bright and clear all around, paving the way forward with light for its surroundings. His true friends, who were now able to seek truth in the glow of the candle.
Einar Esgaard is a senior researcher and curator at Museum Odense. He's also the chairman of the Hans Christian Andersen Society in Odense, Denmark. He was speaking to me, Surya Elango, for Witness History.
This is the BBC World Service with Harriet Gilbert to tell us about May's World Book Club.
I'll be welcoming John Connolly to discuss his beautiful but twisted fairy tale, The Book of Lost Things. Set during the Second World War, the novel tells the story of 12-year-old David, shut away in his attic bedroom, mourning his mother with only books for company. It's unnerving, psychologically gripping, and achingly tender.
World Book Club from the 2nd of May. At bbc.com, The Media Show.
Artemis 2 marked the most significant moment for human spaceflight in a generation, and it was a media event watched around the world.
But for the journalists gathered at Mission Control, what was it actually like to report? And did NASA shape the narrative of the mission? This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station. Coming up after the news, Unexpected Elements brings you the scientific twists and turns that all start with a news story, which this week is about a scientist detained by US Customs and Immigration for carrying dead frog embryos into the country. A recent court ruled she shouldn't have lost her visa for this. Unexpected Elements is taking this headline as our chance to celebrate amphibians. So, how can you use the African clawed frog as a human pregnancy test, and what does that have to do with a deadly fungus that devastated frog populations? Salamanders can regrow a limb, but frogs can't, unless, as recent research shows, you add in the right cocktail of drugs. Yes, scientists have regrown a frog limb. Does that mean there's hope for regenerating human limbs next? That plus more coming up shortly.
BBC News with Gabriel O'Regan. President Trump has again insisted the US will recover Iran's highly enriched uranium as part of a deal to end the war, contradicting Iran's stance on the matter. Speaking to supporters in Arizona, Mr. Trump said the US would work with Iran to dig out what he called the nuclear dust.
We're going to get it by going in with Iran, with lots of excavators, because the B-2s, remember when fake news CNN said, well, maybe obliteration is too strong a word. Obliteration. That's so deep. We need the biggest excavators you can imagine, but we're going to go in together with Iran. We're going to get it, and we're going to take it back home to the USA. Very simple.
Bernd de Busman in Washington says the speech was designed to please his home audience.
I think the president's keenly aware of the pressure he's facing domestically, both in terms of petrol prices and from those, many of whom are within his own base, that he not get the U.S. involved in a protracted conflict overseas again. And I think in his speech tonight, he kind of said that without saying it directly. He very much framed the operation in Iran as America First operations that were undertaken to achieve American foreign policy goals and American objectives.
Earlier, the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman said uranium would not be transferred anywhere. In the speech, President Trump insisted a U.S. blockade of Iranian ports would continue until a deal is fully signed. The Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, threatened to reverse a decision to reopen the Strait of Hormuz unless the blockade was lifted. The Lebanese president has declared that his country is entering a new phase to transform a temporary ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah into a permanent peace settlement. In a televised address, Joseph Aoun said Lebanon would no longer be a card in anyone's pocket, nor an arena for others. He vowed the Lebanese army would take control in the south once Israel pulled out.
هدفنا واضح ومعلن وقف العدوان الإسرائيلي.
Our goal is clear and openly declared: to stop the Israeli aggression against our land and our people, the Israeli withdrawal, extend the authority of the state over all its territory, secure the return of prisoners, and enable our people to return to their homes and villages, enjoying safety, freedom, and dignity.
Earlier, President Trump said he'd prohibited Israel from attacking, but one person has since been killed by an Israeli drone strike. The Trump administration says it's hosted a productive meeting with the head of Anthropic following months of tension between the Defense Department and the artificial intelligence company. Earlier this year, President Trump ordered government agencies to stop using Anthropic's powerful new AI model, Claude Mythos, after it insisted on safeguards to stop it being used for mass domestic surveillance or fully autonomous weapons. But its powerful new AI model, Claude Mythos, is regarded by defense experts as a potentially vital tool for U.S. security. BBC News. The United States has renewed a waiver allowing countries to buy sanctioned Russian oil for another month, days after saying it would not do so. The authorization applies to oil already at sea. It's aimed at easing the supply shock caused by the Iran war, but it's been criticized by European countries. An Irish man accused of heading one of Europe's most violent criminal gangs has been arrested in Dubai. Daniel Kinahan found fame as a boxing promoter, but his father was part of a major drug smuggling ring, and police believe he now runs the operation. The Dubai police force said his arrest came as part of an ongoing effort to combat cross-border crime. The French video game Clair Obscur Expedition 33 has won the top prize at the BAFTA Games Awards in London. The role-playing dark fantasy adventure, designed by Sandfall Interactive, has become a global sensation since its launch a year ago, selling more than 5 million copies. Our reporter Andrew Rogers was at the awards. He says the games industry rivals that of TV and films.
It's as big as, if not bigger than the film and the TV industry combined globally. So it is massive, and even if you don't play games, it is influencing culture more and more. One of the interesting things is the increasing blurring between film and TV and games. For example, the new Indiana Jones game was up for awards tonight, and tonight was also the debut of the new theme for the Bond game that's coming out soon, and it's going to have one of those epic songs attached to it in the same way that Bond movies do.
In December, it became the first French production to win Game of the Year at the Games Awards in Los Angeles. And the Brazilian basketball legend Oscar Schmidt has died at the age of 68. He represented Brazil in 5 consecutive Olympic Games, claiming the record as the Olympics' all-time lead scorer with more than 1,000 points. In 1984, Schmidt was selected by the New Jersey Nets in the United States, but turned them down to continue playing for Brazil. That's the latest world news from BBC.
Last week, I was on the radio telling the story of Australia's cane toads. It's a tale of success against the odds of 100 animals picked up, moved to a new continent that have multiplied into a population of 200 million over the past century. At least that's the toad's point of view. From humans and native Australian wildlife's point of view, it's been a disaster. An effort to control sugar cane pests has not only failed, it's introduced a far greater pest, toxic to other animals and capable of laying tens of thousands of eggs a year. Meanwhile, in other parts of the world, frogs aren't faring so well, with 195 species on the critically endangered list. It seems that these amphibia are indicators, whether they boom or bust as a species, of ecosystems out of sorts. I'm Marnie Chesterton from the BBC World Service. This is Unexpected Elements. And I'm not doing this alone. I am joined by a couple of global science journalists. So, hopping into the studio this week is Katie Silva, currently in Playa del Carmen, Mexico. Hello, Katie.
Hola, buenos días.
And calling in from Sao Paulo, Brazil, we have Camilla Mota. Hey, Camilla.
Oi, Marnie. Hello.
Listeners, we are nerding out about frogs because this is a science program inspired by the news. And what we do on this show is we take a headline and then we use a story that takes our fancy to leap off into unexpected sciencey directions. And sometimes we chuck in an expert, we chuck in some archive. By the end of the episode, we've hopefully, should that be hopefully, learnt something new. And with all the frog chat in mind, this is what caught our attention this week.
In another case, an American federal judge has ruled to reinstate a Harvard researcher's visa. Ksenia Petrova was detained at Boston Airport and accused of smuggling frog embryo samples into the country.
Yes, a judge has ruled that Russian-born researcher Ksenia Petrova wrongly had her visa cancelled after bringing slices of dead frog embryos into the US last year. So the Harvard-based scientist had picked up the samples from a lab in France at the behest of her supervisor, who asked her to do it. She was bringing them back into the US for her research into aging and cancer, and she was detained by the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, and she ended up spending 4 months in a detention center. Now, I couldn't help but feel sorry for Petrova because I've heard so many stories over the years of scientists carrying some quite bizarre things through airports, usually because these things that they're carrying are years of work and you don't want to trust them with the postal service. And personally, I worked on posted frog embryos, so tadpoles, as a student, and I still worry that the changes that I saw in them were due less to the gene that we'd targeted and more due to them being squashed up in a ball in the post. So that wakes me up at night sometimes. Anyway, that's our starting point. And normally we jump off from here to anywhere tangentially related and interesting. So, team, where do we want to go?
So I'll start. So, when I think of embryos, I think of sperm.
Okay, one of the two cells that bang into each other to start forming an embryo?
Yes, and have you ever thought about what happens when you send sperm into space?
No, but now I have. I mean, is this because there's focus on Artemis 2? Where are we going with this? Oh, by the way, before we do have a sister show called 13 Minutes, which has been following this mission closely. So if you want to nerd out on all the Artemis 2 stuff, then really do go there. So, Katie, sperm in space, tell me more.
Sure. So, of course, Artemis as well is about trying to further grapple with this idea about whether or not we could ever move to space. And a big issue with that would be whether or not we could ever reproduce there. So new research from Australia suggests that sperm might actually get quite disorientated and therefore lost as it tries to find an egg if it's operating in space. So there were researchers at the University of Adelaide and they exposed sperm to microgravity and found that just like an astronaut, they sort of tumble around with no direction. They flip, they go upside down, all of these sorts of things. So hard for them to find the egg.
So is this just scientists messing with sperm for fun, or is this important?
It is important. It's about this concept of us trying to move to space. And of course, we've got the likes of Elon Musk and Mars and the moon, NASA going again. Could we ever live there? In order for that to happen, it's not just about trying to make sure that we could get adequate food supply, but also that we can reproduce. And otherwise, for example, you'd always have to be going back to Earth to get more people.
I'm curious about how this research was carried out. Did they ask an astronaut to do something very personal? Did they put sperm into tiny spaceships?
No, they didn't. That might be the future research, Marnie, but this was all carried out in an Earth-based lab. So what they did is they used sperm samples from humans, mice, and pigs, and they put them in a machine that mimics microgravity. It's called a clinostat, and it rotates to get rid of the direction of gravitational pull and causes cells to not really get which direction they're traveling in. They then put them in a maze that simulated the female reproductive tract and checked if they could get through to an egg.
And what did they find? Could the sperm navigate the maze?
So the sperm in this simulated microgravity, basically 40% fewer made it through compared to the control group. With human sperm, there was no egg there for ethical reasons. For pigs and mice, they did put an egg there, and they found that even the embryo then developed, if they did make it to the end, was impacted because of their exposure to microgravity.
Okay, so if you make sperm dizzy, the results are bad, not just for the likelihood of actually getting there, but the resulting embryo might be affected too.
Yeah, it does paint a pretty worrying picture, and it seems that those embryos that were exposed to simulated microgravity had a different number of fetal cells in the embryo. But the researchers said that thankfully, while some embryos were negatively impacted, there were others that were healthy. And so there is some hope that we might one day be able to reproduce in space.
Okay, and are there any benefits for the 8 billion of us who are never going to try and reproduce in space and who are just going to be earthbound?
So the senior author of the paper did say that the research is helping us to better understand how sperm navigate and move through the female reproductive tract. So I guess it could have some benefits when it comes to fertility research. Researchers haven't really talked about that just yet. But as you say, it might sound relatively sci-fi or literally out of this world, but in February, scientists actually called for more research into reproductive health in space. They said that it was urgently needed, that they needed international collaboration to try and close these knowledge gaps, because I guess
we don't know what the future holds.
Thank you, Katie. Very topical.
2 news stories in one.
On the subject of embryos, did you know that they have extraordinary regeneration abilities?
Yes, there was some research at the start of this year where some scientists in France got to narrow down the window where mice embryos can regrow a front limb. And apparently the key seems to be having a certain type of cell called neural crest cells, which start this amazing process. And sadly, this is just a window that happens before the mouse is even born.
Exactly. For the vast majority of species, this skill is later lost in life, right? If we lose the toe, we cannot make it grow back. Yeah. Although there are some animals, starfishes, crabs, salamanders, that can regenerate limbs as an adult, the vast majority just can't. And frogs, our topic here today, can't grow back arms and legs despite being closely related to salamanders. Just like what happens with us mammals when frogs get injured, the cells that rush to the wound focus on building scar tissue and not regeneration. So it's one or another.
Okay, so bad luck frogs. Be more salamander, right? But how?
Right. So scientists from Harvard and Tufts University in the U.S. were able to make African clawed frogs rebuild the leg they amputated by using a wearable bioreactor. So the bioreactor was the little cup-like thing, it looks like a little plastic thimble. They put a silk-based gel loaded with a drug cocktail at the bottom of it and attached it to the frog stump as soon as the limb was amputated.
Okay, bioreactor sounds really quite high-end spec, and then you describe it, and it's plastic thimble full of gel.
Yeah.
So how long did they have to wear the bioreactor for?
Just 24 hours. It was held in place for just 24 hours and then removed. After that, instead of producing scar tissue, the stump started to slowly regenerate over the course of 18 months. And the drug cocktail I mentioned is key here. It was 5 different drugs, and each one of them had a different purpose. So one was aimed at reducing inflammation, another inhibited the production of the collagen that it would lead to scarring, another one fostered the growth of new blood vessels, muscles, bones, etc., etc.
Gosh, and did the leg look normal when it did grow back?
Pretty much. In the majority of frogs exposed to the treatment, the new leg had blood vessels, nerve fibers, muscles, and bone structures similar to their other legs, and even toes, even though they were not supported by bones. But that didn't prevent the regrown limb from moving, so frogs were able to swim around in the tank like a normal frog would.
Wow, and I can see suddenly why scientists are keen to do this, right? It's not just torturing frogs for the fun of it. This is potentially, if frogs can regenerate, then millions of people who've lost limbs due to trauma or illness could do something similar?
Yeah, that's the idea. A lot of people lose limbs because of diabetes, right, and a number of other diseases. And the recipe for making every part of our body is encoded in our DNA, right? The information is there, but animals that don't have the ability to regenerate are not able to use that information to grow limbs as adults. What scientists wanted to do was access that, to trigger regenerative capability so the body would perform complex growth and development of the lost limb without outside interference. And they call this latent embryogenic cascade. So there you have embryos again. And so in the future, maybe those who have lost limbs could be able to regenerate them.
I mean, that's unbelievable. I guess it's a long, long way off.
Oh, yeah. Yes, it is. They said that the idea is to start researching it in mammals, but still, yeah, a long way. And I was actually looking for videos of the research, couldn't find it, but the pictures on the paper, you can actually see the leg developing, and it was a bit sci-fi for me, I have to admit.
Wow, that is tantalizing stuff. Wouldn't it be great if I could grow my legs back again, but about 4 inches taller? That would be great.
And tanned?
Yeah, ideally.
Oh, yeah.
Listeners, do you have anything to contribute to this discussion? If you have a favourite frog fact or a tale of the weirdest thing that you've managed to get through airport security, please do email it to unexpected@bbc.co.uk, or we have a WhatsApp number. That number is +44 330 678 3080. Still to come, the ferocious
frog-eating fungus, will it spell the last of them? That's coming up after this. Hello, it's Georgia, here with the Unexpected Elements quiz. Did you know scientists have observed at least 74 different ways that frogs reproduce? These amphibians have tons of methods of fertilizing eggs and building nests, and some even give live birth to fully formed froglets. While some species leave their eggs to develop on their own, others have unique ways of caring for their young. What I want to know is which of these has not been observed as a method of frog parenting. A. Eggs are carried in a pouch on the mother's underbelly. B. Eggs develop under the skin on the mother's back. Or C. Fathers incubate tadpoles in their vocal sacs. Again, that's which of these is not a known method of frog parenting. A. Eggs are carried in the pouch on the mother's underbelly. B. Eggs develop under the skin on the mother's back. Or C. Fathers incubate tadpoles in their vocal sacs. Hop to it. I'll be back soon with the answer. You're listening to Unexpected Elements from the BBC World Service, where this week the story of a Harvard researcher wrongfully having her visa cancelled after bringing dead frog embryos into the USA has led us to tales of sperm and eggs in space and how to regenerate a limb. Now, at the beginning of the show, I mentioned that frogs aren't faring so well, with many on the critically endangered list. Of course, the usual suspects are at play here. We've got habitat loss, climate change and pollution, but there is something else. Back in the 1970s and 80s, a dramatic decline in frog species globally became apparent, and for a long time, we didn't know the cause. One of the people who helped to solve the mystery is joining us now. Associate Professor at Melbourne Veterinary School, Lee Berger. Welcome to the programme.
Yeah, thanks, Marnie.
Let's go back to the beginning of the frog apocalypse. When frogs began disappearing in the 70s and 80s, what did people think was going on?
It took a while for everyone to realise that something catastrophic was happening because frog numbers do fluctuate, and I think some people were a bit embarrassed to say they could find their frogs, but there are a lot of studies looking at pollution. Could pollutants be getting into these remote areas? Could it be UV affecting reproduction? But by the early 90s, there'd been, over a decade of data collected, and so we knew by then that populations are crashing very, very rapidly. Sometimes they would go within months. And so in Australia, there were a couple of guys who got together to work on this, and they looked at this pattern of declines and decided it must be a waterborne disease of adult frogs that was spreading, because they could see this spread of declines from south to north Queensland. Based on that, they could predict where it was going next, and they went to a population up in the far north that was still abundant. Yeah, sure enough, they were there at the time of the crash, and so that was the first time that sick and dying frogs were collected in Australia, and we had the bodies to begin an investigation on, and that's when I became involved as a PhD student.
So you were actually catching frogs? What was the field work like?
I suppose in the rainforest, you go out at night with a head torch, and if you have a torch up by your eyes, you can see the eye shine of the species. But I was sort of mainly involved in the mortality event, so mainly working on dead frogs.
When you looked at the dead frogs, could you see anything about them that made them look different to the healthy living frogs?
We saw this round sort of microorganism in the skin, and when we took skin samples from frogs that had died and put that with healthy frogs, yeah, sure enough, they became infected and got sick within a few weeks, and then we knew it was actually a fatal infection. It took us a while to work out it's a chytrid fungus, so this phylum of fungi hadn't been found causing disease in animals before, and so that made it really challenging, I suppose, to work on this very unusual pathogen. We had no sort of textbooks to work out how to study it and do experiments with it.
And gosh, having that finding, then did you feel like you're racing against the clock? It sounds like something of a movie, with scientists sitting around trying to work up until midnight, into the wee hours, trying to work it out. What was that like?
Yeah, well, early on, I suppose I thought I want to work out what it is that will sort of solve the problem, but really that was the first step in trying to work out what to do about it. And it's been, 27 years later, we're still trying to come up with a solution. I suppose early on it was just a few of us, so I did feel a lot of pressure and everything
you've called this one of the worst diseases in recorded history. How many frog species has it affected?
Latest count was at least 500 species around the world have declined from this infection, and of those, 90 have probably gone extinct. So, it's been catastrophic.
You mentioned that it affects the outer layers of the frog skin, right? How does it exactly work? How does the fungus kill the frogs?
Early on, that was a sort of big mystery, because in a mammal it probably wouldn't be a fatal disease, but we know frog skin has a lot of functions, and it's very permeable, and it's got all this regulation that it needs to osmoregulate and maintain their homeostasis. Yeah, we had a student who worked out that it's the disruption to the electrolyte transport across frog skin that's disturbed, and they lose sodium and potassium, which can go down to like almost half what a healthy frog would have, and at that point, their heart stops.
It's extraordinary that this disease got everywhere. I believe that one of my favourite frogs, because obviously everyone's got a favourite frog, the African clawed frog, Xenopus laevis, which is a mouse model equivalent, but the frog version, that's had the finger pointed at it as a key carrier, right?
Yeah, so they can be infected, but they're quite resistant, so they can stay healthy and carry infection. And early on, it was suspected that they were probably trade and export of the African clawed frog would have spread it around, because they were used for pregnancy testing for a long time.
Yeah, we're going to have to stop at this point and say what?
Yeah, sorry.
Why would you use an African clawed frog to find out if a human is pregnant?
Yeah, it seems strange now, but back, I think between the 1930s and 1960s, that was a really common way to determine if a woman was pregnant. So they took the urine from a woman, injected it into a female frog, and if the pregnancy hormones were there in the urine, the frog would lay eggs within a day, and it was a really accurate test. So it was used for a long time. But yeah, a lot of frogs are transported for research as well as for pets, and also for frogs' legs. So there's still a big trade in moving live frogs around the world, and we can see that chytrid is still being moved around.
I'd love to take a minute just to focus on what we've lost through those 90 species that have gone extinct, because you mentioned one in Australia. Can you tell me about the gastric brooding frog and why that's so special?
Sure. Yeah, we had two species of gastric brooding frog, the southern and northern, and they were some of the first frogs to disappear. They were amazing. So the female frogs swallowed their eggs, and they hatched in their stomach, and they were found up to 26 tadpoles could be in the stomach of a frog. The tadpoles lived their whole life there and only sort of emerged through the mouth after metamorphosis, and so the adult frog would sort of give birth with these little frogs hopping out of her mouth. There was a lot of excitement when that was discovered. They were only discovered less than 10 years before they went extinct, actually, but there was a lot of interest in how does an animal turn its stomach into a uterus and not digest whatever's in there, and how does that even evolve?
And now they're gone.
They're both gone.
That's gutting. So forward to the present day, is this disease still causing problems, and how can we stop it?
They estimated about 12% of species that declined are recovering, probably due to evolution of resistance, but definitely still a big problem. We still have a lot of species that are relying on captivity, but obviously we want to get frogs back out into the landscape, and that's a lot of the work now. Yeah, one of the things I've been looking at is whether we can select for resistant frogs. And so the zoos have, these amazing breeding programs, and we have found that resistance is heritable, so there is, potential to go ahead with that.
I guess we'll all keep our fingers crossed then. Dr. Lieberger, thank you so much for coming on to Unexpected Elements. So, a story about imported frog embryos led us to ponder reproduction in microgravity and how a nutrient-rich soup of just the right chemicals could one day give us Wolverine-like regeneration abilities. And we've just heard about the unexpected link between frogs and pregnancy tests, and why a fungus has been devastating the amphibian population. don't leave the pond just yet. Coming up next, we'll be hearing how fishes' ears can help us understand ancient Earth. We'll be finding out why I've always got room for pudding, and I'll be attempting some frog physics. Stay with us. This is the BBC World Service, exploring the science and technology that's transforming the world. Meet Martha Moita. Her lab researches the mechanisms of defensive behavior in the nervous system.
They basically tie smart glasses to a wearable wristband, and it's meant for people who might not be able to pick up on body language and social cues.
This was about 1.3 billion light years away. And in January, it reached us, and we managed to detect it.
We're looking at how tech can be used to power consumer boycotts. Every so often, relations between countries can get tense.
Just the sheer technical accomplishment of getting a vehicle to drive itself is extraordinary.
Throughout all our silence studies, it had a huge effect on the negative form of past or future things in our lives.
Science and technology from the BBC World Service. Coming up after the news, what fossilised fish ears can tell us about differences in the food chain 7,000 years ago, why researchers in New Zealand have given frogs a backpack, and we talk frog physics. Find the link to very short laser pulses, how they split time, and why that won a Nobel Prize. Plus, is there a special stomach for puddings? Find out on Unexpected Elements shortly.
BBC News with Gabriel O'Regan. President Trump has again insisted the US will recover Iran's highly enriched uranium as part of a deal to end the war, contradicting Iran's stance. Mr. Trump said the US would work with Iran using lots of excavators to dig out what he called nuclear dust buried by the US airstrikes last year and bring it to America. The Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Mohammad Baghir Ghalibaf, has threatened to reverse Iran's decision to reopen the Strait of Hormuz unless a US blockade of Iranian ports was lifted. The head of the International Maritime Organization warned that the lack of specific guarantees could not ensure the safety of shipping. The Trump administration says it's hosted a productive meeting with the head of Anthropic following months of tension between the Pentagon and the artificial intelligence company. Anthropic's powerful new AI model, Claude Mythos, is being seen as a vital tool to enhance US security. The United States has renewed a waiver allowing countries to buy sanctioned Russian oil for another month, days after saying it had no plans to do so. The authorization applies to oil already at sea. The sanctions reprieve is intended to boost global oil supplies. Pope Leo has warned against the increasing use of AI, saying it could spread polarization, conflict, fear and violence during a trip to Cameroon. He also said the relentless pursuit of rare earths was causing environmental devastation. Train tickets from New York City to the stadium hosting the Football World Cup final this year will cost $150, prompting accusations of price gouging. The fare is an 11-fold increase. And the French video game Clair Obscur Expedition 33 has won the top prize at the BAFTA Games Awards in London. The role-playing dark fantasy adventure game has become a global sensation since its launch a year ago, selling more than 5 million copies. In December, it was Game of the Year at the Games Awards in Los Angeles. And that's the latest world news from the BBC.
This is Unexpected Elements from the BBC World Service, the science show that takes its inspiration from the news. I'm Marnie Chesterton in Cardiff in Wales, and I'm here with
Katie Silver in Playa del Carmen, Mexico.
And
Camila Mota in São Paulo, Brazil.
So we are your panel of science broadcasters, and we've reached the part of the show where one of our panel brings along a story that hasn't got much coverage and gives it its chance to shine. Katie, you are up. What have you got for us? And our theme this week is frogs. So, juicy fly for you, Katie, if you can link your story to the theme of this week's show?
Well, I don't particularly feel like a juicy fly just yet. Thanks, Marnie. I've got tacos and moriscos for lunch, I think, later today instead. But I'm going to go a bit off topic here to talk about coral reefs.
Okay, you win.
So one thing we all know about coral reefs, of course, is that they're in trouble. There's bleaching, fewer fish,
you name it. But scientists have found that something weirder that's harder to notice is also going on. It turns out that food chains on Caribbean reefs, which is right where I am now, have basically shrunk significantly.
Okay, so food chains, I think of like a ladder where you get the bigger organisms further up the ladder. So you've got tiny plankton and they're eaten by tiny fish who are eaten by medium fish, who are eaten by bigger fish, who are eaten by sharks.
Yes, spot on. But a recent study basically published in the journal Nature has found that 7,000 years ago, the ladder used to have more rungs, and fish are basically kind of all eating the same stuff right now.
How on earth do scientists know what fish were eating 7,000 years ago?
Yes, so they looked at these tiny structures in fish called otoliths. They're also known as ear stones. They're basically little calcium bits in a fish's ear that help with hearing and balance, but also trap chemical signals from what the fish ate during its life. Now, the researchers compared these otoliths trapped in fossilized reefs from 7,000 years ago with those today, and they used chemistry to reconstruct the whole food web.
So, Katie, exactly what did they find?
So they found that the food chain had compressed, so that big fish are eating lower on the chain while small fish are creeping up. And also fish have just lost their individuality. They used to specialize, now they don't.
And this matters because
variety means that a species can be resilient. So if you lose one food source, it wouldn't wipe out all the fish. You need that diversity. And it's not just fish that are impacted, it's about how the whole ecosystem functions. And now the whole system has basically fundamentally changed.
Okay, and is that reversible?
It's unclear. The question would be, how can you rebuild complexity? And then, of course, incentivize the fish to eat that complexity.
You know, Brazil has been heavily impacted by bleaching as well. It's a big problem here. But before we all get too depressed, I do have a good news story about coral reefs. So Brazilian scientists are teaming up with researchers from elsewhere in the world to see if probiotics could help with coral bleaching. Their research started at the Red Sea, where they ran a huge pilot test, and now they're trying to scale it up.
What? So this is going to be the equivalent of those little health yogurts, but not for our guts, for coral reefs.
That's what I thought, yeah. And since we love the microgut, Moni, wait till you hear this. Okay, so just like humans, corals rely on colonies of good bacteria to keep them healthy. When they're stressed, for example, when the water gets warmer, the balance between good and bad bacteria gets disrupted. And the idea is that beneficial probiotics, so good bacteria, could be applied to help the corals as a temporary medicine until climate change is addressed. And we can actually help. The scientists have even hypothesized that visitors could one day buy a probiotic to sprinkle on coral reefs during diving trips. Yes, doing their part in the global drive to restore damaged marine habitats.
That's amazing.
Wow, so sort of like you can buy breadcrumbs to feed the birds in sanctuaries sometimes.
You can actually do some good. I don't know if feeding the birds breadcrumbs will do any good for the environment, but yeah.
Since we're doing show and tell and neither of you have mentioned frogs yet, I'm going to add in my 2 cents to bring us back onto the topic of amphibians. So, this week, scientists at Otago University in New Zealand emailed me a photo of a frog sporting what looks like a jetpack. It's not. It's a tiny tracker, and it's because they wanted to know how Hochstetter frogs roam, how much space these tiny frogs need. And the trouble is that these frogs are hard to see because, as I said, they're tiny. So you need to put tiny backpacks, so 0.5 grams worth of backpack on them to see where they end up.
It's not like, for example, in the big felines where you put necklaces, right? You can't do that with frogs.
No.
Imagine.
And you've got to put it in just the right space as well, because if you get it wrong, then, you know, you're stopping this animal getting into the hole, or you're making it harder for it to swim or anything, move around. Now, listeners may have noticed that I've been giving out our email and our WhatsApp, and that's because we really like it when you get in touch. So let's take a moment to see what's in the inbox. So last week, on our feature called Under the Radar, Chavi Sachdev, our panellist in Mumbai, told us about Mumbai's musical road. Katie, Camilla, are either of you familiar with the concept of a musical road?
Not really. No, but I want to be.
So it's this idea that it's got these grooves in the road called rumble strips that create vibrations, and it was supposed to sound like the song Jai Ho from Slumdog Millionaire when you drove over it. And the problem was that it just ended up keeping residents nearby awake. I mean, it's one of those lovely ideas in theory, but in practice, what were they thinking? Well, Karen from Alabama in the USA got in touch to tell us about another musical road. Karen says, I wanted to let you know that the United States has at least one musical road I'm aware of. Auburn, Alabama installed a road that, when driven along, produces a song. It's installed by the stadium where the college-level American football team play their home games. Thank you, Karen. So the song, we checked, is called War Eagle, which is the fight song from the Auburn University Tigers American football team, and we have a clip of it. Can we do that again? So, I mean, maybe that would be more impressive if I knew the song to begin with. But it's pretty musical. I'm impressed by the musicality.
And is that, can I ask, because I thought that the clip would make it clearer for me. So the sound comes out when you drive. It comes from the contact with the tires and the tar. How does it actually work?
Yeah, so if you're driving over these ridges, you imagine that if they're spaced a certain distance apart, you can make right as you drive over them. But imagine you can also make and it's not pleasant for any particular distance, but
Yeah, it's almost like creating an instrument on the ground.
Yeah.
You've got me on a rabbit warren of searching about this. So apparently sometimes they're designed to keep drivers alert. So there's one in Korea that is Mary Had a Little Lamb. The country with the most is Japan. There's 30 musical roads installed. And to answer when Karen said, I know there's at least one, apparently there's another one on Route 66 that plays America the Beautiful.
Wow. This is the World Service documentary that I want to hear.
Isn't that fascinating? I know there's some in Finland. There's a few around the world.
So there's one I heard about in California, which plays the William Tell Overture, and they didn't include the width of the grooves in the spacing, so they're all too close together, and so every note is distorted. And it got noise complaints, and when it got these complaints, the best bit is that they moved it and they rebuilt it with the same specifications, so they did it wrong a second time.
Come on. Oh my gosh. Why would you do that? Especially because it seems like a simple fix, like just put them further apart.
Yeah,
exactly. If those scientists can do all those unbelievable, testing the ear stones, like surely just like moving the grates slightly further apart seems like very simple human intelligence by comparison.
Yeah, come on. If any of our listeners in California live near the musical road, badly tuned musical road, please, can you record a bit of it and send it to us? That would be really lovely. Moving on, because we must. Last week, we learnt why some volcanoes are considered extinct, because they haven't erupted in tens of thousands of years when the magma source has moved away. Well, Vanita in Barbados has been in touch to tell us about some bad luck they've had with active volcanoes. Camilla, do you want to read this one out?
Sure. Vanita says, I have had 3 very different experiences with erupting volcanoes. 1, the flight disruption caused by the Icelandic one in 2010. An abandoned takeoff due to the closing of airspace, and getting home was a logistical nightmare. Number 2, right after COVID restrictions were lifted, our neighboring island's volcanoes started spewing and covered our entire island of Barbados with inches of dust, and our skies were great for weeks, keeping us trapped in our homes. Number 3, flying over active volcanoes in Mexico City. I can't seem to avoid them.
Oh,
You know, I have actually flown over volcanoes on my way from Sao Paulo to Mexico City, and it was completely by chance. You know, when I looked down the window, I was like, what is that? And was just this.
Can you see the orange magma in the...
Not the magma, but you can see the smoke. And it's really something. Even though you can see magma, it's still something. I was like, look at what is that? You know?
Why are we flying over this?
Exactly. Is this safe? Doesn't feel safe.
This feels bad.
Yeah.
Well, thank you to all of our listeners for getting in touch. If you'd like to send a message about anything you've heard today, you can email unexpected@bbc.co.uk, or if you want to record a musical road for us, the WhatsApp number is +44 330 678 3080. Also, if anyone lives somewhere where there are frogs on the postage stamps, do send one our way. The postal address is Unexpected Elements, BBC World Service, Cardiff in the UK, CF10 4GA. Don't go away, we'll be right back after this.
Hello, it's Georgia, back with the quiz answer. Earlier, I asked you which of these has not been observed as a method of frog parenting. Is it A, eggs are carried in a pouch on the mother's underbelly, B, eggs develop under the skin on the mother's back, or C, fathers incubate tadpoles in their vocal sacs? The answer is A. No known frogs have an underbelly pouch for offspring, but marsupial frogs have pouches on the mother's back where eggs develop, and the pouch frog has a pocket on its hip for carrying tadpoles. Suriname toads place fertilized eggs on the mother's back, and her skin grows around them until they emerge as froglets after a few months. And Darwin's frog fathers take hatched tadpoles into their vocal sacs, where they grow into froglets before emerging from their dad's mouth. Frog parenting is not for the faint of heart. Hop hop hooray if you got that right. If not, better luck next time.
It's now time for the part of the show where we flip through our Rolodex of experts and pick one out to answer a question that a curious listener has sent in. It's time to ask the unexpected. So, if you have a science question and you don't trust the answers that you're getting from the internet, why not try the power of the Unexpected Element team? Christian in Trinidad got in touch to ask this.
How is it that most people can eat until they are full, but can then still have room for dessert? Is there a secret section in the stomach reserved for dessert?
Is there a secret section in the stomach reserved for dessert is a great question. And look, I studied anatomy. I never found the secret second stomach, but maybe I just didn't look for one properly. So we called a professor of anatomy at Bristol University in the UK, Michelle Spear, to double check.
So the way in which we find a little bit of room for dessert has both kind of physiological and psychological aspects. Sadly, there's no separate stomach. That would be wonderful. But we do have something called gastric accommodation. So most people think that the stomach's a kind of bag of fixed size, but actually the smooth muscle within it, as we eat, is able to just stretch, and that means that we can accommodate a bit more food as we continue eating. If we think about a typical dessert, let's say a trifle or a chocolate mousse, it's a lot softer, it's a lot easier to digest than something like a main course that has lots of proteins, that kind of thing. So we can make a little bit of room because it's just easier on the stomach itself. There's less mechanical digestion, and the hormones that are associated with this, so maybe GLP-1, which is of topic at the moment because it's in a lot of the weight loss and injections. It typically takes about 20 to 40 minutes for those hormones to rise, and so we don't get that sense of satiety until we're some way through the meal, by which case we've already started thinking about dessert usually.
So, Christian, there's part of your answer: a stretchy stomach, an easier type of food to digest, and delayed full feeling hormones. But what about the psychological element Michelle mentioned? But then also there is that psychological aspect, and there's the kind of hedonistic hunger. So we think about being satisfied, and we think about foods such as, again, let's go back to our trifle or our chocolate mousse, as being quite comforting. And we don't tend to think of, let's say, a steak in the same way. It's not necessarily that comforting thing. There you have it. Dessert gives us something that the main course just can't. Love. I'm saying that as a sucker for anything new. So I think for me, it's a mixture of curiosity as well as greed, because what if that was the most amazing ice cream ever and I just said no to it? That would be awful. Camilla, do you have room for dessert?
I wish I hadn't, but I do. But I'm a sharer. And I found out that that's actually very divisive. Are you a sharer, or do you want everything for yourself? Don't touch my dessert.
So controversially, I'm like not a dessert person really. I would always favor a cheese plate or maybe a piece of fruit.
Oh no.
But my partner likes like a chocolate mud. Like he's very intense about the dessert situation, and so I'm like often a one spoon kind of sharer.
This is good because you're not treading on each other's territories.
No, but I kind of get annoyed that a dessert even has to be ordered, because I just think like I'm like almost anti-dessert, which is, I know it's shocking.
Is it too sweet for you? I mean, when you feel the sugar in, it's like, oh, it's too much.
It's too much. I think like if I sat down and that was like the meal, it'd be a thing. But like I'm just like, I'm totally not interested in them unless it's like, like I could do like a lemon tart or something. So it probably is the sweetness.
As part of this show on sugar and why we like it, I spoke to an industry professional about how much sugar is in things like fizzy drinks. And apparently they test by making people drink this liquid that has added extra spoonfuls of sugar in, and then you just get a bit sweet, very sweet, horrifically sweet. And about 10% of the population seem to have this affinity for sweetness where you can't put too much sugar in this liquid. And I was tapping out after the first sweetness. I was like, no, this is enough for me. I should say at this point, thank you so much to Christian in Trinidad for sending in that question. And thank you to Michelle Spear for answering it. And listeners, if you have a question that you can't get a satisfactory answer to, then maybe we can help. The email is unexpected@bbc.co.uk, or you can send us a voice note. The WhatsApp number is +44 330 678 3080. So, listen, this episode has been somewhat heavy on the biology, but I can reinterpret frog to give physics and the concept of time a look in. Are we ready?
I've buckled up. Let's do this.
So, frog to most people will mean the amphibians that we've been chatting about, but for some physicists, obviously, frog means frequency-resolved optical gating, which is a way of measuring very short laser pulses, so anything from nanoseconds to a sub-femtosecond. And because scientists love acronyms, there's an alternative, simpler version called Grating Eliminating No-Nonsense Observation of Ultra-Fast Incident Laser Light E-Fields, or GRENOI, which for 5 points is French for...
Oh, God. You tell me. Yeah.
It's French for frog.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow. Come on.
Anyway, the reason I'm mentioning frog is that frog, and there's another method called frog crab. These are all methods for measuring tiny incidents of light. And the ability to measure teeny tiny incidences of light, some of which are known as attoseconds, won Anne L'Huillier the Nobel Prize for Physics in 2023. So here she is on the BBC News at the time of the Nobel announcement.
I am absolutely delighted.
Did you have any inkling that it was coming?
Not really. No, you never know.
So I shared a stage with Anne L'Huillier at Gothenburg Science Festival a couple of years back. And yes, she is French, but she came prepared to do her entire lecture in Swedish, which I was hugely impressed by. And she batted that away saying, oh, it's nothing, I've been here since my PhD. You see, I married one of my fellow physicists who's Swedish. And then she had this brilliant line, which I remember. She said, I came for the laser physics and I stayed for the men. Well, one man. So there you go. So that's the gossip. Now on to the physics that won her the Nobel.
We have gotten a Nobel Prize for the generation of very, very short light pulse. So for experimental method where we could generate it very, very short pulses of light.
Those pulses of light were mere attoseconds in length. Now, why would you care about attoseconds, I hear you ask? Well, first off, it's just objectively cool to have split time up into the smallest amount possible so far. So an attosecond is, let me just see if I can measure this. Let's do, that's a second, that's a second, that's a second, that's a second. Between each of those claps, there are a billion attoseconds. So there are as many attoseconds in that second as there are seconds since the birth of the universe.
Whoa.
Isn't that bonkers?
Yeah, I'm still trying to process.
A billionth of a billionth of a second. It's also the shutter speed that you need to see subatomic particles like electrons at work. Here's Professor Louillier again.
They enable us to look at the electron in matter because this is a time scale of electron motion in atoms, so we can use these pulses a little bit like flashes of a camera to follow the motion of electrons.
And what are the applications, do you think, beyond being able to study the electrons? What are the practical applications of your research, do you think?
Application is still in basic science. Maybe it's not yet very practical, but it's about trying to see the beginning of a chemical reaction, possibly control it.
What got me about this research is it just got me thinking about slicing up time. And I've heard that the reason that a fly is hard to swat is because their world just moves faster than ours. So they can process 300 or 400 frames a second, and humans apparently can do about a sixth of that. And so it got me thinking, for them, now happens maybe 400 times a second, whereas for us, now happens maybe 75 times a second. Although the idea of splitting time up into fewer and fewer attoseconds makes me think that, in a way, we're catching up. So we're slicing the shortest moment of now into ever smaller chunks, and that blows my mind.
Yeah. And if we think about now, does now have a unit? You know, how many attoseconds go in now?
Yeah, it's a brain melty moment to think about that. Like, because on a biological level, if our vision can see 75 frames a second, so for us, presumably now, the smallest frame rate that you can break that down to is 1 frame for a human, but we've just established for a fly that's a shorter moment. When it comes to physics, apparently physics doesn't have a now. For physicists, now is just an illusion. And according to Einstein's theory of relativity, all time points are equal. So me bringing this show to an end is both what's about to happen and also what just happened according to your viewpoint. So the story of a scientist having her visa revoked for bringing her work, dead frog embryos, legally I should add, into the US started us on a show devoted to amphibians. We heard about the deadly fungus devastating frog populations. We've discovered how the African clawed frog can be used as a human pregnancy test. And we've learnt how frogs can regrow a limb if they're given the right cocktail of chemicals. Is there hope for regenerative medicine for humans next? Our attoseconds for now are really up, so it's just time to thank today's panel. In Playa del Carmen, Mexico, thank you, Katie Silva.
Thanks, Mani, for having me.
And in Sao Paulo, Brazil, thank you, Camilla Mota.
Obrigada, Mani. Thank you.
I'm Marnie Chesterton. The producer was Alice Lipscomb-Southwell with Ella Hubber and Georgia Christie. Do join us next week for more Unexpected Elements.
This is the BBC World Service, and for In Our Time, Misha Glennie and expert guests discuss the Mariana Trench.
It's the deepest oceanic trench on Earth. Even deeper than Mount Everest is high. What kinds of life are found at such depths?
In Our Time, today at 11 GMT. In half an hour, Inheritance, Samsung.
I'm Elise Hugh with the story of a family drama behind one of the world's biggest companies. Today, a controversial choice assumes control of the Lee dynasty and is appalled at what he finds. And we learn why a theme park is key to the next succession.
This is the BBC World Service, the world's radio station.
At 4 GMT, this is Chris Barrow with the newsroom. Donald Trump says Iran will give up its enriched uranium. Tehran says they've agreed to no such thing.
Most of the points are already negotiated and agreed to. You'll be very happy.
There's also confusion as to whether the Strait of Hormuz is open or not. Also on the programme, an alleged Irish crime boss is arrested in Dubai.
Well connected with Dutch Moroccan gangs, North African smuggling groups, Colombian cartels, Italian organized crime. He was reported to be this broker of like a super cartel.
Football fans hit out at eye-watering World Cup travel costs in the United States. And later...
And the winner is... Claire Obscure Expedition 33!
Yes, the 2026 Gaming BAFTA winners have been announced, but the favourite doesn't sweep the board as expected. This is the BBC World Service. First, a summary of the latest world news.
BBC News with Gabriel O'Regan. President Trump has again insisted the US will recover Iran's highly enriched uranium as part of a deal to end the war, contradicting Iran's stance on the matter. Speaking to supporters in Arizona, Mr. Trump said the US would work with Iran using lots of excavators to dig out what he called the nuclear dust buried by US airstrikes last year and bring it to America. Flying back to Washington on Air Force One, he repeated his position to reporters traveling with him.
Somewhere after the signing of the agreement, we'll go in with Iran and we will take it together and we will bring it back, 100% of it, back to the United States. If we don't do that, we will get it in a different form, in a much more unfriendly form. But in any event, we'll get it.
The Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman said the uranium would not be transferred anywhere and the issue hadn't even been raised in negotiations. In the same speech, President Trump insisted that a US blockade of Iranian ports would continue until a deal is fully signed. Reacting on social media, the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, threatened to reverse a decision to reopen the Strait of Hormuz unless the blockade was lifted. He reasserted that passage through the vital waterway remains subject to Iranian authorization. Despite the earlier announcement that the strait had reopened, the head of the International Maritime Organization, Arsenio Dominguez, told the BBC specific guarantees were not in place to ensure the safety of shipping.
The main concern remains the 20,000 seafarers that are trapped, nearly 2,000 vessels. And of course, for us, it's imperative that the ships resuming transit in the Strait of Hormuz do it in a safe manner.
The US has renewed a waiver allowing countries to buy sanctioned Russian oil for another month, days after saying it would not do so. The authorization applies to oil already at sea. The measure is aimed at easing the supply shock caused by the Iran war, but it's been criticized by European countries who want to deprive Russia of funds for its war against Ukraine. The Trump administration says it's hosted a productive meeting with the head of Anthropic following months of tension between the Defense Department and the artificial intelligence company. The White House said they'd discussed with Dario Amodei opportunities for collaboration while ensuring safety. Its powerful new AI model, Claude Mythos, is regarded by defense experts as a potentially vital tool to enhance U.S. security. Lily Jamali is our North America technology correspondent.
President Trump ordered U.S. government agencies to stop using the firm's products.
After the meeting between Mr. Amadei and senior White House officials, there is a distinct change in tone. The White House telling the BBC that discussions were both productive and constructive. Anthropic has recently developed a powerful AI model called Mythos, which it won't release to the public because it's so powerful and particularly good at hacking.
Lily Jamali reporting. World News from the BBC. Ukraine's President Zelensky has warned neighbouring Belarus not to get involved with Russia's invasion. In a post on social media, Mr. Zelensky said new roads and artillery positions were being built by Belarus close to the border. He told the Belarusian leadership Kyiv would defend itself against any attack. Belarus is a strong ally of Russia. An Irish man accused of heading one of Europe's most violent criminal gangs has been arrested in Dubai. Daniel Kinahan found fame as a boxing promoter, but his father was part of a major drug smuggling ring, and police believe he now runs the operation. The Kinahan gang were also involved in a feud with rivals, which has seen more than a dozen people killed. It's been confirmed that fans' train tickets from New York City to the stadium hosting the Football World Cup final this year will cost $150, prompting accusations of price gouging. The fare in force for all games held at the venue in New Jersey is an 11-fold increase of the regular cost. The US had committed to providing free transport for World Cup matches in its bid, as in previous tournaments in Qatar and Russia. And the Brazilian basketball legend Oscar Schmidt has died at the age of 68. His family said he'd fought a brain tumour for 15 years with courage, dignity and resilience. Our global affairs reporter Paul Moss looks back at his life.
Brazil is not exactly short of sporting heroes, but Oscar Schmidt held a special place in the country's heart. Firstly, there was the sheer longevity of his career, which took in 5 consecutive Olympic Games. That in turn enabled Schmidt to become the Olympics' highest ever basketball scorer, with more than 1,000 points to his name. But there was also the fact that he was selected by a US team, the New Jersey Nets, but declined to take up the opportunity so that he could continue to play for the Brazilian national side.
Paul Moss on the Brazilian basketball legend's life, Oscar Schmidt. World News from the BBC.
This is Chris Barrow with the newsroom. On paper, Iran and the United States are trying to navigate their way towards peace talks and a potential deal. Both sides have taken to media and social platforms putting out statements. Some of them, though, are painting a confusing picture. Iran says the Strait of Hormuz is open, but shipping companies have been warned to steer clear. President Trump has claimed there are no sticking points left and that a deal is very close, going as far as saying that Tehran has agreed to everything. On Friday evening, he gave a speech to his supporters in Arizona, doubling down on his claim that Iran has agreed to hand over its enriched uranium.
And somebody said, how are we going to get the nuclear test? We're going to get it by going in with Iran, with lots of excavators, because the B-2s, remember when fake news CNN said, well, maybe obliteration is too strong a word. Obliteration. That's so deep. We need the biggest excavators you can imagine, but we're going to go in together with Iran. We're going to get it. We're going to take it back home to the USA. Very simple.
But earlier, Iran's foreign ministry denied the Islamic Republic had agreed to any such thing in negotiations. This was spokesman Esmail Baghai appearing on state television.
Regarding the issues that were brought up, both in their media and mentioned by some American officials, none of it can be confirmed. For example, I will tell you, enriched uranium from Iran is not going to be transferred anywhere. As much as the soil of Iran is important and sacred to us, this issue is important too.
So with all of these conflicting statements, where are we at, in particular, on this question of uranium? I asked Barman Kalbasi, the BBC Persian Services correspondent, who's in the United States.
We seem to be where we were before these talks started, except or notwithstanding the declarations that President Trump has made throughout today. And that was where Iran basically refused to send out the enriched uranium, but had offered, as it did before the war, to dilute it to a level that would never be able to use in any weaponization program. So that seems to still be the offer from Iran. There has been no indication whatsoever from them that they're prepared to send that material out. Now, obviously, in the last 12 hours, we've heard from the president multiple times that they have agreed to all of this. including sending out the material to a foreign country, to the United States. He even talked about jointly going in with the Iranians and extracting it and bringing it to the United States. All of this has been declared completely fictional. As far as the Iranians are concerned, we just had a few tweets from the Speaker of the House, the man who's been the head of the delegation of the conversations and the negotiations with J.D. Vance in Islamabad, who in that tweet said the President of the United States has made 7 claims. All 7 are false. So it's unclear where the President is getting all of this. There's a lot of speculation about what the Pakistanis are telling the President and how much is what the Iranians have been telling the Pakistanis. But whatever the source, the stance from Iran has unequivocally stayed as it was before, that they're prepared to deal with the issue that is the worrisome issue of the 60% enriched uranium by diluting it, and no indication that they're prepared to send it out.
So why is Donald Trump painting this picture that Tehran is agreeing to all of his demands? Is it just in pure hope that that might force their hand?
It is very hard to be in the man's mind at this point, but we've seen these trends before, almost like he is trying to tweet his will into reality. But Iran, and especially after this 40-day bombardment, it hasn't really changed its stance when it comes to its principal issues, whether it's be it nuclear or its missile system and its drones and its support for proxies. None of that, we have not seen a fundamental shift in any of those positions. So maybe the president is hoping that, as you said, putting Iran in a position where it doesn't want to risk saying something that president hasn't said, but he just gave a speech and said the exact same things that he's been posting, except with one sentence: you never know with the Iranians. So maybe providing himself some leeway to say they changed their mind again, or they had agreed to something that they're reneging on. That remains to be seen.
Barman Kalbasi. And another major point of contention and confusion is the Strait of Hormuz. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said on Friday that Iran was reopening the straits to all commercial shipping while the ceasefire in Lebanon remains in place. Shortly after that, the US President Donald Trump welcomed the news, writing in all caps, "Thank you." Despite markets celebrating the straits reopening with some remarkable gains and oil prices dropping sharply, has anything actually changed in the waterway? A question for our security correspondent, Frank Gardner.
Absolutely nothing has changed. The Strait of Hormuz is no more open right now than it was 24 hours ago. This is entirely performative. It has fooled some people, but it's not fooling the shipping industry one bit. They're wise to this. I've spoken to the International Maritime Organization and to others. The practicalities of this is that Iran is saying, yeah, the Strait of Hormuz is open if you follow our rules. And those rules are, you've got to, instead of following the well-established what's called the TSS, the Traffic Separation Scheme, which has been in happy existence since the 1960s, you've got to follow a northern route and be checked over by the Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps Navy. It's unacceptable to the global shipping industry and to the United States, whose, incidentally, their own blockade of Iran's ports remains in place. So the shipping industry isn't moving at all on this. No one's going anywhere on it.
Frank Gardner. Now, the White House has spent nearly 2 months fighting with the AI company Anthropic after it refused to budge on red lines surrounding the use of its technology. But now Mythos, Anthropic's most powerful tool yet, appears to be melting the ice. The Trump administration has said it hosted a productive meeting with the head of Anthropic. Our technology correspondent Lily Jamali told us more.
It's called the Claude Mythos Preview, and it is, yet the latest AI model that Anthropic has developed. But as you know, these models keep getting more and more powerful with each iteration. And what Anthropic is saying is that this one is so powerful that it actually can't release it to the public. Only a couple dozen companies are going to have access to it. What makes it so powerful is its ability to pretty much autonomously find bugs in software. And it can also go to the next step and develop exploits, as they're known in cybersecurity land, to basically hack systems, to develop hacks that can break into systems and do a lot of damage.
So why is the White House interested in this product? Because that is quite an awkward conversation that would have been happening earlier on.
Yeah, you can see why the White House might not want that model to get in the wrong hands. And the government certainly has potential uses for this because there are all kinds of actors out there, including some countries that are well known to try and exploit cyber-sensitive issues in systems around the world. So the White House telling the BBC that they had this productive and constructive meeting with Anthropic. It's worth noting that when Anthropic released this news about Mythos last week, we heard Dario Amodei, who is the CEO of Anthropic, make clear that they had actually already spoken to officials across the U.S. government and offered to collaborate with them on Mythos, even as this massive fight was in the background between his company and the Pentagon. You might remember Amodei saying he didn't want Claude being used in certain contexts, such as mass domestic surveillance and autonomous targeting decisions, and that basically landed them on a blacklist until now. And this meeting is a really distinct shift in that relationship.
I was wondering what's in it for Anthropic. Is it just the potential license from the White House, the money that they could make? Is that why Dario would even go to the meeting?
I think it's partly potentially the money or the promise of future government contracts, which they are pretty much shut out of. So you have to imagine it's on their wish list. But I think the other thing that Anthropic gets out of this is an opportunity to mend relations with the federal government and the country where they operate. And it's also, frankly, great marketing for Anthropic to have developed a technology that is so powerful that even the government of the United States may have to change course in quite dramatic fashion because this stuff is too critical for even the U.S. government to do without.
Lily Jamali in Silicon Valley. And this is Chris Barrow with the newsroom here on the BBC World Service. Now, each winter, Canada's armed forces patrol its northernmost regions. This year's mission was the largest yet, with a contingent from Greenland joining the Rangers for part of the journey. It's in the wake of increased geopolitical tension across the Arctic. There's more pressure than ever on the Rangers, as Nadine Youssef found out when she accompanied the team as they travelled by snowmobile across Canada's northern coast.
Like 3 hours that we've been out here.
I'm with Canadian Army reservists and combat members. This is the last leg of a marathon 2-month ground patrol of one of the harshest environments on Earth, Canada's vast Arctic. So far, they have driven their snowmobiles for 5,000 kilometers through rugged, icy terrain. This mammoth patrol is being undertaken by Canadian Rangers. The team is a combination of combat soldiers and Northern Canada's Indigenous population. Together, they marry their traditional knowledge with modern technology to keep an eye on Canada's Arctic, which makes up 40% of the country's landmass.
There's not many people in this world who can go 5,000 kilometers across the Northwest Passage on the coldest winter in living memory.
This is Travis Haynes, the lieutenant colonel on the mission.
That is a message, I think, to Canadians that you should be proud of.
The Rangers survey the North every year, but this year's patrol was the largest yet. Their mission is made more relevant by the geopolitical scramble for the Arctic's resources as the climate warms. It also comes just a few months after U.S. President Donald Trump threatened to annex Greenland.
We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it.
Trump has also referred to Canada repeatedly in the past as the 51st state, galvanizing an uncharacteristic show of nationalism from Canadians. For Barney Agark, an Indigenous Inuit member of the Canadian Rangers, the patrol is not just about national security. It is also about protecting his ancestral land.
It means everything to us because we have to let the rest of the world know we are here and this is our home. And we're going to protect it with everything we have, whether it's the land itself, the sea, the people.
Agark is from a hamlet called Chesterfield Inlet in Canada's Nunavut territory. He tells me that Nunavut means our land in Inuktitut.
his native language.
That was the reason why our territory chose that name in our language, and we've been here for centuries. We were the first ones here, and we're not going anywhere.
Canadian governments have been criticized over the years for financially neglecting Canada's north and for falling short of their NATO commitments to defense spending. That has recently changed under Prime Minister Mark Carney, who last month announced a multi-billion-dollar plan to upgrade military infrastructure in the Arctic.
With this plan, we are taking control of our future. We will no longer rely on others to defend our Arctic security or to fuel our economy.
The opposition Conservatives have called on Carney to go further and build permanent military bases in the Canadian Arctic. There are currently none. Meanwhile, Russia has built dozens in its Arctic region. Still, the new funding has been welcomed by both locals and the military. The Rangers have already started talking about the next mission, where they plan to go to the northernmost point of Canada. But for now, their return was welcomed by hugs from their family and friends.
Well done, brother.
Nadine Youssef reporting. The football fans going to the World Cup in the United States this summer have been dealt another blow. Train tickets from New York City to the stadium hosting the final in New Jersey will cost $150. FIFA has slammed the move as well as these locals.
Absolute insanity. It's ridiculous. Want to go and see a great game for the World Cup and then, with so much lesser price and then you're getting price gouged.
That's an embarrassment and shaming, and it's taking advantage of the fans, it's abusing authority at an outrageous price like that.
Neda Tawfiq reports from New York.
NJ Transit, the operator of the train, has come under attack from football fans who say they couldn't feel less welcome. They can either pay the $150 train ticket, which is normally $12.90, take a shuttle bus for $80, spend over $200 on parking, or chance it with a rideshare with no price cap. The chief executive of NJ Transit says they aren't profiting, but attempting to recover the costs of labor and security so that it doesn't get passed on to regular commuters. New Jersey's Governor Mickey Sherrill says FIFA is set to make more than $10 billion from the tournament, and therefore should cover the $48 million it will cost to move 40,000 fans to the stadium from New York. Train prices vary by host city, with some, such as Philadelphia, keeping the fares the same, and others, such as Boston, also increasing fares. FIFA says it has already recognized the financial strain on host cities, and travel could and should be offered at cost. Travel at the World Cups in Russia and Qatar was free. Along with complaints from fans, even locals are questioning whether proper planning went into hosting the World Cup.
Now, as organised crime bosses go, they don't get much bigger, allegedly, than Daniel Kinahan. His apparent rise from low-level dealer in his home city of Dublin to head of a global family cartel involved in drugs, firearms and money laundering has inspired dozens of fictional dramas and documentaries, like the 2025 BBC programme Kinahan, The True Story of Ireland's Mafia.
A family like few others. The Kinahans were street dealers who became billionaires.
Dublin's deadliest.
They would have been considered as gangland royalty.
And one of the world's most wanted.
You're in the league of Pablo Escobar.
A Celtic cartel with global ambition.
This emerging new generation of narcos. Cops all over the world want to be the guy that gets that head up on their wall.
Well, now it seems the authorities have finally caught up with Daniel Kinahan. The 48-year-old from Dublin was detained on Friday in the United Arab Emirates after an arrest warrant issued by the Irish courts. He also had a $5 million US bounty on his head. Danny Gold presents the Underworld podcast, which is focused on this particular case.
Daniel Kinahan is much more than just your run-of-the-mill gang leader, though he did fight a particularly brutal war in Dublin versus the Hutch crime family, where there were quite a few shootings and murders and things like that. But in reality, he is allegedly the biggest drug trafficker into Europe. He's well connected with Dutch Moroccan gangs, North African smuggling groups, Colombian cartels, Italian organized crime. He was reported to be this broker of like a super cartel that helped distribute cocaine all over Europe. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars, if not billions. Said to be the biggest cartel in Europe. He also has alleged connections to Iranian networks, Hezbollah networks, which might have been one of the reasons why he was just arrested, because he'd been in Dubai for quite a long time. But this man was at the top of international organized crime. It's interesting. A video came out about a month ago from a reporting organization called Bellingcat. They had spotted Kinahan, I believe, and his father about a year ago at a UFC match, but they only really realized it, I think, in the last month. So the heat was on, and he was sitting next to someone who had been linked to oil smuggling from Iran. So there's a lot of international intrigue there. I mean, in 2020, that's how safe Dubai felt for these guys. There was still a lot of warrants out for him, a lot of alleged crimes being committed, and he was giving press conferences, doing big deal fights with Tyson Fury, I believe, with Anthony Joshua in Dubai. Things got a little hot, and he sort of calmed down and got out of the public eye. It's probably not smart to launch this second career in 2020, but I think that's how invincible and powerful he felt.
Stephen Breen is crime editor with the Irish Sun and co-author of Kinahan Assassins and The Cartel. He says this latest arrest represents a significant breakthrough in the operation to bring the Kinahan cartel to justice.
The Irish police have always said that they would be relentless in this pursuit. Only a number of months ago, you had a senior Kinahan figure, Sean McGovern, who was brought back to Ireland from Dubai. He was the first individual connected to that group to be brought back to Ireland. But this is the first time where you have someone of Daniel Kinahan's status within that group, someone who's been named as the overall leader, being brought back to Ireland on the basis of a treaty that was signed between the Irish authorities and the Dubai authorities. So it's quite important that it's not just Daniel Kinahan, it's about the authorities targeting all members of the Kinahan organised crime group. So he was arrested during the week. He's now being held in custody, and it's a matter of time to wait and see if he will fight the extradition going back to Ireland.
Stephen Breen. And here in London, the red carpet was rolled out for the BAFTA Games Awards, which celebrate outstanding creative achievements in the video game industry. Our reporter Andrew Rogers spoke to us from the venue after the ceremony ended.
Claire Obscure Expedition 33 was the winner tonight, and it was a bit expected. They were up for the most categories, nominated in the most. However, it is a huge win for a studio that's not existed for very long, based in France, and they brought this dark fantasy story to the market, which has combined a lot of things that people have liked. Reviewers praised it for its gameplay. It's also got some really strong acting performances, and it won in the best performance category tonight. And it also has a story that's connected with a lot of people, dealing with some quite complicated issues like grief and loss, and all things that have really brought it together to be something that the judges wanted to praise tonight.
It didn't sweep the board, though, like everybody expected. It didn't take home quite as many awards. Why was that? Was there just a really good line-up in the other categories?
Yeah, it definitely wasn't a clean sweep. 3 awards in total, and superhero comedy game Dispatch won 3 as well. So it definitely wasn't dominating the awards like we might have expected. This year, it was quite strong in terms of lots of different types of games being nominated, and of course you could say that perhaps there were fewer new big games out this year because a lot of them were keeping the year free for the new Grand Theft Auto 6 game, that massive game that was due to come out that has been delayed and now won't come out until later this year at the earliest.
Do you think there's any kind of overall theme with some of the releases that did win this year? Because I noticed that another game called Atomfall has quite a sort of post-apocalyptic vibe, that one. You mentioned Dispatch, kind of superhero dark sense of humour, quite a dark game in many ways. And then the one that took the grand prize, Claire Obscure, they all have this sort of slightly darker sense to them. I mean, I know there's the family game categories, but overall, do you think there's a shift towards that kind of post-apocalyptic vibe?
Yeah, there does seem to be a bit of a theme there. In fact, if anything, I would say the theme is perhaps less the post-apocalyptic vibe, but it's more games that are telling something deeper with their stories, people's lives, people's feelings, and, you know, wanting to say something with a game rather than necessarily the ones that are, you know, you're jumping to platforms or, you know, shooting, and those are obviously the ones that sell extremely well, but not always the ones that win here at the BAFTAs.
I think escapism is a big deal at the moment, potentially, with some of the other news stories that are going on. Just tell us, for those who don't game that much, how big of an industry is this really? Because it compares to film, doesn't it?
Well, and by many measures, it's as big as, if not bigger than the film and the TV.
And that's where we'll leave the World Service for the moment and start the day here on BBC Radio 4. Good morning, I'm Tom Sanders. It's Saturday, the 18th of April. We'll have a news summary in a few moments, then the weather forecast, followed by the shipping bulletin, then a little before 6:15, prayer for the day and Life Without with Alan Davis. First, tomorrow afternoon, we'll step into the world of espionage.
We can't just come clean, can we?
But the paperwork. Think of the paperwork.
Brand new drama starring Toby Jones, based on Kate Atkinson's best-selling thriller. 7 words scrawled in terrible handwriting. You will pay for what you did. Wartime espionage with post-war repercussions. Do you think I should be worried?
Well, that depends what you did.
She's betrayed us.
You haven't betrayed us, have you?
I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
Transcription starts on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds tomorrow afternoon at 3.
This is BBC Radio 4. Now, a summary of the news. President Trump has again said the US will take control of Iran's highly enriched uranium as part of a deal to end the war. Iran has disputed the claim, with the country's foreign minister saying the issue hadn't even been raised in talks. Speaking in Arizona, Mr. Trump said Washington would work with Iran to collect what he called nuclear dust.
Iran, with the help of the USA, they will never have a nuclear weapon. And somebody said, how are we going to get the nuclear dust? We're going to get it by going in with Iran, with lots of excavators. We need the biggest excavators you can imagine, but we're going to go in together with Iran. We're going to get it, and we're going to take it back home to the USA. Very simple.
Mr. Trump later suggested he may end the ceasefire with Iran unless a long-term deal to end the war is agreed by Wednesday. Iran has threatened to shut the Strait of Hormuz again because of the continuing US blockade of its ports. Polling commissioned by the debt charity Step Change suggests that 45% of British adults now worried about paying their energy bills. The figure had been 29% in January before the conflict between the United States, Israel and Iran led to a surge in the price of oil. BBC News understands that the senior civil servant at the centre of a row about Lord Mandelson's security vetting is to give evidence to MPs next week. Sir Ollie Robbins was forced out of his job as Permanent Secretary at the Foreign Office on Thursday after the department was blamed for clearing Peter Mandelson to become US Ambassador, despite him failing to pass initial security checks. Our political correspondent Jack Fenwick reports.
The saga over the appointment of Peter Mandelson as ambassador to the US is far from over. On Monday, Sir Keir Starmer will face the House of Commons, with MPs likely to grill the Prime Minister about whether he misled them. Number 10 appears to have blamed Sir Ollie Robbins for what's happened. He's expected to appear before Parliament's Foreign Affairs Committee on Tuesday, where he'll likely face a grilling of his own. The government has said that the Security Vetting Service gave an explicit recommendation to the Foreign Office not to approve Lord Mandelson's vetting. But friends of Sir Ollie are casting doubt on whether he ever actually saw that recommendation.
After 25 years out of the Premier League, Coventry City are celebrating promotion to the top flight of English football. They secured the point they needed in a 1-1 draw against Blackburn last night. Hundreds of artists, including Charlie XCX, The Cure and Pink Floyd, will be releasing vinyl titles exclusively available in-store today as record shops celebrate World Record Store Day. As a medium, vinyl has experienced an extraordinary comeback. Phil Barton owns Sister Ray Records in London. He says 30 years ago he was worried vinyl was on its way out.
If we go back to that period of time, I think most record shops were thinking or contemplating closing down. People weren't buying music. They were getting it all for free. They were getting it free online, and they weren't buying physical product.
That's the BBC News this morning. I'll have the shipping bulletin in a couple of minutes. First, the weather forecast with Elizabeth Rizzini. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Tom. Well, it will be turning drier this weekend across the UK. The showers, still some around, just gradually becoming fewer and further between for many of us, with high pressure building in from the southwest. But there will be some areas of cloud around at times, so not wall-to-wall sunshine. It's also going to feel cooler than it has done so far this week, particularly, of course, underneath the cloud, but still pleasantly warm as it is at this time of year in the best of sunny spells. So for most of us, temperatures are in mid-single figures to start off the day. It's milder in the far southeast with some cloud clearing away into the North Sea. For Scotland and Northern Ireland today, it's a showery start, especially for western and central areas, but the showers will become a bit more widespread through the late late morning into the early afternoon, and then more scattered. So we should see some sunny spells develop. Always a bit drier for eastern areas of Scotland. A few showers, possibly heavy and thundery, developing here, though, through the afternoon. For England and Wales today, some showers early on, particularly for northwest England, and just feeding down through parts of North Wales as well. Elsewhere, it is largely dry with some sunshine. There'll be a bit more cloud building into the afternoon and perhaps a few well-scattered showers developing. The winds are light here. Now, for northern Scotland, the winds are fairly brisk, and in the far north and west today we'll see 10 to 14 degrees Celsius, but 12 to 16 degrees further south and east. Locally we could get to 17 or 18 Celsius in the far southeast. Now tonight, with high pressure building in and the colder air taking hold, there's more of a northwesterly wind, but generally the winds will be light. It's going to be largely dry with lengthy clear spells, and there could be a touch of frost developing for many into tomorrow morning with some mist and fog. Tomorrow largely dry, fairly pleasant day, cooler but with some sunshine.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Now, the shipping forecast issued by the Met Office on behalf of the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency at 05:05 on Saturday the 18th of April. There are warnings of gales in Hebrides, Bailey, Fair Isle, Faroes and South East Iceland. The general synopsis at midnight: low, Faroes 995, expected Norwegian Sea 1007 by midnight tonight. High, 300 miles west of Fitzroy 1027, expected Shannon with little change by same time. The area forecast for the next 24 hours: Viking, North Utsira, South Utsira. Southerly veering westerly or northwesterly 4 or 5, occasionally 6 at first. Occasional rain, fog patches, moderate or good, occasionally very poor. Forties, Cromarty, Forth, Tyne, Dogger. Southwest veering northwest 4 to 6. Occasional rain or showers, good, occasionally poor. Fisher, German Bight. South veering northwest later 3 to 5. Rain, then showers, fog patches, moderate, occasionally very poor. Humber, Thames. Southwest veering northwest 3 or 4. Occasionally 5 later. Showers, rain at first, good, occasionally poor at first. Dover, White, Portland. Northwest veering northeast later 2 to 4. Fair, good, occasionally moderate at first. Plymouth, northwest veering northeast later 3 or 4. Fair, good. Biscay, north veering northeast 4 to 6. Showers, then fair, good. Fitzroy, northerly veering easterly or northeasterly 4 or 5, increasing 6 or 7 in south. Showers, good. Seoul, northwest veering east 2 to 4. Fair, good. Lundy, Fastnet, Irish Sea. West 3 to 5, veering north or northeast 2 to 4. Showers at first, good. Shannon, northwest 3 to 5, becoming variable 2 to 4. Showers at first, good. Rockall, Malin, northwest 5 to 7, backing west or southwest 2 to 4. Squally showers, then fair, good, occasionally moderate at first. Hebrides, northwest 6 to gale 8, decreasing 3 to 5. Squally showers, then fair, good, occasionally moderate. Bailey, northwest 5 to 7, occasionally gale 8 at first, decreasing 2 to 4, then becoming variable later. Showers at first, good. Fair Isle, Faroes, cyclonic, becoming northwest 5 to 7, occasionally gale 8 at first. Squally showers, good, occasionally poor. Southeast Iceland, cyclonic, becoming northwesterly 6 to gale 8, decreasing 4 or 5 later. Rain and showers, moderate or poor, becoming good. Now for weather reports from coastal stations for 0400. Tyree automatic, west southwest 5, rain, 7 miles, 1009, rising slowly. Stornoway, southwest by west 5, slight rain, 3 miles, 1003, rising slowly. Lowick, south by west 4, mist, 5 miles, 1006, falling slowly. Lucas, southwest by south 3, 19 miles, 1011, rising slowly. Bridlington, southwest by west 2, 1017, now rising. Sandetti light vessel automatic. Southwest, 3, 11 miles, 1020. Greenwich light vessel automatic. West, 3, 11 miles, 1021. Jersey, northwest, 2, 7 miles, 1022, rising slowly. Channel light vessel automatic. Northwest by west, 4, 1022. Scilly automatic. West by north, 3, 7 miles, 1023, rising slowly. Valencia, west, northwest, 4, recent rain, 11 miles, 1021, rising slowly. Ronaldsway, southwest by west, 4, 11 miles, 1016, rising slowly. Malin Head, west, southwest, 5, 7 miles, 1013, rising. Now for the weather forecast for the inshore waters of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, valid for the following 24 hours. The general situation, a showery airflow covers much of the United Kingdom. Winds will decrease through Saturday, with strong westerly winds becoming confined to far northern waters by evening. An anticyclone approaching from the southwest will become centred over Ireland by Sunday. Cape Wrath to Rattery Head, including Orkney. Southwesterly, veering westerly 4 to 6, occasionally 7 at first in north and west. Showers, occasional rain at first. Good, occasionally moderate at first. Rattery Head to Berwick-upon-Tweed. Southwest 4 to 6, veering west or northwest 3 to 5. Showers, occasional rain at first. Good, occasionally moderate at first. Berwick-upon-Tweed to Whitby. Southwest, veering northwest 3 to 5. Showers then fair, good. Whitby to Gibraltar Point. Southwest, veering northwest 2 to 4, occasionally 5 later. Showers then fair, good. Gibraltar Point to North Foreland. Westerly or southwesterly, veering northwesterly later 2 to 4. Showers, good. North Foreland to Selsey Bill. Southwesterly, veering northerly or northwesterly 2 to 4. Showers at first, good, occasionally moderate at first in east. Selsey Bill to Lyme Regis. West or northwest, veering north later 2 to 4. Occasionally 5 at first. Fair, good. Lyme Regis to Land's End, including the Isles of Scilly. West or northwest, veering northeast later 2 to 4. Occasionally 5 at first. Fair, good, occasionally moderate at first. Land's End to St David's Head, including the Bristol Channel. West or northwest, veering northeast later 2 to 4. Occasionally 5 at first. Showers at first, good, occasionally moderate at first. St David's Head to Great Orme Head, including St George's Channel. West 4 or 5, veering northwest 2 to 4. Then veering north later. Showers at first, good, occasionally moderate at first. Great Orme Head to the Mull of Galloway. West or southwest 4 or 5, occasionally 6 at first, veering northwest 2 to 4. Showers then fair, good. Isle of Man. Southwest, veering west 4 or 5, then veering northwest 3 or 4 later. Showers, good, occasionally moderate. Loch Foyle to Carlingford Loch. West or northwest 4 or 5, occasionally 6 at first, decreasing 3 or less later. Showers at first, good. Mull of Galloway to Mull of Kintyre, including the Firth of Clyde and North Channel. Westerly or northwesterly 4 or 5, occasionally 6 at first, decreasing 3 or less later. Rain or showers at first, good, occasionally moderate at first. Mull of Kintyre to Ardnamurchan Point. West or northwest 5 or 6, occasionally 7 at first, then decreasing 2 to 4 later. Showers squally at first, good, occasionally moderate at first. Ardnamurchan Point to Cape Wrath. West or northwest 4 to 6, occasionally 7 at first. Showers squally at first, good, occasionally moderate at first. Shetland Isles. South, veering west or northwest 5 to 7, occasionally 4 later. Occasional rain or showers, good, occasionally moderate. And that completes the shipping bulletin. This is BBC Radio 4, where it's now time for Prayer for the Day with Elizabeth Rawlinson-Mills.
Good morning. Over the May bank holiday weekend, around 2,000 Quakers in Britain will gather for our yearly meeting. It's our opportunity to spend time together as a community in worship. This year, we will be asking how we allow the Spirit to guide us to peaceful resolutions when conflicts arise. Hundreds of friends will sit together in faith and courage, speaking openly about their experiences, including painful ones. This process is really important to Quakers. Our commitment to peace is active, not passive. It doesn't mean ignoring or avoiding conflict, but acknowledging and working through it within our communities in the first instance. We will also bring the challenges currently facing the world into the light of discernment, considering our role as a faith community amidst national and international crises. It's easy to feel powerless, even hopeless. Those who have the power to make decisions often seem far removed from the consequences of those decisions. What part do we play in building peace beyond our immediate circles? Duncan Wood served as a Quaker representative at the UN, working alongside people in positions of authority. He noticed that their liberty of action is often circumscribed by the nature of their office. The powerful are not necessarily free. Those of us who are not in positions of power may actually be freer to follow what we believe to be the will of God, and from this position to stand beside those with political power as they seek for light on the road to peace. May I find the courage to stand beside those who work for peace in my local communities and in the wider world. Thank you, friends.
That was Prayer for the Day with Elizabeth Rawlinson-Mills. Now on Radio 4, the tectonic titan that bridges our oceans and powers the modern world is torn off the map in Life Without North America.
It's a geological thriller 4.5 billion years in the making. If 100 million years is a minute, minute zero is just a hot, loud, molten mess. It takes 2 minutes of vivid lava flows and rain so heavy it can fill an entire ocean before the Earth cools enough to grow a crust. Jump ahead 14 minutes and that crust cracks like an eggshell. Earth starts playing a massive jigsaw puzzle, probably looking over at Mars and thinking you just couldn't pull this off. For the next 30 minutes or so, supercontinents assemble and split. Oceans open and vanish, constantly reshaping the stage for life to flourish. That flourishing required a solid foundation, and for billions of years, that anchor was Laurentia, the ancient, stable core of what we now know as North America. Welcome to Life Without, where I pull a single thread from our magnificent world, something we take for granted, just gone with my powers. Poof. No warning, no clever workarounds, just the unravelling. How far will it run? Can we stitch a patch and survive the wear and tear? For BBC Radio 4, this is Life Without with me, Alan Davis, and together we'll find out if a life without North America ends up unpicking reality as we know it.
We'll look upon that event as this marker in time. You know, we will be in a new geological epoch where we begin to witness the birth of our planet through a new lens.
Embarking with me on this journey, Earth scientist, presenter and author of The Whispers of Rock, Dr. Angela Candler, an environmental campaigner and author of It's Not Just You, How to Navigate Eco-Anxiety in the Climate Crisis, Tori Chow.
The first thing that crosses my mind is the chaos that will ensue, and how is this going to affect the energy transition and perhaps forge a greener future?
North America is the third largest continent, a colossal backbone of rock and life that bridges 2 oceans and 2 worlds. So, in a bold move, I'm pulling the landmass of North America right off the board to see how the rest of the pieces flux and reshuffle to fill the void and keep life going. day in. Angela, if we listen to the Earth right now, what will we hear?
We're hearing the oceans coming in and flooding into that void. The North American plate is about several thousand kilometres wide and about 200 kilometres thick. So what we're going to see is the exposure of the mantle underneath that continental crust that has been vanished entirely. And as the oceans flood into that void, that semi-molten liquid mantle is going to begin to cool down immediately, at least the upper parts of it. So we're going to see the formation of a very thin crust, but it's going to be covered over very quickly by the oceans that flood into that void.
Would you say, therefore, it's going to rain for, 100 million years?
There is going to be a lot of steam, there is going to be a lot of water vapour, but also there's going to be sulphur dioxide and all of the toxic fumes coming out of lava that is cooling. The beauty that we see in North America today, that will all be gone. It will just be this jagged mass of black rock.
North America is a leading fossil fuel producer. The US and Canada together pump out about 25% of the world's oil and gas storage. Are our skies less polluted?
I think it's about 30% of all fossil fuels that they produce get exported. So that's still a significant portion that they burn domestically. So yes, perhaps you might see clearer skies. But I'm interested in the immediate knock-on effects of that politically, socially. For me, it's quite scary because it's often when we have a fossil fuel shortage, there's a huge price spiking, food costs, inflation, and it's going to be some of the poorest people who are going to be hardest hit. It might be wishful thinking to assume that everyone's just going to go, oh, this is the perfect primer for a green revolution. What typically happens when there are fossil fuel shortages is that there's a power vacuum and people race in to fill that by expanding fossil fuel production and also opening old coal power plants. Maybe it's a bit cynical of me, but I think we're going to actually see a lot more conflict that results from it.
You're right, because I think what we will see is the exposure of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, and that is an active volcanic area. This is the North American plate pulling apart from the Eurasian plate. And in those lavas are all sorts of interesting rare earth minerals. And I think what you might see is this hunger for exploration of what was previously inaccessible to us.
Well, North America doesn't just vanish with all its oil and its gas. Angela, what exactly have we just lost?
Well, we've lost enormous amounts of gold and silver and limestone and huge deposits of salt that you find in the southwestern states. Limestone takes at least 50 million years to form. We do get other reserves across the world, but not as much as we have in North America. Limestone is important. Why? Because it's a raw material for cement production and the construction industry.
We see the US as this central organizing force in regulating global systems and trade rules, especially with markets of raw materials. And the problem is that you're actually lacking a lot of resilience when you have just one power, because what happens when that's taken away? The system can collapse.
I think the other thing to mention here is the loss of humanity and knowledge and wisdom, particularly in North America, where we have so many First Nations people who have provided guidance and wisdom, thousands of years that guides us into a more sustainable future. I actually feel that in my heart at this moment when I'm waking up on that morning and North America's disappeared. I think that's the first thing I'm going to feel. It's that loss of humanity.
Well, one day in, and the oceans are rushing in to fill the void, and while we're worrying about all these issues, it is, of course, raining. We are 50 years into a world without North America. Angela, I know you've been busy monitoring the tremors hitting different corners of the globe. Is this instability something we just have to live with now?
Yeah, I think I've got a few more white hairs since that day. So I think what's happening is that Pacific plate is now migrating and it's moving towards what we call the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. And I'm hypothesizing this in my mind. We're going to be experiencing more seismic activity because this very juvenile piece of crust is being shifted and jostled by the Pacific plate that is gradually moving westwards. It's going to be a daily occurrence.
Do you think there are going to be weather changes?
Absolutely. Would you say that there's a chance that the Gulf Stream could collapse with the disappearance of North America?
Completely, because the Gulf Stream is influenced by the topography of the North American continent, by the boundary of the coast itself, channeling the Gulf Stream down to warmer climates where Miami is and then rising up again. So the ocean circulation system is going to change.
We'd be plunged into Arctic conditions in Europe. How would that compare to somewhere like Africa?
I think Africa would perhaps experience wetter weather, where we will be in the grip of quite a Siberian winter. I think in those equatorial climates, they're going to increase in terms of their humidity and perhaps rainfall and precipitation. I can't say for sure.
So much of that's happening already with climate change, and what will happen in 50 years is probably something akin to what we're seeing, the probability of the Gulf Stream collapsing and the increases with climate change. One thing that we need to remember is that when the world changes too fast, it's those with the least power who aren't able to adapt, whether that be humans as a result of inequality or non-human.
There's also that prospect of marine life, when we look at krill and plankton that do survive in those warmer waters. And I wonder how that's going to affect the livelihoods of people.
Now, the Isthmus of Panama, a land bridge connecting North and South America. Now that bridge goes nowhere. Have I made things worse?
Yes.
Sorry.
I'm a bit of a bird fanatic myself, and migratory species would be hit hardest. I'm thinking of the raptors like the Swainson's hawk or shorebirds who rely on this very specific habitat. You're essentially condemning these species to extinction. And then you have marine species like leatherback turtles. A female leatherback can travel over 7,000 miles to return to the exact beach where she hatched decades earlier.
7,000 miles?
Yep.
No, you've upset me about the turtles. You really have.
I think when we look at the formation of new volcanic islands like Surtsey off the coast of Ireland, where we get submarine eruptions, and we're going to get a lot of submarine eruptions in this new era.
I'm really feeling like you want this to happen.
No, I know, it sounds awful, doesn't it? So I'm imagining as these eruptions are occurring, the basalts are building up, and hopefully in 50 years, what we might see, if these eruptions are quite continuous and quite prolific, we might see bits of land popping up above sea level, which might help your migratory birds.
50 years in, and the aftershocks and the volcanic eruptions are our new normal. And we're assuming it's going to be freezing cold. So we are 100 years in. And, there is a massive pool of magma rising and creating a ring of fire, tracing the outline of the lost coast. Does this sound plausible?
What we're seeing 100 years on now is the development of what I think could be a line of fire, which you can trace all the way down of what would have been the mid-Atlantic ridge. Our embryonic crust is pulled down into the mantle. Parts of it will melt and it will rise up as semi-molten fluid, and then it will start to create these incredible volcanic islands. So if I'm standing on the coast of Cornwall, I can see it in my mind now. I'm drifting off into a wonderful reverie of volcanic islands punctuating, dotted along the eye line of the sea there.
And a lot of volcanic eruptions.
Those eruptions eject into the atmosphere particles of all sorts, but especially volcanic glass, which is incredibly dangerous for jet engines. So we are going to have to really change our behaviours in the aftermath of this. So 100 years down the line, our descendants will have understood how to survive, how to become more resilient, how to travel around in a different way, and those stories would have been passed down.
North America took Silicon Valley with it. Have we lost our global megaphone? Tori, what do you think?
We're losing about 45% of global data centers. So that would cause an immediate contraction in year zero. 100 years on, who would fill the void? I'm immediately thinking of countries like China and India, who have their own social media infrastructure. I'm also thinking about AI. We're in this current of such proliferation of AI, and America is leading a lot of that. There might be a shift to the different global superpower running the social media landscape. It might also democratize social media. Maybe it will result in more grassroots and more equitable forms of communication that are localized and don't rely on this algorithmic obsession with likes and shares and reactivity in a space that's very polarizing.
Angela, if we stay in this timeline, paint us a picture of the Earth map in, say, 500,000 years or 1 million years.
Geologically speaking, we're going to see the formation of a brand new continent where you start to see the emergence of those volcanic islands grow and coalesce together to form new land. It'll be interesting to see how that begins to influence and change humanity, if indeed humanity still exists.
I started this experiment by deleting a continent and ended up rewriting the entire history of the Earth. It turns out you can't just remove a massive piece of the puzzle without the whole picture falling apart. Because it's not just land, it's a carrier of culture, human brilliance, and millions of years of evolutionary records. It's a hole that leaves a permanent scar, even if the planet eventually heals. I suppose there is one silver lining. At least we finally get a break from the endless superhero reboots. Small mercies. My thanks to Dr. Angela Kaplar and Tori Chow, and thank you for listening.
All of the previous episodes of Life Without are on.
You're listening to BBC Radio 4 on 198 kHz longwave. The BBC will end broadcasts of Radio 4 on longwave later this year, but you can continue to listen in many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is also available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, or via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception.
BBC News at 6 o'clock on Saturday the 18th of April. This is Tom Sanders. Good morning. Iran's foreign ministry says the country's stockpile of enriched uranium will not be going anywhere after President Trump said the material would be collected and taken to American territory. Tehran has also threatened to close the Strait of Hormuz again unless the United States lifts a blockade of Iranian ports. Here's our North America correspondent, Peter Bowes.
In response to the declaration by Iran's foreign minister that the Strait of Hormuz was completely open, President Trump said it was a great and brilliant day for the world. But he added that the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports would remain in full force until the transaction to end the war was 100% complete. He has also suggested he may end the ceasefire with Iran unless a long-term deal to end the war is agreed by Wednesday. Posting on X, Iran's parliamentary speaker, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, who was part of last weekend's face-to-face negotiations, said, with the continuation of the blockade, the Strait of Hormuz will not remain open. Addressing another key demand, Mr. Trump said the US and Iran would jointly go in with excavators to recover Tehran's nuclear dust before taking it back home to the USA. But Iran's foreign ministry said its stockpile of enriched uranium would not be transferred anywhere, and that the matter had never been raised in negotiations.
The Trump administration and one of the world's leading AI firms, Anthropic, have discussed how they can work together after a row over the use of the technology. At one point, US defense officials had declared the company a national security risk. Talks at the White House have been described by both sides as productive. BBC News understands that the former senior civil servant at the centre of a row about Lord Mandelson's vetting is to give evidence to MPs next week. Sir Ollie Robbins was forced out of his job as permanent secretary at the Foreign Office on Thursday after the department was blamed for clearing Peter Mandelson to become US ambassador, despite him failing to pass initial security vetting checks. Our political correspondent Jack Fenwick reports.
The saga over the appointment of Peter Mandelson as ambassador to the US is far from over. On Monday, Sir Keir Starmer will face the House of Commons, with MPs likely to grill the Prime Minister about whether he misled them. Number 10 appears to have blamed Sir Ollie Robbins for what's happened. He's expected to appear before Parliament's Foreign Affairs Committee on Tuesday, where he'll likely face a grilling of his own. The government has said that the Security Vetting Service gave an explicit recommendation to the Foreign Office not to approve Lord Mandelson's vetting. But friends of Sir Ollie are casting doubt on whether he ever actually saw that recommendation.
A vaccine given during pregnancy to protect babies against chest infections has been described as hugely beneficial in reducing hospital admissions. The evaluation has been made by the UK Health Security Agency. The vaccine targets the RSV virus, which is a common cause of coughs and colds. Here's our medical editor, Fergus Walsh.
The RSV vaccine was introduced in 2024 for pregnant women throughout the UK. Trials had shown mothers were able to pass on antibodies through the placenta so that babies were protected from the virus from the day they were born. Until then, more than 20,000 babies were admitted to hospital with RSV chest infections every year, mostly in winter, and a small number died. A study has followed nearly 300,000 babies in England and found that the vaccine offered at least 80% protection to newborns.
Football and Coventry City are back in the Premier League after an absence of 25 years. They secured promotion last night with a 1-1 draw at Blackburn. The manager, Frank Lampard, described the team's achievement as something special and said for him personally it was on a par with winning the Champions League as a player.
I've done a lot of things in football. I'm fortunate. That goes right to the very top of the list. Unfortunately, it goes. I was in Munich with Chelsea many years ago, it feels now, and it was amazing. But that in itself goes up right there, close to that, right up there, because of the feeling of what this club's been through.
That's the BBC News. We'll have a look at the papers in a minute. First, the weather forecast with Elizabeth Rizzini.
Thank you, Tom. Well, it's a day of sunshine and showers around today. Most of the showers towards the northern half of the UK. They'll gradually turn a bit fewer and further between as the day wears on. And then tomorrow is quite a pleasant day of weather, but the air will be colder and we're in for a chilly night tonight. So for Scotland and Northern Ireland today, it's a rather showery start, particularly for western and central areas. Those showers blowing a little further eastwards, becoming more widespread here through the late morning into the early afternoon. Into the second half of the day, though, the showers will be a bit more well scattered, so we are expecting to see some bright and sunny spells develop, always a little drier towards eastern areas of Scotland. Further south into England and Wales, a few early showers around, some early cloud too clearing away into the North Sea, but here it is a drier looking day with some sunny spells around, a bit more cloud building into the afternoon, a few more well scattered showers around through the second half of the day, and temperatures will be up to 12 to 17 degrees Celsius here. Further north, around 10 to 14 degrees. Watch out for a touch of frost tonight.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Now for our look at the morning papers. And the Daily Mail leads on the Guardian's, picks up on the Guardian's reporting that two of Sir Keir Starmer's top aides found out last month Lord Mandelson was given the green light to become US ambassador against the advice of security officials. The Prime Minister, described by the Mail as embattled, has insisted he had been unaware until Tuesday about what happened. The sacked former Permanent Secretary at the Foreign Office, Sir Ollie Robbins, is, according to the Weekend, set to dispute the Prime Minister's version of events when he gives evidence to MPs next week. Senior government figures have told The Guardian that the evidence session will be Judgment Day for Sir Keir Starmer. Time PM took responsibility for the errors, is the message from furious Labour MPs in the Daily Express. They say Sir Keir's excuses won't cut it on the doorstep in the run-up to next month's local elections. The Daily Star's leader says it's curtains for Keir, while in the Daily Telegraph, one minister acknowledges it's all over for the Prime Minister. It's an inevitable death, they say, but a very slow one. Straight back to business, declares the Daily Mirror, as it covers the announcements from the United States and Iran that the Strait of Hormuz has reopened to oil shipments. The Times says this indicates the two countries are drawing close to a deal to end the conflict. The FT Weekend strikes a note of caution, with diplomats reporting no peace talks are scheduled and Iran's nuclear project remains the main barrier to any agreement. The Sun details what it calls Sarah Ferguson's secret life of luxury. The paper says since February she's been holed up at a wellness retreat in Austria, reportedly running up a bill of £144,000. The source says she always orders room service and is rarely seen outside of her chalet, which the paper says is ominously numbered Room 101. The spokesperson for Sarah Ferguson declined to comment. And that's our look at the papers this Saturday morning. Our national parks mark their 75th anniversary this week. We'll hear about the importance of volunteers to the Peak District National Park at past in Farming Today this week. But first, here on Radio 4, it's Open Country, and this week, Mary Ann Horta is finding out about the UK's deer cull. She joins a deer stalker as she goes out with his gun.
It's estimated that Britain has around 2 million deer, the highest population for at least 1,000 years. These iconic animals are well loved, but their growing numbers are putting real pressure on the countryside. To control the population, hundreds of thousands of deer are shot each year. But what does that really involve? I'm Mary Ann O'Hotter, and for this episode of Open Country, I'm heading out with a professional deer stalker, and I'm not in the wilds of Scotland. I'm about 2 miles away from the M25 in Essex. Jordan, hi.
How you doing?
Where are we today?
We're on a farm, about 500 hectares, mainly arable, quite heavily wooded, lots of hedgerows, lots of deer, and lots of deer impacts.
What kind of impacts is the farmer seeing on his land that means that he's asked you to come and shoot some of the deer?
A lot of the impacts have traditionally been to the crops grown in fields. So some of the grass fields, some of the crops such as winter wheat and rape have been really heavily damaged. But what has been recognised more recently is that the woodlands are also in quite poor condition, and the deer have really been suppressing that natural regeneration and understory within those woodlands. Really, much of what goes on in a woodland is at the woodland floor level. Butterflies, insects, small mammals, nesting birds, most of that is going on within a few metres of the ground. So you need an understory, and you need that next generation of trees coming through in the form of natural regeneration. There are 6 species, only 2 of which are native. So it's only roe deer and red deer which are native. And in this area, there's a few red deer, but we're mainly dealing with muntjac and fallow deer. So that's extra pressure on the environment. And deer are just very successful. You know, we've got these warmer winters now, crops that are grown throughout the winter. The main method of control is lethal control. It's shooting them, and it's just trying to reduce the impacts down to a level so that you do get natural regeneration and an understory in your woods.
What have we got here? I mean, to a non-firearms person, this just looks like a massive rifle and a box of bullets. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it is. It's a rifle. It's a 6.5 by 55 caliber, and it's a 120 grain bullet. So it's a mid-range caliber and size bullet, which is ideal for where we are. There are muntjac deer, which are quite small. There are fallow deer, which are quite a bit bigger. So it would take any UK deer species. It's got a sound moderator on the end to minimise disturbance to people and to protect our hearing. I'm just putting the bolt in now.
These are steel bullets.
These are actually copper bullets. Oh. So we don't use lead anymore. We use copper because lead is toxic. So yeah, they're copper bullets. Generally, they will pass through the deer. So when we shoot, best practice, we have to have a softer backstop. So the bullet will go through the deer and then use up its energy in the ground behind.
How do you control for that, given that you can't decide where the deer are?
It does mean that you have to pass up a lot of shots. So it's not as easy as seeing a deer shooting it. Like often you've got to, with your binoculars, following best practice, you've got to observe that deer, look beyond it. Is there clear ground? Is there a house in the background? Potentially somebody walking. You've got to consider all of these things.
How far could the bullet go if it passes through the deer and then keeps on going?
It will have used up most of its energy in the deer, so not so far. I mean, if I was to fire this up in the air, potentially it could come down miles away, 3, 4, 5 miles.
Crikey.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, got to be on your game. Okay.
We are going to zero the rifle. Is that what it's called?
It is. It's zeroing the rifle. So we'll just have a shot at the target so as to check that the rifle is shooting accurately. Okay, I'll have a shot at the target.
Oh, I can smell like gunpowder.
Gunpowder, yeah.
Gosh, it's such a powerful sound that I can't help but associate with
TV shows and movies.
Yeah, the sound moderator kind of reduces that crack, but the energy is still clearly there, isn't it?
Yeah, I feel like I had kind of a visceral response to that of
Yeah.
Which maybe is the correct response.
It's got to be a sort of energy and a calibre that can humanely dispatch the deer.
We've walked 100 paces or so from where Jordan fired the rifle, and there's not much bigger than an A4 sheet of white target card, and in the middle of it there's a point about the size of a 50p piece, and the shot is right in the middle of it. So that's good, right?
Yeah, that's perfect, yeah. So the rifle's on, I'm on, and yeah, we're ready to sort of get into the woods and start trying to find a deer. So this is native woodland, mainly hornbeam. A lot of this is old coppice that hasn't been coppiced for years, so it's slightly out of management, and a certain amount of understory with the bramble, but there should be a lot more, and a lot of that is due to simply the pressure of the deer constantly feeding in this area. The understory would be made up of bramble, wildflowers, grasses, herbs, and they're eating all of that. So a mature fallow deer would eat maybe 8-10 kilos a day, and that is largely what they're feeding on. And a woodland like this, they're not planting any trees, they're relying on natural regeneration, and the deer, that would be their main feed choices.
Some people say that we shouldn't be shooting deer, we should just be fencing off woodland so it can regenerate, and actually managing it through tree guards or fences. Why would you say that isn't a good solution?
The UK deer population is so high now that you simply couldn't fence them out of every area. It just wouldn't be practical to fence them off of one piece of land and then onto your neighbour's piece of land. You know, red deer and roe deer being native, low densities, they definitely contribute to these ecosystems. But it's when they get to moderate and high densities and where species like fallow and muntjac are concerned, they're having big impacts.
How much is it a case, though, that we're blaming deer for one tiny aspect of ecological decline, when actually the responsibility is on the fact that we're farming industrially, that we're the ones not replanting or maintaining hedgerows, that we can't blame the deer for our misuse of the landscapes?
Yeah, definitely not. I guess that's just the reality of Britain in this modern age. Fallow deer were introduced about 1,000 years ago, mainly into the Royal Hunting Forest for hunting purposes and for venison. Species like muntjac, water deer, sika deer, they've escaped mainly from deer parks. If you look at muntjac, they've colonised most of England.
So the fact that these deer are in our environment at all, that's actually on humans as well?
Yeah, we brought them here. Yeah. Yeah, they wouldn't be here otherwise, apart from roe deer and red deer. We're doing this primarily to protect habitats and for the health of the deer themselves. Generally, they're very healthy, but if they're at very high populations, they can start to show really low body weights, which is a sign of poor health, and they start to get hit on the roads. I mean, in this area, hundreds do get hit on the roads and potentially die a very slow death.
Why would a high population mean that there's more road accidents?
Because those deer are very hungry, so they move more. So they'll be crossing the roads, moving from one area to another, trying to find new areas to feed. Yeah.
As well as being an independent deer stalker, you also work for the Forestry Commission.
Yeah, I work for the Forestry Commission as a deer officer. So that's advising landowners who have woodlands, who want to manage their woodlands sustainably, but who need advice and guidance around how to manage their deer. We learned a long time ago that it's financially illiterate to grant fund woodland management, yet not have effective deer control in place. You simply will not achieve that if you've got too many deer. So now there is a financial incentive to encourage landowners to put in place sustainable deer management.
And I guess that's the merit of having a landscape scale deer management strategy rather than just one landowner trying to do it on their own.
Yeah, you want people working together, collaborating, coordinated approach, keep them moving around the landscape. If they're moving, it's taking the pressure off of the habitat. in the absence in the UK of any natural predators. Apart from humans, of course, humans always hunted deer. It really does fall to us to take on that responsibility. And, venison is the byproduct of deer management, but it's definitely something that we should be eating and encouraging. The ambition is that more people will become semi-professional and be able to take on increased culls and increased capacity, and hopefully that can make this deer stalking activity a little bit more financially viable. And part of that is trying to encourage more and more people to eat venison. It's got to be the most climate-friendly red meat.
The sun's getting close to the horizon now, and the shadows are very long. It's an absolutely beautiful evening. How does it feel when you're stalking?
You've got to work at a slow pace, so I guess it's kind of forces you to slow down. We sort of operate and exist in this quite fast-paced world, so I quite like that. You've got to stalk slowly. Probably takes us back to how I would imagine our hunter-gatherer ancestors would have hunted. Each step you take reveals a different view ahead and could reveal a deer. Yeah, and it's a kind of focused energy, a sustained energy.
Do you get the kind of sense that they're a deer? Do you get an instinct?
Yeah, definitely. The more you do this, the more there's a sixth sense. Instinctively, this is where there's going to be a deer. Yeah. Yeah, so this area now, we'll move really slowly through here and just keep looking.
We're just walking at a very steady pace, and then every now and then Jordan will just stop and lift the thermal imaging camera to his eye. We just scan the bank of bramble at the edge of the woodland. Now we're just looking from the edge of one woodland across the field to another little copse on the other corner of the field boundary, scanning to see if we can see any heat from deer. Oh wow, look at that.
You see the munchak slots?
So when you say slots, you mean footprints?
Yeah, so this is where they're moving through this hedgerow into this wood. You can see where the young trees have been ripped off. Deer don't have any upper incisors, so they leave a sort of raggedy edge. So if it was a rabbit or a hare, it would be a cleaner cut.
So the tops of these little ash saplings that have grown next to the mature adult ash tree, the tops of every grown stem has a kind of torn brownish end. So that's the deer eating the sweet young leaves at the top of each twig. We've gone quiet again. Jordan's looking. Oh yeah. So looking through the thermal scope, there's two white spots, but you can see them moving their heads, walking along.
So they're just in that bit of black form.
What are we waiting for?
We'll just wait. I've reloaded because sometimes other deer move at the sound of the shot, and potentially that deer could, in theory, get back up, but it won't. So we're just going to stand here for a minute.
So you shot two different deer, one shot for each?
Yeah.
For a heady mix of emotions. We're just walking towards where the deer was shot. Oh my gosh, there they are.
Yeah. So as you can see, they've dropped exactly where they were. They're both shot in the chest.
Goodness, look at that.
Check the eye for any reaction on both of them. I'll just unload the rifle and put the rifle aside. So this is a doe, and this is a buck.
They're a lot smaller than I thought. They're the size of someone's pet dog.
A small dog as well.
They're beautiful. They're a sort of fox brown colour with white undersides of their tails and little white fur around their ears and on their bellies. Oh. I eat meat and everything, so this is what meat looks like before it doesn't have its fur on. But they're cute.
They're cute, yeah. I mean, you can see the small antlers on this buck. This is actually quite a young buck, you can tell from the size of the antlers. We usually try and remove the guts as quickly as possible, and then it allows the carcass to start cooling, and it's going to reduce some of the weight, so it'll be a little bit lighter to carry.
You're just cutting through the skin by the base of the belly.
Yeah. And just being careful not to puncture the guts.
What a noise, oh my goodness.
So that's the esophagus. We've just broken through that. That leaves everything in there.
There's a real smell. It smells like, I don't know, like a butcher meets a farm. So with an incredibly sharp knife, Jordan's just cut from between the hind legs up to the base of the rib cage, so that he can just carefully remove a bag of guts, and it's squelchy and greyish and shiny.
I'm just going to check here. These are the mesenteric lymph nodes. So potentially, if there was any disease, these would be swollen and would show signs of disease. They'd be enlarged.
And what are you going to do with that bag of guts?
I'll leave that in the brambles there, and foxes, badgers will soon eat that. And that also breaks down and puts some nutrients back into the ground. These deer have taken plenty of nutrients out of this environment, so it's giving something back.
You clearly love deer. Do you sometimes feel a bit sorry for them? that you shoot them?
Yeah. At certain times of year when maybe they're out of season, it's nice just to watch them and not have to worry about shooting them. But yeah, I'm quite matter of fact about it. You know why you're doing it.
Do you remember the first time you shot one?
I do, yeah. Yeah, I think we were hunter-gatherers for so much of our ancestry that I don't think it's actually that alien to us.
A lot of the time when you think about hunting deer, people are imagining Scotland and posh people wearing tweed shooting stags with massive antlers. But that's not what this is about, right?
Yeah, it's really not. Most deer stalkers are actually doing this voluntarily. They'll have a full-time job, so they're doing this on top of their full-time job, and they're doing it without any payment, generally. You get something back in the carcass that you can butcher and eat yourself, or you can sell to a game dealer. We definitely need more people doing it, and we need more semi-professional people out there contributing to this control program. Because as you can see, it's quite labour-intensive, and some of the equipment involved is expensive. The rifles, binoculars, thermal spotters, chillers, quad bikes.
How much would you say you've spent on kit and equipment?
My wife could be listening to this. It's not cheap. When you start trying to up your capacity to shoot more deer, and you have to start investing in things like chillers, quad bikes, high seats, it is a hell of an outlay, and that's why we're also trying to stimulate the local venison supply chain. Extracting the carcasses can be often the hardest part of the job. We're going to go back to the pickup now, so that's probably about half a mile away, so we've got to drag these deer.
Jordan's just given me the webbing strap, the drag, to pull along, and for two small deer, honestly, the size of large spaniels, they're quite heavy. I'm properly understanding the term dead weight now.
You won't have to go to a gym tonight.
So we've just got back to where the pickup truck is. Head torches on. Now Jordan's getting ready to take off the head and the feet so that they're then carcasses ready to be, well, in principle, sold to someone else, but they're going to be sold to me, and I'm going to take them home and cook dinner. Freshly sharpened knives. Actually, quite the anatomist, eh?
Yeah, you learn a fair bit about the anatomy. It is quite interesting.
And that's a little saw that just went straight through the bones of the pelvis.
Yeah, the pelvic bone.
I feel like I would make a meal of that in a way that you made it look very easy.
A lot of practice.
So for people who've never thought about finding their local deer stalker and saying, can I have some deer, please? What would you say to them?
You know, if you want to try venison, ask your local butcher if he can get some in, and that will encourage him to get that supply chain going.
When you see it sold in a shop, though, it's often pretty expensive. It's not a particularly affordable option.
If we could make it more widely consumed and more kind of common practice, then I'd like to think that would help drive the price down. Forestry Commission have done some good work in getting it into some of the NHS hospitals, prisons, schools, so it's on the menu. And minced and diced venison really doesn't need to be overly expensive at all.
So the 2 little muntjac deer that we shot are bagged up and in the back of my car, and so it's time for me to say thank you very much, Jordan.
It's been a pleasure. Good seeing you. Take care. See ya.
It was extraordinary watching Jordan transform in the space of a second from relaxed, casual chatting to me to entirely focused on what he'd seen through the thermal scope, loading and then firing. And the level of respect and conscientiousness about this work, to do it properly, safely, humanely, and to be sure that he's doing a good job, both for the landscape but also to be respectful to the deer. As a meat eater, I'm so grateful to have had this opportunity to see where that meat has come from, because so many of us, even if you try your hardest at the supermarket to spend your money wisely and to try and buy the best quality that you can, you have no idea really. You're taking a lot of different organisations' words that they can validate and assure that this is of a high welfare standard. But I just watched those deer go from browsing in a hedgerow to being shot dead exactly where they stood. Yeah. I have no qualms about eating meat when it's been produced like this. Hello? I got 2 muntjacs.
Raw.
Here you go.
Oh, let's have a look.
It's quite a weight of meat, at least 20 kilos probably. I brought the liver and the hearts back as well.
Oh, delicious. Yeah, that's going to be fantastic.
Okay, let's get the knives out.
Another butter on that?
A splash of olive oil? What are you having? Butter?
Yeah, go on.
Go and sit down at the table. What does it taste like?
A bit like beef. Yeah.
Would you recommend it to someone to try?
Yeah.
Mm-mm. You want me to cut it up? Mm-mm-mm. Does anyone want any more venison?
Yeah, me.
Yeah? All right.
Open Country was produced and presented by Marianne Hotter.
I'm Ruben Pallister. That's Mal Kennedy.
On BBC iPlayer.
Ruben is the best and the worst thing all at once.
You still think of him as the boy you grew up with?
From the writer and creator of Baby Reindeer.
He's a psycho. I will put you to sleep. Do you understand?
Starring Richard Gadd and Jamie Bell.
I'm the reason you have meaning in your miserable life.
I hate everything about you.
Half man.
We may not flow through each other's veins, but we flow through each other's brains.
Starts on Friday on BBC iPlayer.
Now on Radio 4, Farming Today this week with Charlotte Smith.
Good morning. In today's programme, more on the impact of the Middle East conflict on farms, the joys of national parks, and a new report into how England's uplands could flourish.
You can have a policy that says we want to reach these broad goals. We trust people who live in this place to know how to do that within their place, and then ask them to take that forward.
More on that later. Let's start, though, with a subject we sadly often talk about on this programme, fly tipping. From mattresses dumped in lay-bys to lorry loads of building waste abandoned in farmers' fields, leaving them with the cost of clearing it up, this is a big issue. Government statistics show that local authorities in England dealt with 1.26 million fly tipping incidents in 2024-25. It can also be big business. We've recently reported on at least 2 large-scale illegal waste sites in Kent and Oxfordshire, where thousands of tonnes of domestic and commercial rubbish were dumped, and the Environment Agency is spending millions of pounds to clear up the mess, saying they do plan to pursue those responsible for payment in due course. Well, this shows how easy it can be for criminals to illegally dump waste at this scale. The Countryland and Business Association says that's partly because the application system to become a licensed waste carrier is flawed. This week, the CLA revealed that it made 2 bogus applications for licensed waste carrying, one on behalf of a cow called Beau, B-E-A-U, Vine, bovine, and another for a fictitious character called Lorry Load. Both applications were approved by the online system with no checks. Anne Maidment, director of CLA Southwest and owner of Beau, the Charolais Cross cow, explained to Anna Hill why they did it.
We wanted to highlight that at present it's so simple to get a waste carrier licence that we feel that criminals are exploiting this and using these licences, which appear completely legitimate, to go on and then fly tip tons of waste in rural communities and in the countryside.
And what does it prove then?
Well, at present, you have the authority in order to charge people to collect their waste. And then what you choose to do in order to then dispose of that waste, you would hopefully take it to an official waste disposal unit. However, we are fully aware, and certainly we can see from the increase in fly tipping figures that we've seen this year, that actually criminals are using that license as an opportunity to charge people and then probably dispose of the waste in the countryside. Under the current system, all that is needed to apply is a name and address and a small fee. There are no verifications, no driving license details, photos, etc., nothing needed bar your name and address in order to apply and then be listed on the public register as a certified waste remover.
What do you want to change then?
We want to see clearer verification checks. We want to see better standards, so it's not a simple rubber stamping for fly tippers, so that we can start protecting the communities in which they are clearly harming at the moment.
Now, we approached DEFRA for a comment, and they told us, we are directly supporting the Environment Agency to stop the exploitation of our waste system, including a £43 million boost to waste crime enforcement and tougher sentences for those who break the law. How effective do you think the Environment Agency is at deterring people from fly tipping?
I think at present we would like to see certainly an increase in resource. That's really reassuring to hear. But actually we want to ensure that there's a better joined-up approach so that legitimate businesses can actually dispose of their waste in a better way without criminals exposing them. I mean, reforming waste regulation is absolutely essential if we are serious about protecting the countryside and the rural areas which we all love.
DEFRA also said that they've got a new waste crime action plan, and they say that sends a clear message: dump illegally and you will face the full consequences. Do you think the consequences are enough to actually put people off?
So we have been pleased to see that there has been an increase in securing better sentencing and strengthening of powers when it comes to enforcing fly tipping. But we still want to see penalties that reflect the seriousness of this crime. So at the moment, the fixed penalty notices aren't enough. They're certainly not adequate enough as a deterrent for organised gangs and for large hazardous fly tipping incidents to occur.
Anne Maidment from the CLA. Next, to the ongoing impact of the conflict in the Middle East. As we've reported on this programme, input costs for farmers, like fuel and fertiliser, have skyrocketed since the war began, with warnings of knock-on effects like rising food prices. Well, this week, farmers in Northern Ireland have been holding tractor protests and blocking traffic. They want to see more financial help as they face rising fuel costs after the government in the Republic of Ireland told farmers there that €100 million are being made available to support them. Anna asked BBC Northern Ireland's Agriculture and Environment correspondent Louise Cullen what help farmers south of the border are getting.
The €100 million package is specifically for farmers, agricultural contractors and fishers. Now, it covers from now up until the end of July. That coincides with peak fuel usage on farms. Roughly 120,000 farmers and 1,500 full-time contractors are eligible to be under this scheme. They'll get a support rate equivalent to about 20 cents per litre of marked gas oil, green diesel as it's called in the Republic.
I suppose farmers in Northern Ireland have been looking over the border and thinking, actually, we need help too. So what have they been doing?
Well, farmers here say that they do need support. William Irvine, who's the president of the UFU, he met politicians at Stormont to make the case on behalf of members. He said farmers were facing a very real crisis with increases in energy, fuel and fertiliser, and he warned that consumers would end up paying in the long run. He's asked parties there to sign a letter to the Prime Minister urging support. Now, we have had some protest action being taken. We've had some slow-moving convoys on some roads, tractors involved in that and so on, and that's been in Belfast, in parts of County Down and Antrim, and also in County Tyrone. Farmers there said that they're simply sick and tired of the cost of everything, that they would rather be at home working, but they felt that they had to take a stand because of these spiralling costs and the pressure it's putting them under.
Well, we've been in contact with the Treasury. We asked them whether they were taking any action helping farmers, and in a statement they said, "We are determined to help keep costs down. Red diesel continues to benefit from an 80% tax discount, saving farmers almost £300 million a year, and we are providing £11.8 billion to support farm costs." There's no similar package to the Republic of Ireland.
The First and Deputy First Ministers here in Northern Ireland, they've actually written to the Prime Minister themselves calling for the government to intervene on these rising costs. The Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs here, and Minister Andrew Muir, he said he would continue to engage with the Ulster Farmers Union in support of their case for new and additional assistance from the UK government. But this crisis that they say they're facing, well, it shows no real signs of abating, and the calls for support are only going to get louder.
Louise Cullen there. Well, there is another fossil fuel-based product that farmers will be needing soon, which will also be affected by the Middle East conflict: plastic wrapping for silage bales. Tractors are already out in fields cutting grass to make silage. Now, every year, thousands of tonnes of plastic foam is used to wrap the cut-up grass so it can be used for animal feed throughout the year. Mole Valley Farmers, one of the UK's leading agricultural supply businesses, says they've seen the prices of plastic wrapping increase since the outbreak of the war. Anna spoke to their CEO, Jack Cordery.
What we've seen on the back of the war in Iran is rising fuel costs, the feedstock for polymer production that have risen something in the order of 40%, and that is feeding its way through. The forecast at this stage is for stretch pricing to be up by somewhere between 25 and 40%. We've been quite fortunate insofar as we've been able to build inventory of product, but inevitably that will run out at some stage throughout the season.
Farmers didn't always use plastic, did they? And there are non-plastic alternatives. So why not learn from before we have plastic?
What we have discovered over the years with the advances in the technology is that the ensiling of bales in particular has been hugely advanced through the use of crop plastics. And clearly, in a year like this, if the availability is going to be less, the worry is people will use less on each bale, and that will increase the amount of spoilage that they can get.
Can we make our own plastic wrap instead of importing it?
One of the challenges we have is the production process is clearly the same whether it's made in Europe or made in the UK, and it is a very high energy intensive process, and the cost of energy in the UK is, as we know, higher than in Europe. So it's really a case of economics, and there is some production in the UK for sure. However, the economics of it state that it is cheaper to make it elsewhere, as in a number of industries within the UK.
Although I can probably hear people shouting at the radio, look, we throw away an awful lot of plastic. Could we not have a system where we use our own plastic waste to make plastic wrapping for silage?
This is what the industry is doing through an association called APE, Agricultural Plastics. And what they are trying to do is to encourage the use of recycled material back into crop packaging and other uses, that we recognise how important it is to be recycling this product.
What can farmers do? Is there anything they can do now?
Get the product on farm for when the weather breaks, they can get on and silage. This is an inevitability, I'm afraid, at the moment, that prices are going to remain firm for the remainder of this season.
Jack Cordery from Mole Valley Farmers. This week marked 75 years of Britain's national parks, with the first, the Peak District, opening back in April 1951. Well, on our sister programme, Farming Today, our reporters have been sending us postcards from parks around the country, telling the stories of the people and the landscapes of these special places. Well, since the Peak District was the first, that's where we'll start. Local people have been a huge part of the Peak District Park ever since it was established, thanks to a mass trespass on Kinder Scout. They're still integral to the place today. Nina Pullman has been to meet a group of volunteers as they build an accessible pond dipping deck to help more visitors enjoy the park's beauty.
Wow.
Oh, this follow.
Oh, fine. That's amazing. Sound of mating frogs.
Yeah.
I guess this is why you have a pond dipping platform,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah,
It make all the hard work worth it?
Yeah, absolutely. This is what it's for. I'm Derek McCann. I'm a volunteer leader for the Peak Park Conservation Volunteers, and we're currently at Brunch Barn in the Woodland Garden.
Which is in Padley, close to Grinderford, the village of Grinderford, and it's a beautiful day. One of the best days of the year so far, I would say.
I would, exactly. Blue sky, hardly a cloud to be seen, and it's sunny and warm. Morning. All right.
Hi.
I'm new to this project, so I just do what is told.
We're going to be working on that deck down there.
So we're heading that way?
Yeah. So what we've got to do today is going to be building that deck, the framework, then decking it, and putting the handrails in.
Okay, that's fine.
And then we're going to have lunch.
Yeah, and then go home. My name is Yiwang.
Where do you live? Where do you come from?
Nottingham.
Nottingham. So how long does it take you to get here?
It's about an hour, just over an hour. So I do most like patrols because I love hiking. Yeah, so that is really good combination of doing something for the park and doing something for myself, with the additional angle of benefit for other people as well.
How's it going over here?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good fun to do some math.
It looks great. So who are the main users of this site then?
There's 3 groups that we currently have that have got special needs. They're not all wheelchair users, but some of them are. So this is a pond dipping deck, so it overhangs that pond.
What's your background then? Have you got background in kind of woodwork?
No, I used to work in insurance.
Oh, right, that's quite a turnaround. Yeah. So how did you end up doing this?
We just volunteered as individuals, and then, because I've always lived in Sheffield, I've been coming out here for 40 years, and it was just like, I'm now retired. Instead of just walking, let's do something else,
So I gather 11 o'clock is quite an important time. What happens now?
The manager's meant to go and put a kettle on, and you're keeping me back from my one job. Right, who am I making tea for then, team? Sounds good, yeah. Just put a kettle on there. I'm Dave Cramp, and I'm the volunteering manager for the Peak District National Park.
And how important is it to the Peak District at the moment that you have this volunteer team? So I know it's been a really tough climate for national parks in terms of funding.
The volunteers were the heart of the national park when the national parks first started, really. It has been a tough period. I don't think anyone can deny that it's been a tough period. What's really nice is that the volunteers are always positive. If they didn't want to come, they wouldn't come. So sometimes when the staff are feeling a bit like that's another meeting that hasn't gone well, there's more issues around, if you start working with the volunteers, they pick them up. So the volunteers are really important in a way to the staff as well as to the project and the whole of the national park.
That report from Nina Pullman in the Peak District. Well, now to the Black Mountains and the Banau Brecreniog National Park, once known as the Brecon Beacons in Wales. While perhaps most famous for its mountains and forests, Banau Brecreniog is also home to thousands of hectares of peatland, which is currently being restored as part of a conservation project. Marie-Claire Carey-Jones met Richard Ball from the National Park Authority and local farmer Jeff Gwilym to find out more.
It's incredibly windy where we walk now, but the views are incredible.
This is Penygada just behind us and Weinbach in front of us, and we'll see later how badly eroded it was. But our first thing to do was really put a path in to stop people walking all over the place. The difference it's made has been immense.
And Jeff, what sort of a difference do things like that make to you when you're grazing your animals up here?
Before the path went in, there was so much erosion and people pressure with their feet, as when you walk in and it gets muddy, they walk to the side, and then it gets muddy, they walk to the side, and the path was sort of about 50 metres wide. Whereas now, since they've done the path works, it's a lot easier when you come in with a bike to get the sheep, to follow the path, and makes it very easy and quick to get from one area to another.
So there seems to be a shelf there in the landscape. What are we looking at?
Well, we always know them as rubbing points. Sheep, when they get a bit itchy on the change in the weather or whatever, and start rubbing on it, and that helps with erosion then, really.
Yeah, we call that a peat hag, so it's like a peat cliff almost. Wind will dry them in the sun, the sun dries them in the summer, and then peat blows away, and in the winter the water gets into it and washes it away. So we generally try to regrade them and returf them so that there's no bare peat exposed. All of this was more or less down to the bare peat. We put the path in, that's taken the trampling pressure off it. But we're trying to keep the area wet. Believe it or not, it does get really dry in the summer. And we've been doing that by various things. So timber dams, but we also use coir rolls. So we lay them on the ground in water channels, basically slow water. And we tried wool as well from local farms, and that worked really well. And it degrades slowly. One of the strange problems in the Black Mountains, and up here in particular, is there's very little sphagnum moss, which creates peat. So we've introduced sphagnum. We've got it from a local area, and you can just see over there there's some growing. We've put plugs in. We also, some of the bare ground we treated, we put a biodegradable mat down and then put heather cuttings on top, and that'll contain heather seeds, grass seeds and mosses.
And why was it so important that you did this restoration work here?
It was part of the SSSI that's in really poor condition, but it's also obviously a big carbon store. When peat's in poor condition, it emits carbon, whereas when it's in good condition, it'll sequester it, so it'll absorb it.
And Jeff, you've been involved with this project. Why did you want to be part of it?
Been interested in lots of different things other than farming, and became more closely working with the National Park, which led to working with restoration works on the peat.
And tell me a little bit about your farming side of it.
Well, we're farming about 300 acres of owned land with grazing rights on the Black Mountains, which we've always used. We've been farming in the area since about the early 1700s.
So how do you weigh up the two things then, being a farmer and ensuring you're doing your bit for climate change and doing your bit for the peatland restoration?
Well, I think as farmers, we have a responsibility to look after it and keep it in as good a condition as possible, and the works the National Park have done to retain the water on the peat bog, it keeps it damp, which in a dry time then, like a dry summer like we had last year, the moisture underground keeps the grasses growing on top of the bog, which benefits the sheep for somewhere to graze when it's dry, and I think there's a lot to be said in that.
Jeff Gwilym there in the Black Mountains. Now, many of our national parks are synonymous with upland landscapes. Dartmoor in Devon or the Lake District in Cumbria. The uplands are higher altitude areas of the country, comprising of a vast range of habitats from moorland to mountains. For people living and farming in these special places, the pressures they face are often different to other parts of the country. Well, a new independent report commissioned by the Department for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs examines the unique challenges facing upland farmers and communities in England. The report, called Towards a Flourishing Uplands, comes from author and innovator Dr. Hilary Cottam, who isn't an expert in either farming or the environment, but works with communities to transform social systems. For her report, Dr. Cottam told me she spent time walking and talking in the uplands, from Devon to North Yorkshire, to find out what people really think of the current state of affairs and what they want for the future and how those visions differ.
So I suppose there's two stories there. One is this very deep division between environmentalists on the one hand and those who are kind of, shall we say, kind of more traditional farmers on the other. I was really conscious of those tensions which are in the review and which we'll kind of really be grappling with in the work going forward. But I think the other thing that's really important is that, I produced a review with 19 insights, and these are not a list of 19 things. What matters is the system and how each of these things interact with each other and can't just be tackled as a list or one-off things. And I think what's really interesting is the amount of consensus about that. It is possible to make a consensus map of the challenges that need to be held and looked at as a system.
It covers an awful lot, but you also want changes at DEFRA itself. For instance, who can get grants, or making applying for a grant or a scheme easier for someone who hasn't got a land agent to do it for them.
Yes, well, I think it's fair to say that DEFRA commissioned the review because they are very conscious of this. It's not like I've come back telling things to DEFRA that DEFRA don't know. But I think the other really important thing is that in my work, I divide between what I would call system optimization. How do we improve government systems? And every government needs to have many people working on improving the day-to-day. And then what I'm focused on, which is system change, which is how do we gear government systems, social systems for the future? And I'm in the system change. So we were very clear when we met people was, don't tell us what's wrong with the schemes today, because we know that there's lots of great people at DEFRA working on that. Let's talk about this very different era that we're in of climate change, biodiversity loss, food insecurity, acute rural poverty. We know that no systems that we set up in the 20th century, which is not a critique of DEFRA, it's a kind of general understanding which definitely people in the uplands have, that those systems, post-war systems generally, which we're still living with, cannot grapple with these kind of much bigger system shifts that are coming at us. And so we need different ways of working, and that's what the report is exploring. And so that's not about could we make SFI better, that's about thinking completely differently about what food economies and natural economies look like that are generative for people who live in upland places.
So that's a shift then away from a sort of a top-down policy to something that's grown by people who live there. But agricultural policy has to cover lowlands and uplands and everything in between. So how does that all work in practice?
Yes, well, I mean, people said, we want to be system makers, not system takers. It isn't one size fits all. We know this. I mean, I work on social care as well, for example. We know that one size fits no one. We need to think much more mosaically in small ways, just even in one farm, that one field might need to be treated differently from another place. And so what we're looking at is what are the policy systems that can support really deep local knowledge, can tie that local knowledge to actually far away knowledge. I mean, one of the things that I also talk about in the report is, where science is missing, new knowledge and tying that to local knowledge and then making policy from that out. Obviously, we'll be doing the work in practice, but at DEFRA, there is a board that is set up to really begin to receive that experience and think about how policy needs to change in reaction to that experience and that experimentation on the ground.
Realistically, though, you can't have a policy that treats every field differently. That's just not going to work.
No, but you can have a policy that says we want to reach these broad goals. We trust people who live in this place to know how to do that within their place and then ask them to take that forward.
Now, you're moving to phase 2 in Cumbria and Dartmoor. How long does all this take?
Well, that's a very big question. I mean, we are trying really to think about systems that were set up in the 1950s. So we could see this as work of many decades, but the work has been framed as 7 years, and the first phase 2 is set out for the next 2 years. And this isn't a sort of, pilot that will roll out. There are challenges which all these areas face, and if we work with local people, we can think about what would be the different systems that would support different work, and then those new policy systems can be available to everywhere to interpret as they like.
Dr. Hilary Cottam. That's it from us. I'm Charlotte Smith. The producer is Joe Pesey, and Farming Today this week is a BBC Audio Bristol production.
The Today programme isn't too far off. First, the weather forecast with Elizabeth Rizzini.
Thank you, Tom. Well, it's going to be turning drier this weekend, so the showers becoming fewer and further between, but there's also some cooler air around, and it could be quite a chilly, even a frosty night tonight. So for Scotland and Northern Ireland, there are plenty of showers around to start the day, particularly for western and central areas. Those showers are all blowing further eastwards, becoming a bit more widespread, to be honest, through the late morning into the afternoon, and then more scattered as we head through the afternoon itself. So some bright and some sunnier spells developing, a bit drier for eastern Scotland, but I think even here we're likely to see some afternoon showers. For England and Wales further southwards, for northwest England, then again a good scattering of showers, particularly this morning, but there will be a lot of dry weather across England and Wales with some sunny spells, and I think for southern counties of England it could stay completely dry throughout the day, but there will be more cloud building just about everywhere through the afternoon. Some isolated showers developing. The winds are light, and in the best of the sunshine, then it will be feeling pleasantly warm. Now for northern Scotland, then we're looking at highs today of 10 to 14 degrees Celsius. Further south and east, then 12 to 16 degrees Celsius for many parts, but across the far southeast we could get to 17 or 18 degrees Celsius, so it will be warmer here. Tonight, with high pressure building in from the southwest, but also with that colder air, then we'll see more of a northwesterly wind develop. There'll be lengthy close spells, and for most of us it should stay completely dry. A few showers across northern Scotland, some mist and fog patches developing into tomorrow morning as well, so lows of around 1 to 4 degrees Celsius for many, 6 or 7 in the far south and the east, but there will be a localised frost, I think, for many of us into tomorrow morning. Now high pressure dominates tomorrow, quite a bit of cloud for Scotland and Northern Ireland, the best of the sunshine for England and Wales, cooler feeling air but a pleasant looking day, and it should stay largely dry.
Thank you. On Monday, we'll take a closer look at the fundamental building blocks of matter.
This story begins over 2,000 years ago, ever since humans started to ask, what is the world made of?
One of the things that Lucretius introduces is, where do things originate? Where do they come from?
I'm Jamal Khalili, and in a new series for Radio 4, I'll explore the language and literature that have shaped our understanding of the atom, transforming unimaginable theories into familiar ideas and pushing the boundaries of our scientific knowledge. Writing the Atom starts Monday morning at 11. To listen on your smart speaker, just say Play Radio 4.
On FM and on BBC Sounds, this is Radio 4.
Good morning, it's 7 o'clock on Saturday, the 18th of April. This is Today with Amal Rajan and Anna Foster.
The headlines this morning: Iran has threatened not to reopen the Strait of Hormuz after all, and says its enriched uranium won't be leaving the country, despite President Trump's claim the stockpile will be transferred to America.
We're going to go in together with Iran, we're going to get it, and we're going to take it back home to the USA. Very simple.
The former senior civil servant at the centre of the row about Lord Mandelson's vetting is expected to appear before MPs next week. We'll hear from the former head of the diplomatic service, Lord MacDonald, later this hour.
I think this is the biggest crisis in the diplomatic service since I joined it in 1982.
Also in today's programme, Andrew Malkinson spent 17 years in jail for a rape he didn't commit, and now a man has finally been found guilty of that crime. We'll hear from the legal team who fought for Mr Malkinson's freedom about the significance of this moment. And hundreds of amateur singers are travelling across Northern Ireland today for the chance to sing under the choral supremo Sir John Rutter.
And I'm Jonathan Adjar, trying to find the right notes with your Saturday sport. And a tale of two cities: Coventry celebrating a return to the Premier League after a generation of struggle and strife, and Sheffield preparing to host snooker's World Championship, including a crucible debut for a 20-year-old qualifier from York.
The last time I was here was the 2018 World Final, watching Higgins and Mark Williams. In between the afternoon and evening session, I went to Pizza Express, and John Higgins has walked in, and I was absolutely starstruck. I mean, I was only 12.
It's a brilliant story. Before all of that, the BBC News is read for us this morning by Tom Sanders.
Iran's foreign ministry says the country's stockpile of enriched uranium will not be going anywhere after President Trump said the material would be collected and taken to American territory. Tehran has also threatened to close the Strait of Hormuz again unless the United States lifts the blockade of Iranian ports. The BBC's chief international correspondent Lise Doucette is reporting from Tehran on condition that none of her material is used on the BBC's Persian service. These restrictions apply to all international media organizations operating in Iran.
President Trump's swirl of upbeat statements to journalists was flatly rejected by Iran's parliamentary speaker, Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf. He accused him of making 7 claims in 1 hour, all of them false. Iran's own announcement that the Strait of Hormuz was now completely open was later made conditional on all traffic passing through routes designated and controlled by Tehran. In this blizzard of details and disagreements, one point seems clear. Mr. Trump continues to believe that a deal between Washington and Tehran, a major diplomatic feat, can be done within a matter of days. But what he describes as straightening out some differences amount to major concessions by Iran on deeply sensitive issues, including its nuclear program. There are signs of progress, of moving toward what would be a less grand but still significant step, a memorandum of understanding, which would open the way for at least 60 more days of detailed discussions on what are also highly technical issues. Even that may not be enough, but it may be enough to keep a fragile ceasefire in place.
Research suggests that 45% of British adults are now worried about paying their energy bills, up from 29% at the start of the year. The polling was commissioned by the debt charity Step Change. More than 2,100 people were questioned online in January and then this month. Dan Whitworth from Radio 4's Money Box programme has this report.
It's now 7 weeks since America and Israel started attacking Iran. As well as thousands of deaths across the Middle East caused by the war, the economic impact here in the UK continues to be felt. The energy price cap, which limits the amount suppliers can charge per unit of energy, will very likely rise in July, pushing typical annual bills up by several £100. Energy debt is already at record levels. £4.5 billion is now owed to suppliers by around 2 million households. Pre-debt advice providers have told Moneybox they're even more concerned about what autumn and winter bills will mean for people already struggling. The result is often that those who can pay end up paying even more to cover that debt.
BBC News understands that the former senior civil servant at the centre of a row about Lord Mandelson's vetting is to give evidence to MPs next week. Sir Ollie Robbins was forced out of his job as Permanent Secretary at the Foreign Office on Thursday after the department was blamed for clearing Peter Mandelson to become US Ambassador, despite him failing to pass security vetting checks. Sir Ollie is yet to formally respond to the request to appear before the Commons Foreign Affairs Committee, but friends say he is likely to turn up. Our political correspondent Jack Fenwick reports.
The saga over the appointment of Peter Mandelson as ambassador to the US is far from over. On Monday, Sir Keir Starmer will face the House of Commons in what could be a bruising session, with MPs likely to grill the Prime Minister about whether he misled them. Number 10 appears to have blamed Sir Ollie Robbins for what's happened. He's expected to appear before Parliament's Foreign Affairs Committee on Tuesday, where he'll likely face a grilling of his own. The government has said that the Security Vetting Service gave an explicit recommendation to the Foreign Office not to approve Lord Mandelson's vetting. But friends of Sir Ollie are casting doubt on whether he ever actually saw that recommendation. Downing Street insists the Prime Minister has done nothing wrong, but opposition parties have repeatedly called for him to go.
In an interview for this programme, Lord MacDonald, who also served as Permanent Secretary at the Foreign Office, told us that Sir Ollie Robbins had been left to take the blame.
This shows to me that the number 10 wanted a scalp, and they wanted it quickly. I cannot see that there was any process, any fairness, any giving him the chance to set out his case, and that feels to me wrong.
The Trump administration and one of the world's leading AI firms, Anthropic, have discussed how they can work together again after a public row over the use of the technology. Both sides described the talks at the White House as productive. At one point, the Pentagon had designated Anthropic as a formal supply chain risk. The company's development of a powerful new AI tool has changed matters. Our North America technology correspondent Lily Jamali reports.
The dispute started when Anthropic's chief executive, Dario Amodei, refused to allow the Pentagon to use his company's technology for mass domestic surveillance or autonomous military targeting. That prompted the Pentagon to declare Anthropic a national security risk in February. President Trump ordered U.S. government agencies to immediately stop using the firm's products. After the meeting between Mr. Amodei and senior White House officials, there is a distinct change in tone. The White House telling the BBC the discussions were both productive and constructive. Anthropic has recently developed a powerful AI model called Mythos, which it won't release to the public because it's so powerful and particularly good at hacking. However, it will be available to a few dozen companies and now potentially the U.S. government, a sign that Anthropic's technology may be too critical for even the U.S. government to do without.
A vaccine given during pregnancy to protect babies against chest infections has been described as hugely beneficial in reducing hospital admissions. The evaluation has been made by the UK Health Security Agency. The vaccine targets the RSV virus, which is a common cause of coughs and colds. It can trigger more serious problems in babies. Here's our medical editor, Fergus Walsh.
The RSV vaccine was introduced in 2024 for pregnant women throughout the UK. Trials had shown mothers were able to pass on antibodies through the placenta so that babies were protected from the virus from the day they were born. Until then, more than 20,000 babies were admitted to hospital with RSV chest infections every year, mostly in winter, and a small number died. A study has followed nearly 300,000 babies in England and found that the vaccine offered at least 80% protection to newborns. More than 4,500 RSV hospital admissions occurred in this group, but the vast majority were infants whose mothers had not been vaccinated.
The French-made fantasy game Clair Obscur Expedition 33 has won the most prestigious prize at the BAFTA Games Awards. The role-playing adventure takes place in a world where a supernatural being, known as the Paintress, prevents the population from growing past a certain age. It was named Best Game at last night's ceremony in London. The award for Best British Game went to Atomfall, which is set in the Lake District after a nuclear disaster.
Tom, thank you very much indeed. We will talk more about that on the programme before 9 o'clock this morning. It's 9 minutes past 7 now, and a lot has been said about the war in Iran in the last few hours. But how much of that is reflected in concrete action? We've heard that the Strait of Hormuz, the vital shipping lane between Iran and Oman, which has had such an impact on the world economy, is reopening, although it seems few ships have moved at the moment. Reuters is saying that a convoy of tankers, according to vessel tracking data, has been seen leaving the Gulf, crossing the strait. But at this stage, we don't really know, because we were told later yesterday that the strait might not reopen while the US blockade of Iranian Gulf ports continues. And President Trump insisted yet again that the conflict was nearly over last night, and then hours later he said he might not extend the ceasefire agreement that runs out on Wednesday. If you're confused, that's fine. It's a particularly complex moment. It's as hard to follow as it's been since the war began. I've been speaking to our North America correspondent Peter Bowes, who told me more about President Trump's overnight comments.
Events have seemingly been moving very quickly. Lots of statements, lots of things potentially happening. We've had Iran saying that the Strait of Hormuz is now completely open. President Trump responding to that by saying he was speaking to an audience of young conservative Republicans, saying it was a great and brilliant day for the world. But he added, and he's said this before, but he added that the US blockade of Iranian ports would remain in full force, he said, until the transaction to end the war was 100% complete. Now, Iranian officials have suggested that there may well still be some limitations on shipping, and we've also heard through X of Iran's parliamentary speaker saying a number of things, including accusing the president of lying multiple times. But I think perhaps the most significant line was that with the continuation of the blockade, the Strait of Hormuz will not reopen. So I think all eyes will be on that waterway over the next 24 hours or so. really to see which way it goes, whether it will stay seemingly officially open and more ships will safely move through. I know a lot of shipping companies are still very nervous in terms of their safety, but I think that remains to be seen how that pans out. The other key disagreement that has developed through these tit-for-tat statements relating to the, as Donald Trump describes it, the nuclear dust, the enriched uranium, which he has been saying that he wants to bring back home to the United States, going in with heavy equipment, with excavators, with the cooperation of Iran. Now, Iran's response to that was, well, this matter hasn't ever been raised in negotiations, and that enriched uranium isn't going anywhere.
He's had a lot to say in the last few hours, Peter, but when we really drill down into it, has he said anything fundamentally different? Anything that is not something that he's already said before during this war?
There has been a lot of rehashing of social media posts and television interviews and speeches that are very much like campaign speeches at the moment. But I think you're right, there hasn't really been a new message. I think the stance is exactly the same. And I think Donald Trump's initial reasoning for going to war, at least as far as he sees it, to stop Iran getting a nuclear weapon, as he frames it, I think that is still the big motivator for him. The Strait of Hormuz, I think, has emerged as an issue that maybe a lot of people hadn't expected. He's accused Iran of using it as a weapon, but that issue is slowly playing out now. But I don't really think there's been any movement. Just very recently, probably his most recent statement, he talked about not extending the ceasefire beyond next Wednesday, when it's due to expire, if there isn't an agreement. And that does sound a little bit like a new deadline. We know that he often pushes through those deadlines or ignores them completely, but it seems as if, at least in Donald Trump's mind, the next 5 days are going to be crucial.
Peter Bowes, thank you. Well, let's speak to Nawaf Al-Thani, Qatar's former Director of Defense Intelligence Operations, later Defense Attaché to the United States. He is the founder and president of the Council on International Mediation. Good morning.
Good morning, Anna. Thanks for having me.
You're well placed to talk about the situation we find ourselves in this morning, knowing both the Gulf, both Iran and obviously the US as well. What is your assessment of this moment? Does it feel like a moment of progress to you?
Well, it feels like a moment of something. I don't know if I would call it progress. The GCC countries, including Qatar, were very clear that freedom of navigation, not partial navigation, not restricted navigation, should be the new return back to the old status quo and the new position of the strait. I didn't hear that yesterday, and although, as I sense, many in the Gulf welcome the ceasefire, as opposed to the kinetic actions we've been under for weeks, this doesn't seem like much of an advancement in negotiations until now, at least.
How much are the Gulf countries involved in those negotiations that are happening now? There was a suggestion that there might be fresh talks in Pakistan at some point in the next couple of days, but they haven't been confirmed. Are the GCC countries still an integral part of those discussions that are happening?
Well, as far as we can tell, and I can tell right now, no. They are not part of the immediate negotiations. Qatar have said we would support and continue to welcome these negotiations, but they're not part of it. Obviously, this is separate from what's going on with the United Kingdom and France. The meeting yesterday that Qatar was part of discussing the freedom of navigation in the Strait of Hormuz was very clear on where these countries, the UK, France, Qatar, and the rest of European and Gulf nations are regarding the strait. Now, what happens in Pakistan, what happens with Iran, it seems that there is a lot of back and forth, but a lot of unclarity as well.
With your background, particularly your diplomatic and defense background, if you were tasked now with trying to find a solution to this, an answer that would keep both Iran and the US happy, so they would feel that they would move forward, what would you be exploring?
Well, first of all, I would go to the status quo prior to the war, and a commitment from both sides for serious negotiations to move forward. Moving forward and yet gathering baggage as a result of the war, like the closure of the strait. Doesn't seem like forward momentum. It's one step forward and two step backs. Now, again, this is a lot of media reporting. We haven't seen any concrete information. But assuming that would be the situation, then yes, going back to where the situation was before the war, vis-a-vis freedom of navigation and security for the region, for all parties, Israel included, which seems to be always a worry when we discuss negotiations between U.S. and Iran, and then focused negotiations. Doing everything all at once is just not doable. The security concerns are legitimate from all sides, especially the United States and the Gulf states, but trying to achieve everything and fitting everything in this small box is not a reasonable ask in this shorter period.
Now, Faldani, thank you for joining us. We will focus a little more on the situation on the ground, well, in the water, at least at 7:30. We'll speak to the Chief Safety and Security Officer at one of the world's largest membership organisations for shipping to see if anything really is moving and what the green light might look like for something like that to begin again.
It's 17 minutes past 7. Let's turn to the story, the man dominating front pages and websites this morning, Peter Mandelson, casting a very long shadow, not just over British politics, but over this government led by Keir Starmer. It's not clear to what extent Peter Mandelson was denied full security clearance by UK vetting agencies. Keir Starmer and Number 10 say they weren't told. Foreign Office veterans, and we're going to hear from a recent boss of the Foreign Office at 7:50, say this is in the normal course of such processes. Others say that's nonsense. Harry Farley, our political correspondent, is wading through claim and counterclaim and can hopefully tell us, Harry, where we are with this story.
Well, I think where we are is quite neatly summarised. But I was sat in the regular press briefing that we have from the Prime Minister's official spokesperson yesterday and listening to the extraordinary spectacle of one part of government, i.e. Number 10, accusing another part of government, the Foreign Office, of what they say is a staggering failure to tell them that the security officials had recommended Lord Mandelson was not given clearance. And as you say, there is a row and questions about the exact nature of that advice. Number 10 said that there was explicit recommendation to the Foreign Office not to approve Lord Mandelson's vetting. Friends of Sir Ollie Robbins, who is the top top civil servant in the Foreign Office who has been ousted from his role, they are casting doubt over whether he actually saw that recommendation. And all this sets up the spectacle of next week, the Prime Minister giving his account and defence on Monday, arguing that he was not told and should have been. And the very next day, we're expecting Ollie Robbins to appear before a committee of MPs to give his account and defence.
Popcorn at the ready. Now, Simon MacDonald, who was the boss of the Foreign Office until 5 years ago, the permanent Undersecretary, had Ollie Robbins' job, is on this programme at 7:50. I spoke to him a short time ago. I asked him if he thought that Ollie Robbins had been thrown under a bus. He said yes. What would Number 10 say to that?
Now, Number 10 would dispute that. They say that there was a very clear recommendation that Peter Mandelson was not given security clearance. They have published, the government published a series of documents yesterday that showed that there was, a green, yellow and red box, both for the assessment of the risk, so i.e. low, moderate or high risk, and an overall recommendation from the UK security officials as to whether security clearance was approved or approved with mitigations or denied. My understanding is that in both cases the red box was ticked, i.e. Peter Mandelson's risk was deemed high and the recommendation was that the security vetting was denied. And I suppose the idea that Ollie Robbins was thrown under the bus, the Prime Minister said yesterday it was outrageous that even as he was updating Parliament that full due process was followed, that he was not told at that point that actually there was this wrinkle in the system that Peter Mandelson had not actually passed and had been recommended that he be denied his security vetting. So I think this sets up that real as you say, popcorn at the ready for next week before that real debate that we will see over consecutive days with first the Prime Minister and then Ollie Robbins giving their conflicting accounts of what happens.
Harry Farley, our political correspondent, thanks so much for coming in.
21 minutes past 7, vaccinating mothers during pregnancy to protect against a virus that's one of the most common causes of coughs and colds can reduce the number of babies going to hospital with those illnesses by up to 85%. What is new here is not the vaccine itself, but the results from the study, and as just only, well, it's sort of just under 65% of mums who are opting in for that vaccine at the moment. There is a hope that more will do that if the benefits of it are better known. Dr. Conal Watson joins us, consultant epidemiologist at UK HSA, the UK Health Security Agency, who carried out that work. Doctor, good morning.
Good morning.
Just tell us a little bit more about these numbers, because it seems to show that these vaccinations are even more effective than we thought they were.
Exactly that. Yeah, thanks. I'm really glad to be able to share these results. We've been following up around 300,000 babies in the first winter of the RSV programme, and been able to compare those born to mums who had the vaccine and those that didn't have the vaccine. And yeah, it really goes firstly, it backs up what the clinical trials showed, but because of the size of it, we can get into some really detailed findings, including that if the vaccine's given 4 weeks before the baby gets born, then that protection is in fact very close to 85%.
Wow, and I mean, this seems extremely obvious, but sometimes I think I'm stating the obvious. When you're talking about babies with respiratory illnesses, if they're at the point where they're being taken to hospital with that, it's a dangerous moment for that child. So anything that can provide additional protection is a good thing.
Yeah, certainly RSV is much less known than flu or COVID, but for paediatricians it really is the winter pressure disease. Up until we've had a vaccination programme, it still is the winter pressure disease for paediatrics. But the vaccine's making a huge difference. But before the programme, we would have not just general paediatricians, but paediatric surgeons would say they're